stores, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Shadows, glowing screams, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide, cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide, cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride.
That's better. No more orange cards. We have 5. Game over. Very much. Loaded. Yeah. Okay. Let's go kill some robots. Although technically, can you really kill robots? They're not really alive. Can you kill them and make them unalive? I don't think you can. They were never alive to begin with. Let your daily rewards tablets can. What? We get daily rewards? I was unaware of this. We must get free stuff because we like stuff. We will collect it after restart though. But it would be nice to. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, so if we buy this, we get daily rewards. We're gonna buy it. We're gonna buy it, and then we'll put it on there. Oh, look, kitties with lightsabers. Pew, pew, pew. Jedi kitties. I like that. That is funny. Probably just chill out here and wait for server or 2 minutes. Close enough. Then we will be right back after restart. Be right back. Hi, Anthony. Welcome in. How goes the night? I logged in just in time for logging out to server restart. So it's all right. I got to test some stuff. My regular sound alerts are still working during streaming, and I tested like my raids and follows and stuff. Those work. It might be listening to audiobooks and stuff that's messing with my follows and raid alerts. That's screwing things up. But yeah, we're just getting started. Welcome in. You are the first in chat tonight. How's your evening going? We're just barely getting started, so hope you're ready for it. I found some kind of cool sci-fi horror stuff to listen to while we're running around tonight. I'm trying to stay away from anything that might be copyrighted or owned. So it makes it tough to find stuff like that. But we're going to run around. We're going to shoot some robots. We're going to collect a bunch of stuff. I found out they have a daily rewards tablet on here. We're going to buy one of those when we log back in. It's 100 grand, but I don't know what you get in the way of daily rewards. I mean, they're already giving you 100 grand for every server restart. I'm guessing it might be for every 30 minutes of game time, might be for an hour. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that. So we're gonna see how it goes. We'll kind of have to wait. Well, it's not hard to find public domain stuff. It's hard to find a lot of it, and it's hard to find stuff that's good. I mean, there's lots of public domain stuff that's out there that's just crap. Poorly written, poorly executed, read by robots, so they're not putting in any effort. You know what I mean? There's plenty of junk out there, but it's hard to find good stuff that's public domain that is worthwhile to listen to. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah. Oh, I didn't notice this yesterday. They have kitties with lightsabers. Bzz, 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 bzz. Let's see. Fighting pain in an old game that doesn't want to work. Hey, you know what? If your old game doesn't want to work, play something else. Play something that does work. Own tablet. I seen the notification for it, and that's the one that we want. We want that one, and we'll sell that one. But this is what we're gonna grab this. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what it does. Uh, find out. Sorry you're fighting pain. Hope you start feeling better. Oh, I gotta put a battery in. I have a battery. I don't know what it does. Um, but anyways, we have a drone tablet now. Attach that to something. On the attachment point. Nope, does not go on an attachment. And what pain are you having? I mean, is this, how long have you been having this pain? Something that's fixable? Is this a repairable pain, or is this like tooth pain? Is it back pain? Pretty sure you told me about this before, but I don't remember. I have a hard time remembering certain things, so a lot of body pain. You're just getting worse from the cold. Like joint pains, or because I know I get those. Legs, hips down, yeah. Yeah, my knees and my ankles. When it gets cold, my body does the same. When you're old like me, it comes with the territory. Usually from working too hard when you're young, you think, oh, I'm invincible. I can do anything and everything. Connective issues. Yeah. It's usually from being young and, you know, indestructible mentally. And then as you get older and you get wiser and you go, oh, that was fucking stupid. I was a dumbass. Yeah. When it gets cold, my knees, my ankles, oh, and then my elbows and my hands. They just, I can tell when it's gonna snow. I used to think that was a old wives' tale. It's not. I can tell when it's gonna rain. I can tell when it's gonna snow. Well, I mean, whether you get wiser or not, that's kind of up to you. Honestly, that's personal inclination, you know. If you learn from your mistakes, then you're getting wiser. That's all right. I never learned the first time. I learned things slowly. That's okay too, as long as you learn them. As long as you learn from it. And actually, it's not really learning, it's just remembering not to repeat the same mistakes over. So it's more like a muscle memory or a remembered reflex. Oh, the stove is hot. I don't think I'll touch that hot stove anymore, you know? But for some of us, it takes 2 or 3 or 4 dozen burns to figure out that fire burns, you know? It happens. Not everybody learns off the first, try.
I am a robot.
Good for you. You are a dead robot. How is that even humanly possible? I am nowhere near that fucking window. All robots must die. Not totally true, but you know what I mean. I don't know how to make the drone thing do anything, so it might be the drone delivers something to you. Says, hey, your delivery is en route or something, maybe. I don't know. Just dawned on me. It might be like Amazon drone delivery. And you have to have the drone thing to make it work. So the drone knows how to find you. Kind of like a locator beacon kind of thing. That's kind of a cool idea. Never seen that on a server. over here, little robots. I see you. Three little robots, short and stout. They got shot and now they're knocked out. Well, other than the lower body pain and your game working like shit, I hope you're having a pleasant evening, Anthony. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with me. Appreciate it. Put on. Not very long. It's only about 20 minutes. It looks cool. Where are you fucking? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
This is the hitchhiker. Ooh, need to adjust that audio.
I'm in a trailer camp on I-40 just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it will help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1978 Ford V8, license number 6V7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know I'm at this moment I'm perfectly sane. That is, it's not me that's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control.
Mostly pleasant, taking a break from some hobby painting.
Life that may break. This may be the
My
last
eyeballs.
thing I ever tell on earth. The last night I had to see the stuff.
Should do some like jumbo size Gundams.
6 days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mom. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Oh, it's raining. Stay here at the door. Hey, what's this? Tears?
It's just a trip, Ron. I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know. But you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers? But look, don't worry. There isn't anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. Now, don't worry. Goodbye.
By the way, this is like an old nighttime radio drama done
I was in
by
excellent spirits.
people
The drive
from
ahead,
today.
even the loneliness seemed like a lark, but I didn't care. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his
Just
shoulders.
random dogs
Carrying a
standing
triple
out in the
bag
middle
in
of a
one hand. He
field.
was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he'd got there, but I thought maybe a fast truck had picked him up, beaten me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. And then late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly, the bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. It's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Fill her up, will you?
Check your oil?
No, thanks. No.
Okay, let me get the gas cap here. Nice night, ain't it?
Yes, hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
No, not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm?
No, people drive through here all kinds of weather, mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out on the turnpike this season of the year.
I guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why? What's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
Well, a guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Just look at it.
You mean you never see anybody?
Now, maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, just before the toll house there, but then it's a pretty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. Yeah, this is a pretty lonesome country here. Mountains and woods. You ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no, it's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $24.99 with the tax, sir.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as a coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all the next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio. I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving, slowly drinking it all in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He just stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me, started to walk forward. I had stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized that he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him. No, not just now. No, I'm sorry. No, not today. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back on the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The light changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
is it? What do you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yeah, we do in the daytime, but we're closed for the night.
Well, I know, but I was just wondering if you could possibly let me have a cup of coffee, black coffee.
My wife's the cook, and she's in bed.
Well, now, listen. Just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and a suspicious-looking man.
Who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Just a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back to bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting the bottle. That's what's the matter with you. Got nothing better to do than wake decent folks out of their hard-earned sleep. Get going. Get on.
Well, it looked as though he was going to rob you.
I got nothing in this den to lose. Now, on your way before I call out Sheriff Folks.
I got into the car again and drove on, slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to rest a little, but I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. The few resort places there were closed. I'd seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew then that when I saw him next, I'd run him down.
And that's kind of a violent reaction.
But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon. I had stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma to let a train pass. When he appeared across the tracks, he was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun, yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. And then something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell, its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. Now I knew that he was beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. It stopped. He was gone. And I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello, you'd like a ride?
What do you think? How far are you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas.
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop in.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My feet are killing me.
No, go right ahead.
Lord, your
Gonna break
feet
this. Is
smell like
great car,
bucket
decent guy,
dog
driving all the
food.
way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure, only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the brakes.
Yeah, I think it would be. But I'll bet, though, if you got a good pickup in a fast car, you could get to places faster than, well, say another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice steady clip of about 65 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road waiting for lifts beat me to town after town, providing she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 75 or 80 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make? Imagine spending your time in a great car thinking of things like that.
Oh, what would you do instead?
What would I do? Well, if I was a good-looking fella like yourself, I'd just enjoy myself every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax if I saw a good-looking...
was a man there. I tell you, a thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him, or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there? Are you sure?
I didn't see a soul. And as far as that's concerned...
You watch for him. You watch for him the next time, and keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again, maybe any minute now. There! Right there!
No. How's this door work? I gotta get out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living, and I don't see how I will very long driving with you.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't know
So,
what came over
if
me.
you'll excuse me...
Please, you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
You're creeping me out, man.
Listen, no, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, man? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep.
No, you can't
Leave
go.
your hands off of me. Just leave your hands off of me.
Come back here, please. Please come back.
Don't be a wacko.
She ran from me as if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later,
He kind of is a
passing
monster,
truck.
though. He acts like a dick, doesn't pick up a hitchhiker
Hello.
from way back in
I
the
was
day
in the
when
heart
it
of the
was
great
okay to
Texas
pick him up.
prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by.
And then he just
Traffic
runs some
was
poor dude down just for being
Get
there.
hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car, just a few hours, get some sleep just alongside the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket, when I saw him coming toward me. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Well, maybe I should have spoken to him then. I fought it out then and there, and now it began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the trailer camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain at a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought more gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. And now he didn't even wait for me to stop. Unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads, he waited for me at every other mile. I could see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me, still in its same attitude over the still and lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in the pure and cloudless air. I was beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's a trailer camp here. It's cold, almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together. I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew my mother would be home. I pictured her, tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress, going about her tasks. It would be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Hello, Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to, please?
Who is this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this 7489970?
Yes.
Well, where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is this a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been resting for 5 days. A nervous breakdown. Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown? My mother doesn't have
It's all
an...
taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Oldest son, Ronald?
Hey!
What is this? What
We
number
know
is
each
this?
other. He's a friend from work.
Paradise 44.
was very sudden.
Welcome
He
in.
was killed
Thank you
6
for the
days ago
raid.
in an automobile accident.
Hang on just a second. We will check that out here. Gotta stop running, otherwise I will auto run into a bunch of robots. Hi, Game Slayer. How are you? Paradise, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Salt. Welcome to the Salt Shaker. We're on an alien planet in DayZ. Or we're in DayZ taken over by alien robots. Something like that. Thought I would have raided you. Oh, you're good, Game Slayer. You're good. Yeah, I like it. I like the modded servers like this. They're a lot of fun to play on. You get to shoot robots and get weird stuff and just run around and just go crazy. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Do a lot of shooting. Lot of robot smashing. Yeah, kinda. Actually, my salt shaker was made with anti give a fucks, or it's completely filled with no fucks given. Oh, you play on Cake? Yeah, I play on a few of the Cake Factory servers as well. I play on a lot of heavily modded servers. I love playing the modded servers because it just regular vanilla DayZ just doesn't really do it for me anymore. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm always here. I'm always around. I haven't been playing DayZ much because I've gotten so tired of playing it. It just so burned out. You know what I mean? Ooh, he's an armored one. I mean, I've got 17,000 hours and change. In the game. Oh, don't tell me I can't. Can I not skin these ones? Or do I have to have... this is Dimensions Afterlife. They only have the one server that I know of. I don't think they have anything else. Yeah, I don't think I can do these ones. I don't think I can skin these ones. Yeah, write it down. Dimensions, Afterlife. It's a lot of fun. Thank you again for the raid, Paradise. Appreciate it. Appreciate you bringing everybody over, dropping them off. I will put our stories back on here in a minute. Oh, free gun. Free gun. Thought maybe I'd be able to cut those ones up. Or maybe I need a different... Maybe I need a different knife. Maybe we should try one of these swords. We'll try one of the swords and see if I can chop them up with that. Ooh, they knocked me down in health pretty quick. My health restore. There we go. 100%. Nope. It just won't let me chop those ones. Dimensions, Afterlife. It's a lot of fun. Or pull up your launcher and type that in, star it. It does have somewhat extensive mod list. It's not super long. The mod list isn't as long as, say, like Bear Garden, but it does have quite a few mods. And these are all mods that were made by whoever is doing the server. So they went 100% sci-fi themed. It's got Halo gear. It's got Star Wars gear. It's pretty cool. I dig it. I really do. I dig it. I like shooting the robots. It's got the better robots than the original robots that came out. They're a little more fleshed out. They're a little less janky than they were. Well, a little less janky than the original robot skinned zombies. You'll recognize some of the mods from like Fatals. They're on here, the bowling balls and the bowling pins and collectible items. You'll notice some of those are the same. A lot of the collectible stuff is skin stuff from Halo and some of the sci-fi games that are out there. This is my second day on it. We are, by the way, creeping up on our how many followers. Getting close to 800 follows. Now I'm curious. We're getting close to 670 followers. Trying to reach that. That's our next follower goal. I think we're, what, 6 or 7 follows away. Not that far away. Still working towards that 1,000 followers. But that's a ways off. What time zone are you? I'm in Mountain Time Zone. We're in MST, Mountain Standard Time, in the U.S.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted trailer camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Otherwise I'm going to go crazy. Outside, it's night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1,000,000 stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. And somewhere among them, he's waiting for me. Somewhere. Somewhere I will know who he is. And who I am.
Thanks for listening. The story you've just heard in this channel are fan-funded. Visit Chilling Tale.
Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please intrigued. Let's delve in The Dwellers in the Mirage by Abraham Merritt. Serialized in Argosy magazine, January 23 to February 27, 1932. First book edition,
Stories to give you
Horace
nightmares.
Liverite, New York, 1932. Book of Gukuru. Chapter 1. Sounds in the Night. I raised my head, listening, not only with my ears but with every square inch of my skin, waiting for a recurrence of the sound that had awakened me. There was silence, utter silence. No soughing in the boughs of the spruces clustered around the little camp. No stirring of furtive life in the underbrush. Through the spires of the spruces, the stars shone wanly in the short sunset to sunrise twilight of the early Alaskan summer. A sudden wind bent the spruce tops, carrying again the sound, the clangor of a beaten anvil. I slipped out of my blanket and round the dim embers of the fire toward Jim. His voice halted me. All right, Leif, I hear it. The wind sighed and died, and with it died the humming aftertones of the anvil stroke. Before we could speak, the wind arose. It bore the after hum of the anvil stroke, faint and far away, and again the wind died, and with it the sound. An anvil, Leif, listen. A stronger gust swayed the spruces. It carried a distant chanting, voices of many women and men singing a strange, minor theme. The chant ended on a wailing chord, archaic, dissonant. There was a long roll of drums, rising in a swift crescendo, ending abruptly. After it a thin and clamorous confusion. It was smothered by a low, sustained rumbling, like thunder, muted by miles. In its defiance, challenge, we waited, listening. The spruces were motionless. The wind did not return. Queer sort of sounds. Jim. I tried to speak casually. He sat up. A stick flared up in the dying fire. Its light etched his face against the darkness, thin and brown and hawk-profiled. He did not look at me. Every feathered forefather for the last 20 centuries is awake and shouting, "Better call me Santau, Leaf, Si Tsalagi. I am a Cherokee, right now, all Indian." He smiled, but still he did not look at me, and I was glad of that. "It was an anvil," I said. "A hell of a big anvil, and hundreds of people singing. And how could that be in this wilderness? They didn't sound like Indians. The drums weren't Indian." He squatted by the fire, staring into it. When they turned loose, something played a pizzicato with icicles up and down my back. They got me, too, those drums. I thought my voice was steady, but he looked up at me sharply. And now it was I who averted my eyes and stared at the embers. They reminded me of something I heard and thought I saw in Mongolia. So did the singing. Damn it, Jim, why do you look at me like that? I threw a stick on the fire. For the life of me, I couldn't help searching the shadows as the stick flamed. Then I met his gaze squarely. "Pretty bad place, was it, Leaf?" he asked, quietly. I said nothing. Jim got up and walked over to the packs. He came back with some water and threw it over the fire. He kicked earth from the hissing coals. If he saw me wince as the shadows rushed in upon us, he did not show it. "That wind came from the north," he said. "So that's the way the sounds came. Therefore, whatever made the sounds is north of us. That being so, which way do we travel tomorrow?" "North," I said. My throat dried as I said it. Jim laughed. He dropped upon his blanket and rolled it around him. I propped myself against the bole of one of the spruces and sat staring toward the north. The ancestors are vociferous, Leaf, promising a lodge of sorrow, I gather, if we go north. Bad medicine, say the ancestors. Bad medicine for you, Santau. You go to Usunhi, the darkening land, Santau, into Tsujinai, the ghost country. Beware. Turn from the north, Santau. Oh, go to sleep, you hag-ridden redskin. All right, I'm just telling you. Then a little later, and heard ancestral voices prophesying war. It's worse than war these ancestors of mine are prophesying. Leaf. Damn it, will you shut up? A chuckle from the darkness. Thereafter silence. I leaned against the tree trunk. The sounds, or rather the evil memory they had evoked, had shaken me more than I was willing to admit, even to myself. The thing I had carried for 2 years in the buckskin bag at the end of the chain around my neck had seemed to stir, turn cold. I wondered how much Jim had divined of what I had tried to cover. Why had he put out the fire? Because he had known I was afraid, to force me to face my fear and conquer it. Or had it been the Indian instinct to seek cover in darkness by his own? Admission, chant and drum roll had played on his nerves as they had on mine. Afraid. Of course it had been fear that had wet the palms of my hands and had tightened my throat so my heart had beaten in my ears like drums. Like drums. Yes, but not like those drums whose beat had been borne to us by the north wind. They had been like the cadence of the feet of men and women, youths and maids and children, running ever more rapidly up the side of a hollow world to dive swiftly into the void, dissolving into the nothingness, fading as they fell, dissolving, eaten up by nothingness. Like that, a cursed drum roll I had heard in the secret temple of the great Ulysses 2 years ago. Neither Neither then nor now had it been fear alone. Fear it was, in truth, but fear shot through with defiance, defiance, of life against its negation, upsurging, roaring, vital rage. Frantic revolt of the drowning against the strangling water, rage of the candle flame against the quivering extinguisher, was as hopeless as that. In my heart, I had never laughed at those subconscious perceptions, whatever they were, that he called the voices of his ancestors. When he had spoken of Usunhiyi, the darkening land, a chill had crept down my spine. For had not the old Uyghur priest spoken of the shadowed land? And it was as though I had heard the echo of his words. I looked over to where he lay. He had been more akin to me than my own brothers. I smiled. They had never been akin to me. To all but my soft-voiced, deep-bosomed Norse mother, I had been a stranger in that severely conventional old house where I had been born, the youngest son, and an unwelcome intruder, a change. It had been no fault of mine that I fell back to my mother's yellow thin-lipped and saturnine, stamped out by the same die for generations. They looked down at me, portraits with faintly brothers, true Langdons. Each of them looked at me when I awkwardly it had my mother wrap her heart around me. I wondered. Dark, self-centered man, my father, with the blood of the sea rovers singing in her veins. It was she who had named me Leaf, as incongruous a name to tack on a Langdon as was my birth among them. Jim and I had entered Dartmouth on the same day. I saw him as he was then, the tall, brown lad with his hawk face and inscription, pure blood of the Cherokees, of the clan from which had come the great
That's a
Sequoia,
good sounding gun. I
which had
like
produced
that one.
through many centuries wisest counselors, warriors strong and cunning. On the college roster, his name was written James T. Eagles, but on the rolls of the Cherokee Nation, it was written 2 Eagles, and his mother had called him Santol. From the first, we had recognized spiritual kinship. By the ancient rites of his people, we had become blood brothers, and he had given me my secret name, known only to the pair of us, Digataga, one who stands so close to another that the two are one. My one gift, besides my strength, is an aptness at languages. Soon I spoke the Cherokee as though I had been born in the nation. Those years in college were the happiest I had ever known.
Skin these ones, but
it was
I can't
during the
skin
last
the
of them that America
military
entered the
ones.
World War. Together we had left
That
Dartmouth,
kinda-
gone into training camp,
that kinda
sailed for
sucks.
France on the same transport. Sitting there, under the slow-growing Alaskan dawn, my mind leaped over the years between. My mother's death on Armistice Day, my return to New York to a frankly hostile home, Jim's recall to his clan, the finishing of my course in mining engineering, my wanderings in Asia, my second return to America and my search for Jim, this expedition of ours to Alaska, more for comradeship and the wilderness peace than for the gold we were supposed to be seeking. A long trail since the war, the happiest for me these last 2 months of it. It had led us from Nome over the quaking tundras, and then to the Koyukuk, and at last to this little camp among the spruces, somewhere between the headwaters of the Koyukuk and the Chandalar in the foothills of the unexplored Endicott Range. A long trail. I had the feeling that it was here the real trail of my life began. A ray of the rising sun struck through the trees. Jim sat up, looked over at me, and grinned. Didn't get much sleep after the concert, did you? What did you do to the ancestors? They didn't seem to keep you awake long. He said, too carelessly, oh, they quieted down. His face and eyes were expressionless. He was veiling his mind from me. The ancestors had not quieted down. He had lain awake while I had thought him sleeping. I made a swift decision. We would go south, as we had planned. I would go with him as far as Circle. I would find some pretext to leave him there. I said, "We're not going north. I've changed my mind." "Yes. Why?" "I'll tell you after we've had breakfast," I said. I'm not so quick in thinking up lies. "Rustle up a fire, Jim. I'll go down to the stream and get some water." "Degataga," I started. It was only in moments of rare sympathy or in time of peril that he used the secret name. "Degataga, you go north. You go if I have to march ahead of you to make you follow." He dropped into the Cherokee. "It is to save your spirit, Degataga. Do we march together, blood brothers? Or do you creep after me, like a shivering dog at the heels of the hunter?" The blood pounded in my temples. My hand went out toward him. He stepped back and laughed. "That's better, Leif." The quick rage left me. My hand fell. "All right, Santo, we go north." But it wasn't. It wasn't because of myself that I told you I changed my mind. I know damned well it wasn't. He busied himself with the fire. I went after the water. We drank the strong black tea and ate what was left of the little brown stalks they call Alaskan turkeys, which we had shot the day before. When we were through, I began to talk. Chapter 2. Ring of the Kraken. 3 years ago, so I began my story. I went into Mongolia with the Fairchild expedition. Part of its work was a mineral survey for certain British interests, part of it ethnographic and archaeological research for the British Museum and the University of Pennsylvania. I never had a chance to prove my value as a mining engineer. At once I became goodwill representative, camp entertainer, liaison agent between us and the tribes. My height, my yellow hair, blue eyes and freakish strength, and my facility in picking up languages were of never-ending interest to them. Tatars, Mongols, Buryats, Kyrgyz, they would watch while I bent horseshoes, twisted iron bars over my knees, and performed what my father used to call contemptuously my circus tricks. Well, that's exactly what I was to them. A one-man circus. And yet I was more than that. They liked me. Old Fairchild would laugh when I complained that I had no time for technical work. He would tell me that I was worth a dozen mining engineers, that I was the expedition's insurance, and that as long as I could keep up my act, they wouldn't be bothered by any troublemakers. And it is a fact that they weren't. It was the only expedition of its kind I ever knew where you could leave your stuff unwatched, and return to find it still there. Also, we were singularly free from graft and shakedowns. In no time I had picked up half a dozen of the dialects and could chatter and chaff with the tribesmen in their own tongues. It made a prodigious hit with them, and now and then a Mongol delegation would arrive with a couple of their wrestlers, big fellows with chests like barrels, to pit against me. I learned their tricks and taught them ours. We had pony lifting contests, and some of my Manchu friends taught me how to fight with the two broadswords, a sword in each hand. Fairchild had planned on a year, but so smoothly did the days go by that he decided to prolong our stay. My act, he told me in his sardonic fashion, was undoubtedly of perennial vitality. Never again would science have such an opportunity in this region, unless I made up my mind to remain and rule. He didn't know how close he came to prophecy. In the early summer of the following year, we shifted our camp about 100 miles north. This was Uyghur country. They are a strange people, the Uyghurs. They say of themselves that they are descendants of a great race which ruled the Gobi when it was no desert but an earthly paradise, with flowing rivers and many lakes and teeming cities. It is a fact that they are apart from all the other tribes, and while those others cheerfully kill them when they can, still they go in fear of them, or rather, of the sorcery of their priests. Seldom had Uyghurs appeared at the old camp. When they did, they kept at a distance. We had been at the new camp less than a week when a band of 20 rode in. I was sitting in the shade of my tent. They dismounted and came straight to me. They paid no attention to anyone else. They halted a dozen feet from me. 3 walked close up and stood, studying me. The eyes of these 3 were peculiar gray-blue, those of the one who seemed to be their captain singularly cold. They were bigger, taller men than the others. I did not know the Uyghur. I gave them polite salutations in the Kyrgyz. They did not answer, maintaining their close scrutiny. Finally, they spoke among themselves, nodding as though they had come to some decision. The leader then addressed me. As I stood up, I saw that he was not many inches under my own 6'4". I told him, again in the Kyrgyz, that I did not know his tongue. He gave an order to his men. They surrounded my tent, standing like guards, spears at rest beside them, their wicked longswords drawn. At this, my temper began to rise, but before I could protest, the leader began to speak to me in the Kyrgyz. He assured me, with deference, that their visit was entirely peaceful, only they did not wish their contact with me to be disturbed by any of my companions. He asked if I would show him my hands. I held them out. He and his two comrades bent over the palms, examining them minutely, pointing to a mark or a crossing of lines. This inspection ended. The leader touched his forehead with my right hand, and then, to my complete astonishment, he launched without explanation into what was a highly intelligent lesson in the Uyghur tongue. He took the Kyrgyz for the comparative language. He did not seem to be surprised at the ease with which I assimilated the tuition. Indeed, I had a puzzled idea that he regarded it as something to be expected. I mean that his manner was less that of teaching me a new language than of recalling to me one I had forgotten. The lesson lasted for a full hour. He then touched his forehead again with my hand and gave a command to the ring of guards. The whole party walked to their horses and galloped off. There had been something disquieting about the whole experience. Most disquieting was my own vague feeling that my tutor, if I had read correctly his manner, had been right, that I was not learning a new tongue, but one I had forgotten. Certainly I never picked up any language with such rapidity and ease as I did the Uyghur. The rest of my party had been perplexed and apprehensive. Naturally, I went immediately to them and talked the matter over. Our ethnologist was the famous Professor David Barr of Oxford. Fairchild was inclined to take it as a joke, but Barr was greatly disturbed. He said that the Uyghur tradition was that their forefathers had been a fair race, yellow-haired and blue-eyed, big men of great strength. In short, men like myself. A few ancient Uyghur wall paintings had been found which had portrayed exactly this type, so there was evidence of the correctness of the tradition. However, if the Uyghurs of the present were actually the descendants of this race, the ancient blood must have been mixed and diluted almost as to what this had to do with the pure blood of the ancient race. Old Fairchild asked him. Certain peculiarities in the arrangement of the lines of the palms might persist through centuries. They could reappear in cases of atavism, such as I clearly represented. By this time, I was getting a bit dizzy, but Barr had a few shots left that made me more so. By now his temper was well up, and he went on to say that the Uyghurs might even be entirely correct in what he deduced was their opinion of me. I was a throwback to the ancient Norse. Very well. It was quite certain that the Aesir, the old Norse gods and goddesses, Odin and Thor, Frigga and Freya, Frey and Loki of the fire, and all the others, had once been real people. Without question, they had been leaders in some long and perilous migration. After they had died, they had been deified, as numerous other similar heroes and heroines had been by other tribes and races. Ethnologists were agreed that the original Norse stock had come into northeastern Europe from Asia, like other Aryans. Their migration might have occurred anywhere from 1000 BC to 5000 BC, and there was no scientific reason why they should not have come from the region now called the Gobi, nor why they should not have been the blonde race these present-day Uyghurs called their forefathers. No one, he went on to say, knew exactly when the Gobi had become desert, nor what were the causes that had changed it into desert. Parts of the Gobi, and all the little goby might have been fertile as late as 2,000 years ago. Whatever it had been, whatever its causes, and whether operating slowly or quickly, the change gave a perfect reason for the migration led by Odin and the other Aesir, which had ended in the colonization of the Scandinavian peninsula. Admittedly, I was a throwback to my mother's stock of 1,000 years ago. There was no reason why I should not also be a throwback in other recognizable ways to the ancient Uyghurs, if they actually were the original Norse. But the practical consideration was that I was headed for trouble. So was every other member of our party. He urgently advised going back to the old camp, where we would be among friendly tribes. In conclusion, he pointed out that, since we had come to this site, not a single Mongol, Tartar, or any other tribesman with whom I had established such pleasant relations had come near us. He sat down with a glare at Fairchild, observing that this was no palmist's advice, but that of a recognized scientist. Well, Fairchild apologized, of course, but he overruled Barr on returning. We could safely wait a few days longer and see what developed. Barr remarked morosely that as a Prophet Fairchild was probably a total loss, but it was also probable that we were being closely watched and would not be allowed to retreat, and therefore it did not matter. That night we heard drums beating far away, drumming between varying intervals of silence, almost until dawn, reporting and answering questions of drums still further off. The next day, at the S.A.M.E. hour, along came the same troop. Their leader made straight for me, ignoring, as before, the others in the camp. He saluted me almost with humility. We walked back together to my tent. Again the cordon was thrown round it, and my second lesson abruptly began. It continued for 2 hours or more. Thereafter, day after day, for 3 weeks, the same performance was repeated. There was no desultory conversation, no extraneous questioning, no explanations. These men were there for one definite purpose, to teach me their tongue. They stuck to that admirably. Filled with curiosity, eager to reach the end and learn what it all meant, I interposed no obstacles, stuck as rigorously as they to the matter in hand. This, too, they seemed to take as something expected of me. In 3 weeks I could carry on a conversation in the Uyghur as well as I can in English. Barr's uneasiness kept growing. They're grooming you for something, he would say. I'd give 5 years of my life to be in your shoes, but I don't like it. I'm afraid for you. I'm damned afraid. One night at the end of this 3rd week, the signaling drums beat until dawn. The next day my instructors did not appear, nor the next day, nor the day after. But our men reported that there were Uyghurs all around us, picketing the camp. They were in fear, and no work could be got out of them. On the afternoon of the 4th day, we saw a cloud of dust drifting rapidly down upon us from the north. Soon we heard the sound of the Uyghur drums. Then, out of the dust emerged a troop of horsemen. There were 200 or 300 of them, spears glinting, many of them with good rifles. They drew up in a wide semicircle before the camp. The cold-eyed leader who had been my chief instructor dismounted and came forward leading a magnificent black stallion. A big horse, a strong horse, unlike the rangy horses that carried them. A horse that could bear my weight with ease. The Uyghur dropped on one knee, handing me the stallion's reins. I took them, automatically. The horse looked me over, sniffed at me, and rested its nose on my shoulder. At once the troop raised their spears, shouting some word I could not catch, then dropped from their mounts and stood waiting. The leader arose. He drew from his tunic a small cube of ancient jade. He sank again upon his knee, handed me the cube. It seemed solid, but as I pressed it flew open. Within was a ring. It was of heavy gold, thick and wide. Set in it was a yellow, translucent stone about 1.5 inches square, and within this stone was the shape of a black octopus. Its tentacles spread out fan-wise from its body. They had the effect of reaching forward through the yellow stone. I could even see upon their nearer tips the sucking discs. The body was not so clearly defined. It was nebulous, seeming to reach into far distance. The black octopus had not been cut upon the jewel. It was within it. I was aware of a curious mingling of feelings. repulsion, and a peculiar sense of familiarity, like the trick of the mind that causes what we call double memory. The sensation of having experienced the same thing before, without thinking. I slipped the ring over my thumb, which it fitted perfectly, and held it up to the sun to catch the light through the stone. Instantly, every man of the troop threw himself down upon his belly, prostrating himself before it. The Uyghur captain spoke to me. I had been subconsciously aware that from the moment of handing me the jade, he had been watching me closely. I thought that now there was awe in his eyes. "Your horse is ready." Again, he used the unfamiliar word with which the troop had saluted me. "Show me what you wish to take with you, and your men shall carry it." "Where do we go, and for how long?" I asked. "To a holy man of your people." He answered. "For how long?" He alone can answer. I felt a momentary irritation at the casualness with which I was being disposed of. Also, I wondered why he spoke of his men and his people as mine. Why does he not come to me? I asked. "He is old," he answered. He could not make the journey. I looked at the troop, now standing up beside their horses. If I refused to go, it would undoubtedly mean the wiping out of the camp if my companions attempted, as they would, to resist my taking. Besides, I was on fire with curiosity. "I must speak to my comrades before I go," I said, "if it please Dwayanu." This time I caught the word. To bid farewell to his dogs. Let him. There was a nicker of contempt in his eyes as he looked at old Fairchild and the others. Definitely I did not like what he had said, nor his manner. "Await me here," I told him curtly, and walked over to Fairchild. I drew him into his tent, Bar and the others of the expedition at our heels. I told them what was happening. Bar took my hand and scrutinized the ring. He whistled softly. "Don't you know what this is?" he asked me. "It's the Kraken, that superwise, malignant and mythical sea monster of the old Norsemen. See, its tentacles are not 8 but 12. Never was it pictured with less than 10. It symbolized the principle that is inimical to life, not death precisely, more accurately annihilation. The Kraken. And here in Mongolia, see here, Chief, I spoke to Fairchild. There's only one way you can help me, if I need help, and that's to get back quick as you can to the old camp. Get hold of the Mongols and send word to that chief who kept bringing in the big wrestlers. They'll know whom I mean. Persuade or hire him to get as many able fighting men at the camp as you can. I'll be back, but I'll probably come back running. Outside of that, you're all in danger. Not at the moment, maybe, but things may develop which will make these people think it better to wipe you out. I know what I'm talking about. Chief, I ask you to do this for my sake, if not for your own." But they watched the camp. He began to object. "They won't, after I've gone. Not for a little while, at least. Every one of them will be streaking away with me." I spoke with complete certainty, and Bar nodded acquiescence. "The king returns to his kingdom," he said, "all his loyal subjects with him. He's in no danger while he's with them. But, God, if I could only go with you, Leaf, the Kraken." And the ancient legend of the South Seas told of the great octopus, dozing on and biding his time till he felt like destroying the world and all its life. And 3 miles up in the air, the black octopus is cut into the cliffs of the Andes, Norsemen and the South Sea Islanders, and the Andeans, and the same symbol, or here. "Please promise," I asked Fairchild. "My life may depend on it. It's like abandoning you. I don't like it. Chief, this crowd could wipe you out in a minute. Go back and get the Mongols. The Tartars will help. They hate the Uyghurs. I'll come back, don't fear. But I bet everything that this whole crowd, and more, will be at my heels. When I come, I want a wall to duck behind." "We'll go," he said. I went out of that tent and over to my own. The odd-eyed Uyghur followed me. I took my rifle and an automatic, stuffed a toothbrush and a shaving kit in my pocket, and turned to go. "Is there nothing else?" There was surprise in his question. "If there is, I'll come back for it," I answered. "Not after you have remembered," he said, enigmatically. Side by side, we walked to the black stallion. I lifted myself to his back. The troop wheeled in behind us. Their spears a barrier between me and the camp. We galloped south. Chapter 3. Ritual of Kukuru. The stallion settled down to a steady, swinging lope. He carried my weight easily. About an hour from dusk, we were over the edge of the desert. At our right loomed a low range of red sandstone hills. Close ahead was a defile. We rode into it and picked our way through it. In about half an hour, we emerged into a boulder-strewn region upon what had once been a wide road. The road stretched straight ahead of us to the northeast, toward another and higher range of red sandstone, perhaps 5 miles away. This we reached just as night began, and here my guide halted, saying that we would encamp until dawn. Some 20 of the troop dismounted. The rest rode on. Those who remained waited, looking at me, plainly expectant. I wondered what I was supposed to do. Then, noticing that the stallion had been sweating, I called for something to rub him down, and for food and water for him. This, apparently, was what had been looked for. The captain himself brought me the cloths, grain and water, while the men whispered. After the horse was cooled down, I fed him. I then asked for blankets to put on him, for the nights were cold. When I had finished, I found that supper had been prepared. I sat beside a fire with the leader. I was hungry, and, as usual when it was possible, I ate voraciously. I asked few questions, and most of these were answered so evasively, with such obvious reluctance, that I soon asked none. When the supper was over, I was sleepy. I said so. I was given blankets, and walked over to the stallion. I spread my blankets beside him, dropped, and rolled myself up. The stallion bent his head, nosed me gently, blew a long breath down my neck, and lay down carefully beside me. I shifted so that I could rest my head on his neck. I heard excited whispering among the Uyghurs. I went to sleep. At dawn, I was awakened. Breakfast was ready. We set out again on the ancient road. It ran along the hills, skirting the bed of what had long ago been a large river. For some time, the eastern hills protected us from the sun. When it began to strike directly down upon us, we rested under the shadow of some immense rocks. By mid-afternoon, we were once more on our way. Shortly before sundown, we crossed the dry riverbed over what had once been a massive bridge. We passed into another defile through which the long-gone stream had flowed, and just at dusk reached its end. Each side of the end of the shallow gorge was commanded by stone forts. They were manned by dozens of the Uyghurs. They shouted as we drew near, and again I heard the word Dwyana repeated again and again. The heavy gates of the right-hand fort swung open. We went through, into a passage under the thick wall. We trotted across a wide enclosure. We passed out of it through similar gates. I looked upon an oasis hemmed in by the bare mountains. It had once been the site of a fair-sized city, for ruins dotted it everywhere. What had possibly been the sources of the river had dwindled to a brook which sunk into the sands not far from where I stood. At the right of this brook there was vegetation and trees. To the left of it was a desolation. The road passed through the oasis and ran on across this barren. It stopped at, or entered, a huge square-cut opening in the rock wall more than a mile away, an opening that was like a door in that mountain, or like the entrance to some gigantic Egyptian tomb. We rode straight down into the fertile side. There were hundreds of the ancient stone buildings here, and fair attempts had been made to keep some in repair. Even so, their ancientness struck against my nerves. There were tents among the trees also, and out of the buildings and tents were pouring Uyghurs, men, women, and children. There must have been 1,000 of the warriors alone. Unlike the men at the guardhouses, these watched me in awed silence as I passed. We halted in front of a time-bitten pile that might have been a palace, 5,000 years or twice that ago, or a temple. A colonnade of squat, square columns ran across its front. Heavier ones stood at its entrance. Here we dismounted. The stallion and my guide's horse were taken by our escort. Bowing low at the threshold, my guide invited me to enter. I stepped into a wide corridor, lined with spearsmen and lighted by torches of some resinous wood. The Uyghur leader walked beside me. The corridor led into a huge room, high-ceilinged, so wide and long that the flambeaux on the walls made its center seem the darker. At the far end of this place was a low dais, and upon it a stone table, and seated at this table were a number of hooded men. As I drew nearer, I felt the eyes of these hooded men intent upon me, and saw that they were 13. 6 upon each side, and one seated in a larger chair at the table's end. High cressets of metal stood about them in which burned some substance that gave out a steady, clear white light. I came close and halted. My guide did not speak, nor did these others. Suddenly, the light glinted upon the ring on my thumb. The hooded man at the table's end stood up, gripping its edge with trembling hands that were like withered claws. I heard him whisper, "Dwayanu." The hood slipped back from his head. I saw an old face in which were eyes almost as blue as my own, and they were filled with stark wonder and avid hope. It touched me, for it was the look of a man long lost to despair who sees a savior appear. Now the others arose, slipped back their hoods. They were old men, all of them, but not so old as he who had whispered. Their eyes of cold blue-gray weighed me. The high priest, for that I so guessed him and such he turned out to be, spoke again. They told me, but I could not believe. "Will you come to me?" I jumped on the dais and walked to him. He drew his old face close to mine, searching my eyes. He touched my hair. He thrust his hand within my shirt and laid it on my heart. He said, "Let me see your hands." I placed them, palms upward, on the table. He gave them the same minute scrutiny as had the Uyghur leader.
Case for...
The 12 others clustered round, following his fingers as we pointed to this
he
marking
gets
and to
for...
that. He lifted from his neck a chain of golden links, drawing from beneath his robe a large, flat square of jade. He opened this. Within it was a yellow stone, larger than that in my ring, but otherwise precisely similar, the black octopus or the kraken, writhing from its depths. Beside it was a small phial of jade and a small, lancet-like jade knife. He took my right hand and brought the wrist over the yellow stone. He looked at me and at the others with eyes in which was agony. "The last test," he whispered.
It's written in Russian, so...
He nicked a vein of my wrist with the knife. Blood fell.
But
Snow
I
dropped
recognize
by drop upon the stone. I saw then
Evolve,
that it was slightly concave. As
Alien,
the blood dripped, it spread like a thin
Demon,
film from bottom
Robot,
to lip. The old priest lifted the phial of jade, unstoppered it,
Sibi,
and by what was plainly violent exercise of his will, held it steadily over the yellow stone.
Blur,
One drop of colorless fluid fell and mingled with my blood. The room was
you
now
are
utterly
Russian.
Silent. High priest and his ministers seemed not
what
to
the
breathe,
hell's a lot?
staring
Is
at
it
the
just
stone. I
Russian
shot a glance
for
at the Uyghur
whatever
leader,
they've got written
and he
in
was
English?
glaring at me, fanatic
it?
fires in his eyes. There was an exclamation from the high priest,
that,
echoed by the others.
Doom guy on
I
there?
looked down at the stone. The pinkish film was changing color.
That makes
A curious
sense.
sparkle ran through it. It changed into a film of clear, luminous green. "Dayanu," gasped the high priest, and sank back into his chair, covering his face with shaking hands. The others stared at me and back at the stone and at me again as though they beheld some miracle. I looked at the Uyghur leader. He lay flat upon his face at the base of the dais. The high priest uncovered his face. It seemed to me that he had become incredibly younger, transformed. His eyes were no longer hopeless, agonized. They were filled with eagerness. He arose from his chair and sat me in it. "Dayanu," he said, "what do you remember?" I shook my head, puzzled. It was an echo of the Uyghur's remark at the camp. "What should I remember?" I asked. His gaze withdrew from me, sought the faces of the others, questioningly. As though he had spoken to them, they looked at one another, then nodded. He shut the jade case and thrust it into his breast. He took my hand, twisted the bezel of the ring behind my thumb, and closed my hand on it. "Do you remember?" His voice sank to the faintest of whisper skukuru. Again,
Oh,
the
that's an
stillness dropped
epic
upon the great
card.
chamber, this time like a tangible thing. I sat,
I
considering.
don't have any
There was something familiar
epics.
about that name.
Yeah, I don't
I
have
had an
epic
irritated
case
feeling that
yet,
I ought to know
so-
it. That if I tried hard enough, I could remember it. That memory of it was just over the border of consciousness. Also, I had the feeling that it meant something rather dreadful, something better forgotten. I felt vague stirrings of repulsion, coupled with sharp resentment. No, I answered. I heard the sound of sharply exhaled breaths. The old priest walked behind me and placed his hands over my eyes. Do you remember? Did this? My mind seemed to blur, and then I saw a picture as clearly as though I were looking at it with my open eyes. I was galloping through the oasis straight to the great doorway in the mountain. Only now it was no oasis. It was a city with gardens, and a river ran sparkling through it. The ranges were not barren red sandstone, but green with trees. There were others with me, galloping behind me, men and women like myself, fair and strong. Now I was close to the doorway. There were immense square stone columns flanking it, and now I had dismounted from my horse. Great black stallion. I was entering. I would not enter. If I entered, I would remember Kukulrui thrust myself back and out. I felt hands over my eyes. I reached and tore them away, the old priest's hands. I jumped from the chair, quivering with anger. I faced him. His face was benign, his voice gentle. Soon, he said, you will remember more. I did not answer, struggling to control my inexplicable rage. Of course, the old priest had tried to hypnotize me. What I had seen was what he had willed me to see. Not without reason had the priests of the Uyghurs gained their reputation as sorcerers, but it was not that which had stirred this wrath that took all my will to keep from turning berserk. No, it had been something about that name, Ofka something, that lay behind the doorway in the mountain, through which Are you hungry? The abrupt transition to the practical in the old priest's question brought me back to normal. I laughed outright and told him that I was, indeed, and getting sleepy. I had feared that such an important personage as I had apparently become would have to dine with the high priest. I was relieved when he gave me in charge of the Uyghur captain. The Uyghur followed me out like a dog. He kept his eyes upon me like a dog upon its master, and he waited on me like a servant while I ate. I told him I would rather sleep in a tent than in one of the stone houses. His eyes flashed at that, and for the first time he spoke other than in respectful monosyllables. Still a warrior. He grunted approvingly. A tent was set up for me. Before I went to sleep, I peered through the flap. The Uyghur leader was squatting at the opening, and a double ring of spearsmen stood shoulder to shoulder on guard. Early next morning, a delegation of the lesser priests called for me. We went into the same building, but to a much smaller room, bare of all furnishings. The high priest and the rest of the lesser priests were awaiting me. I had expected many questions. He asked me none. He had, apparently, no curiosity as to my origin, where I had come from, nor how I had happened to be in Mongolia. It seemed to be enough that they had proved me to be who they had hoped me to be, whoever that was. Furthermore, I had the strongest impression that they were anxious to hasten on to the consummation of a plan that had begun with my lessons. The High Priest West, straight to the point. Dayanu, he said, we would recall to your memory a certain ritual. Listen carefully, watch carefully, repeat faithfully each inflection, each gesture. To what purpose? I asked. That you shall learn, he began, then interrupted himself fiercely. No, I will tell you now, so that this which is desert shall once more become fertile, that the Uyghurs shall recover their greatness, that the ancient sacrilege against Kukulruho's fruit was the desert, shall be expiated. What have I, a stranger, to do with all this? I asked. We to whom you have come, he answered, have not enough of the ancient blood to bring this about. You are no stranger. You are Dayanu, the releaser. You are of the pure blood. Because of that, only you, Dayanu, can lift the doom. I thought how delighted Bar would be to hear that explanation, how he would crow over Fairchild, I bowed to the old priest and told him I was ready. He took from my thumb the ring, lifted the chain and its pendant jade from his neck, and told me to strip. While I was doing so, he divested himself of his own robes, and the others followed suit. A priest carried the things away, quickly returning. I looked at the shrunken shapes of the old men standing mother naked round me, and suddenly lost all desire to laugh. The proceedings were being touched by the sinister. The lesson began. It was not a ritual. It was an invocation. Rather, it was an evocation of a being, power, force. Numit Kukulrud was exceedingly curious, and so were the gestures that accompanied it. It was dearly couched in the archaic form of the Uyghur. There were many words I did not understand. Obviously, it had been passed down from high priest to high priest from remote antiquity. Even then, in priests who never took repeat it, except to give the gist of It Kukulruwas, the beginning without beginning, as he would be the end without end. He was the lightless, timeless void, the destroyer, the eater-up of life, the annihilator, the dissolver. He was not death. Death was only a part of him. He was alive, very much so, but his quality of living was the antithesis of life as we know it. Life was an invader, troubling
probably
Kukulru's
not.
ageless calm.
It's not
Gods
super
and man,
busy
animals and birds
at
and
this
all
time
creatures,
of night.
vegetation and water and air and fire, sun and stars and moon, all were his to dissolve into himself. The living nothingness, if he so willed. But let them go on a little longer.
But
Why should
it's a
Kukulru care when in
PvE
the
server.
end there would be only Kukulru?
Doesn't
Let him
really
withdraw from the
need to
barren
be
places,
heavily
so life could
populated.
enter and cause them to blossom again. Let him touch only those who were the enemies of his worshippers,
What's up,
so that his
homie?
worshippers would be great and powerful. Evidence Takukulruwas.
How are you?
all
Thank you for
in
the
all.
raid.
It was only for a breath
Or thank
in
you
the
for
span
the
of his
gifted
eternity.
sub. Sorry about
Let
that.
Kukulru make himself manifest in the form of his symbol, and take what was offered him as evidence he had listened.
How are you,
and consent.
homie?
There was more.
How's
Much
the
more.
games
But
going
that was the
tonight?
gist of it. A dreadful prayer,
Having a good
but
time?
I felt no dread. Then,
I hope.
3 times, and I was letter perfect. The high priest gave me one more rehearsal and nodded to the priest who had
Cheers.
taken away the clothing. He went
Let's
out
go
and
pretty
returned
good.
with the robes,
We're
but not my clothes.
shooting robots.
Instead, he produced a long white mantle and a pair of sandals. I asked for
Shooting
my own
robots,
clothes,
my
and
man.
was told
Shooting
by the
robots.
old priest that I no longer needed them, that hereafter I would be
You
dressed
like
as befitted.
shooting robots.
I agreed that this was desirable, but said I would like to have them so I could look at them once in a while. To this, he acquiesced. They took me to another room. Faded, ragged tapestries hung on its walls.
Shooting
They were threaded
robots.
with scenes of the hunt and of war.
Listening to
There were oddly shaped stools and chairs of some
older
metal that might have been copper, but also might have been gold.
stories.
A wide and low divan.
Older
In
creepy
one corner
stories.
spears.
We
a
are
bow
on
and 2 swords. A shield
Dimensions
and a cuff-shaped
Afterlife.
bronze helmet. Everything except the rug spread over the
So
stone
we're running
floor.
around in
had
our
the
Halo
appearance of great
armor.
antiquity.
And
Here I
chilling.
was, washed and carefully shaved, and my long hair trimmed, a ceremonial cleansing accompanied by rites of purification which, at times, were somewhat startling. These ended, I was given a cotton undergarment which sheathed me from toes to neck. After this, a pair of long, loose, girdled trousers that seemed spun of threads of gold,
one of the sci-fi
reduced by some
servers that are
process
out
to the
there.
softness of silk. I noticed with amusement that they had been
So we
carefully
get to
repaired
shoot
and
robots
patched. I wondered how many
and
centuries the man who had first worn
loot
them had been
collector
dead.
items.
There was a long, blouse-like coat of the same material, and my feet were slipped into cothons, or high buskins,
There are
whose elaborate embroidery was a bit
alien
ragged.
ships
The old
invading
priest placed a ring on my thumb
Chernobyl.
and stood back, staring at me raptly. Quite evidently he saw nothing of the ravages of time upon my garments. I was to him the splendid figure from the past that he thought me.
Finding
So did
some
you
epic
appear when our race
cards.
was great,
Nice.
he said. And soon, when it has recovered a little of its greatness, we shall bring back those who
We'll have
still
to
dwell
buy
in the shadowed
an
land.
epic card
The shadowed
case.
land, I asked. It is far to the east, over the great water, he said. But we know they dwell there. Those Ofkul-Kul-Ruhu fled at the time of the great sacrilege which changed Fikandiga land into desert. Blood shall pass away, and Uigaland again be peopled by its ancient race. He walked abruptly away, the lesser priests following. At the door he turned. Wait here, he said, until the word comes from me. Chapter 4. Tentacle of Kukuru. I waited for an hour, examining the curious contents of the room, and amusing myself with shadow fencing with the two swords. I swung round to find the Uyghur captain watching me from the doorway, pale eyes. Bayzada, he said, whatever you have forgotten, it is not your sword play. A warrior you left us, a warrior you have returned. He dropped upon a knee, bent his head. Pardon,
The land
Diani.
of Kiwis.
I have been sent for you. It is time to go. A heavy exultation began to take me. I dropped the swords and clapped him on the shoulder. He took it like an accolade. We passed through the corridor of the spearsmen and over the threshold. And then a blare of... as ancient as those I wore, and shimmering in the strong sunlight like a vast multicolored rug of metal threads, banners and bannerets, torn and tattered and bearing strange symbols, fluttered from them. At the far edge of the square I recognized the old priest, his lesser priests flanking him, mounted and clad in the yellow. Above them streamed a yellow banner, and as the wind whipped it straight, black upon it appeared the shape of the kraken. Beyond the square of horsemen, hundreds of the Uyghurs pressed for a glimpse of me. As I stood there, blinking, another shout mingled with the roll of the Uyghur drums. The king returns to his people, Ba had said. Well, it was like that. A soft nose nudged me. Beside me was the black stallion. I mounted him, the Uyghur captain at my heels. We trotted down the open way between the ordered ranks. I looked at them as I went by. All of them, men and women, had the pale blue-gray eyes. Each of them was larger than the run of the race. I thought that these were the nobles, the pick of the ancient families, those in whom the ancient blood was strongest. Their tattered banners bore the markings of their clans. There was exultation in the eyes of the men. Before I had reached the priests, I had read terror in the eyes of many of the women. I reached the old priest. The line of horsemen ahead of us parted. We too rode through the gap, side by side. The lesser priests fell in behind us. The nobles followed them. A long, thin line upon each side of the cavalcade, the Uyghur horsemen trotted, with the Uyghur trumpets blaring, the Uyghur kettle drums and long drums beating, the Uyghur cymbals crashing in wild triumphal rhythms. The king returns. I would so that something had sent me then straight upon the Uyghur spears. We trotted through the green of the oasis. We crossed a wide bridge which had spanned the little stream when it had been a mighty river. We set our horses' feet upon the ancient road that led straight to the mountain's doorway, a mile or more away. The heady exultation grew within me. I looked back at my company, and suddenly I remembered the repairs and patches on my breeches and my blouse, and my following was touched with the same shabbiness. It made me feel less a king, but it also made me pitiful. I saw them as men and women driven by hungry ghosts in their thinned blood, ghosts of strong ancestors growing weak as the ancient blood weakened, starving as it weakened, but still strong enough to clamor against extinction, still strong enough to command their brains and wills, and drive them towards something the ghosts believed would feed their hunger, make them strong again. Yes, I pitied them. It was nonsense to think I could appease the hunger of their ghosts, but there was one thing I could do for them. I could give them a damned good show. I went over in my mind the ritual the old priest had taught me, rehearsed each gesture. I looked up to find we were at the threshold of the mountain door. It was wide enough for 20 horsemen to ride through abreast. The squat columns I had seen, under the touch of the old priest's hands, lay shattered beside it. I felt no repulsion, no revolt against entering, as I then had. I was eager to be in and to be done with it. The spearsmen trotted up and formed a guard beside the opening. I dismounted and handed one of them the stallion's rein. The old priest beside me, the lesser ones behind us. We passed over the threshold of the mine doorway and into the mountain. The passage, or vestibule, was lighted by wall cressets in which burned the clear, white flame. 100 paces from the entrance, another passage opened, piercing inward at an angle of about 15 degrees to the wider one. Into this the old priest turned. I glanced back. The nobles had not yet entered. I could see them dismounting at the entrance. We went along this passage in silence for perhaps 1,000 feet. It opened into a small square chamber, cut in the red sandstone, at whose side was another door, covered with heavy tapestries. In this chamber was nothing except a number of stone coffers of various sizes ranged along its walls. The old priest opened one of these. Within it was a wooden box, grey with age. He lifted its lid and took from it 2 yellow garments. He slipped one of these garments over my head. It was like a smock, falling to my knees. I glanced down. Woven within it, its tentacles encircling me, was the black octopus. The other he drew over his own head. It, too, bore the octopus, but only on the breast. The tentacles did not embrace him. He bent and took from the coffer a golden staff, across the end of which ran bars. From these fell loops of small golden bells. From the other coffers the lesser priests had taken drums, queerly shaped oval instruments some 3 feet long, with sides of sullen red metal. They sat, rolling the drumheads under their thumbs, tightening them here and there, while the old priest gently shook his staff of bells, testing their chiming. They were for all the world like an orchestra tuning up.
You can't pronounce it
I again
either.
felt a desire to laugh. I did not then know how the commonplace can intensify the terrible. There were sounds outside the tapestried doorway, rustlings. There were 3 clangorous strokes like a hammer upon an anvil. Then silence. The 12 priests walked through the doorway with their drums in their arms. The high priest beckoned me to follow him, and we passed through after them. I looked out upon an immense cavern, cut from the living rock by the hands of men dust now for thousands of years. It told its immemorial antiquity, as clearly as though the rocks had tongue. It was more than ancient. It was primeval.
Dolly beans.
It was dimly lighted, so dimly that hardly could I see the Uyghur nobles. They were standing, the banners of their clans above them, their faces turned up to me, upon the stone floor, 100 yards or so away, and 10 feet below me. Beyond them, and behind them, the cavern extended, vanishing in darkness. I saw that in front of them was a curving trough, wide, like the trough between 2 long waves, and that like a wave it swept upward from the hither side of the trough, curving, its lip crested, as though that wave of sculptured stone were a gigantic comber rushing back upon them. This lip formed the edge of the raised place on which I stood. The high priest touched my arm. I turned my head to him and followed his eyes.
They actually
100
have
feet away
to
from
buy
me stood a
that
girl.
1,000 slot
She was naked.
backpack.
She had not long entered womanhood, and quite plainly was soon to be a mother. Her eyes were as blue as those of the old priest. Her hair was reddish-brown, touched with gold. Her skin was palest olive. The blood of the old fair race was strong within her. For all she held herself so bravely, there was terror in her eyes, and the rapid rise and fall of her rounded breasts further revealed that terror. She stood in a small hollow. Around her waist was a golden ring, and from that ring dropped 3 golden chains fastened to the rock floor. I recognized their purpose. She could not run, and if she dropped or fell, she could not writhe away
I have
out
come
of the cup,
here to chew
but run
bubble gum
or writhe
and
away
kick
from
ass.
what?
And
Certainly
I'm
not
all
from
out
me.
of bubble gum.
I looked at her and smiled. Her eyes searched mine. The terror suddenly fled from them. She smiled back at me, trustingly. God forgive me. I smiled at her, and she trusted me. I looked beyond her, from whence had come a glitter of yellow like a flash from a huge topaz. Up from the rock, 100 yards behind the girl, jutted an immense fragment of the same yellow translucent stone that formed the jewel in my ring. It was like the fragment of a gigantic shattered pane. Its shape was roughly triangular. Black within it was a tentacle of the kraken. The tentacle swung down within the yellow stone, broken from the monstrous body when the stone had been broken. It was all of 50 feet long. Its inner side was turned toward me, and plain upon all its length clustered the hideous sucking discs.
I'm gonna run out of room here
It was ugly
soon.
enough, but nothing to be afraid of, I thought. I smiled again at the chained girl, and met once more her look of utter trust. The old priest had been watching me closely. We walked forward until we were halfway between the edge and the girl. At the lip squatted the 12 lesser priests, their drums on their laps. The old priest and I faced the girl and the broken tentacle. He raised his staff of golden bells and shook them. From the darkness of the cavern began a low chanting, a chant upon 3 minor themes, repeated and repeated and intermingled. It was as primeval as the cavern. It was the voice of the cavern itself. The girl never took her eyes from me. The chanting ended. I raised my hands and made the curious gestures of salutation I had been taught. I began the ritual Tokakuru. With the first words, the odd feeling of recognition swept over me, with something added. The words, the gestures, were automatic. I did not have to exert any effort of memory. They remembered themselves. I no longer saw the chained girl. All I saw was the black tentacle in the shattered stone. On swept the ritual, and on was the yellow stone dissolving from around the tentacle. Was the tentacle swaying? Desperately I tried to halt the words, the gesturing. I could not. Something stronger than myself possessed me, moving my muscles, speaking from my throat. I had a sense of inhuman power, on to the climax of the evil evocation, and now I knew how utterly evil it was. The ritual rushed, while I seemed to stand apart, helpless to check it. It ended, and the tentacle quivered. It writhed. It reached outward to the chained girl. There was a devil's roll of drums, rushing up fast and ever faster to a thunderous crescendo. The girl was still looking at me, but the trust was gone from her eyes. Her face reflected the horror stamped upon my own. The black tentacle swung up and out. I had a swift vision of a vast cloudy body, from which other cloudy tentacles writhed. A breath that had in it the cold of outer space touched me. The black tentacle coiled round the girl. She screamed, inhumanly. She faded. She dissolved. Her screaming faded. Her screaming became a small, shrill, agonized piping. Sigh. I heard the dash of metal from where the girl had stood, the clashing of the golden chains and girdle that had held her, falling empty on the rock. The girl was gone. I stood, nightmare horror such as I had never known in worst of nightmares paralyzing me. The child had trusted me. I had smiled at her, and she had trusted me, and I had summoned the kraken to destroy her. Searing remorse, white-hot rage, broke the chains that held me. I saw the fragment of yellow stone in its place, the black tentacle inert within it. At my feet lay the old priest, flat on his face, his withered body shaking, his withered hands clawing at the rock. Beside their drums lay the lesser priests, and flat upon the floor of the cavern were the nobles, prostrate, abased, blind and deaf in stunned worship of that dread thing I had summoned. I ran to the tapestried doorway. I had but one desire, to get out of the temple Ofku-Kul-Ru, out of the lair of the kraken, to get far and far away from it, to get back to the camp, home. I ran through the little room, through the passages, and, still running, reached the entrance to the temple. I stood there for an instant,
Run away.
dazzled by the sunlight. There was a roaring shout. My sight cleared. They lay there, in the dust, prostrate before me, the troops of the Uyghur spearsmen. I looked for the black stallion. He was close beside me. I sprang upon his back, gave him the reins. He shot forward like a black thunderbolt through the prostrate ranks and down the road to the oasis. We raced through the oasis. I bade vague glimpses of running crowds, shouting. None tried to stop me. None could have stayed the rush of that great horse. And now I was close to the inner gates of the stone fort, through which we had passed on the yesterday. They were open. Their guards stood gaping at me. Drums began to beat, peremptorily, from the temple. I looked back. There was a confusion at its entrance, a chaotic milling. The Uyghur spearsmen were streaming down the wide road. The gates began to close. I shot the stallion forward, bowling over the guards, and was inside the fort. I reached the further gates. They were closed. Louder beat the drums, threatening, commanding. Something of sanity returned to me. I ordered the guards to open. They stood, trembling, staring at me. But they did not obey. I leaped from the stallion and ran to them. I raised my hand. The ring of cuckoo rugleted. They threw themselves on the ground before me, but they did not open the gates. I saw upon the wall goatskins full of water. I snatched one of these and a sack of grain. Upon the floor was a huge slab of stone. I lifted it as though it had been a pebble and hurled it at the gates where the two halves met. They burst asunder. I threw the skin of water and sack of grain over the high saddle and rode through the broken gates. The great horse skimmed through the ravine like a swallow, and now we were over the crumbling bridge and thundering down the ancient road. We came to the end of the far ravine. I knew it by the fall of rock. I looked back. There was no sign of pursuit, but I could hear the faint throb of the drums. It was now well past mid-afternoon. We picked our way through the ravine and came out at the edge of the sandstone range. It was cruel to force the stallion, but I could not afford to spare him. By nightfall we had reached semi-arid country. The stallion was reeking with sweat and tired. Never once had he slackened or turned surly. He had a great heart, that horse. I made up my mind that he should rest. Come what might, I found a sheltered place behind some high boulders. Suddenly I realized that I was still wearing the yellow ceremonial smock. I tore it off with sick loathing. I rubbed the horse down with it. I watered him and gave him some of the grain. I realized, too, that I was ravenously hungry and had eaten nothing since morning. I chewed some of the grain and washed it down with the tepid water. As yet, there were no signs of pursuit, and the drums were silent. I wondered uneasily whether the Uyghurs knew of a shorter road and were outflanking me. I threw the smock over the stallion and stretched myself on the ground. I did not intend to sleep, but I did go to sleep. I awakened abruptly. Dawn was breaking. Looking down upon me were the old priest and the cold-eyed Uyghur captain. My hiding place was ringed with spearsmen. The old priest spoke, gently. "We mean you no harm, Dayanu. If it is your will to leave us, we cannot stay you. He whose Kalkukul Ruhas answered has nothing to fear from us. His will is our will." I did not answer. Looking at him, I saw again, could only see, that which I had seen in the cavern. He sighed. "It is your will to leave us. So shall it be." The Uyghur captain did not speak. "We have brought your clothing, Dayanu, thinking that you might wish to go from us as you came," said the old priest. I stripped and dressed in my old clothes. The old priest took my faded finery. He lifted the octopus robe from the stallion. The captain spoke. "Why do you leave us, Dayanu? You have made our peace with Kukul Ryu have unlocked the gates. Soon the desert will blossom as of old. Why will you not remain and lead us on our march to greatness?" I shook my head. The old priest sighed again. "It is his will, so shall it be. But remember, Dayanu, he whose Kalkukul Ruhas answered must answer when Kukul calls him, and soon Olatukukul will call him." He touched my hair with his trembling old hands, touched my heart, and turned. A troop of spearsmen wheeled round him. They rode away. The Uyghur captain said, "We wait to guard Dayanu on his journey." I mounted the stallion. We reached the expedition's new camp. It was deserted. We rode on, toward the old camp. Late that afternoon, we saw ahead of us a caravan. As we came nearer, they halted, made hasty preparations for defense. It was the expedition, still on the march. I waved my hands to them and shouted. I dropped off the black stallion and handed the reins to the Uyghur. "Take him," I said. His face lost its somber sternness, brightened. "He shall be ready for you when you return to us, Dwayanu. He or his sons," he said. He touched my hand to his forehead, knelt. "So shall we all be, Dwayanu, ready for you, we or our sons. When you return." He mounted his horse. He faced me with his troop. They raised their spears. There was one crashing shout, "Dwayanu." They raced away. I walked to where Fairchild and the others awaited me. As soon as I could arrange it, I was on my way back to America. I wanted only one thing, to put as many miles as possible between myself and Kukul Roos Temple. I stopped. Involuntarily, my hand sought the buckskin bag on my breast. "But now," I said, "it appears that it is not so easy to escape him. By anvil stroke, by chant and drum, Kukul Roo calls me." Chapter 5. The Mirage. Jim had sat silent, watching me, but now and again I had seen the Indian stoicism drop from his face. He leaned over and put a hand on my shoulder. "Leaf," he said quietly, "how could I have known? For the first time, I saw you afraid. It hurt me. I did not know. From Santawu, the Cherokee. This was much." "It's all right, Indian." "Snap back," I said roughly. He sat for a while, not speaking, throwing little twigs on the fire. "What did your friend Barr say about it?" he asked abruptly. "He gave me hell," I said. "He gave me hell with the tears streaming down his cheeks. He said that never had anyone betrayed science as I had since Judas kissed Christ. He was keen on mixed metaphors that got under your skin. That went deep under mine, for it was precisely what I was thinking of myself, not as to science, but as to the girl. I had given her the kiss of Judas, all right. Barr said that I had been handed the finest opportunity man ever had given him. I could have solved the whole mystery of the Gobi and its lost civilization. I had run away like a child from a bugaboo. I was not only atavistic in body, I was atavistic in brain. I was a blonde savage cowering before my mumbo-jumbos. He said that if he had been given my chance, he would have let himself be crucified to have learned the truth. He would have, too. He was not lying. Admirably scientific, said Jim. But what did he say about what he
probably would have been.
That is, was nothing but hypnotic suggestion by the old priest. I had seen what he had willed me to see. Just as
thank you
before,
for the biddies.
under his will, I had seen myself riding to the temple.
Thank you for the chills.
The girl hadn't dissolved. She had probably been standing in the wings laughing
Chills
at me.
down
But if
the
everything
back.
that my ignorant mind had accepted as true had been true, then my conduct was even more unforgivable. I should have remained, studied the phenomena, and brought back the results for science to examine. What I had told him of the ritual of Kukuru was nothing but the second law of thermodynamics, expressed in terms of anthropomorphism. Life was an intrusion upon chaos, using that word to describe the unformed, primal state of the universe. An invasion, an accident. In time, all energy would be changed to static heat, impotent to give birth to any life whatsoever. The dead universes would float lifelessly in the illimitable void. The void was eternal. Life was not. Suns, worlds, gods, men, and things animate would return to the void, go back to chaos, back to nothingness, back to Kukul-Rur, if my atavistic brain preferred the term, back to the Kraken. He was bitter. But the others saw the girl taken, you say. How did he explain that? Oh, easily. That was mass hypnotism. Like the angels of Mons, the ghostly bowmen of Cressy, and other collective hallucinations of the war. I had been a catalyzer. My likeness to the traditional ancient race, my completeness as a throwback, my mastery at Kukul-Rus ritual, the faith the Uyghurs had in me. All this had been the necessary element in bringing about the collective hallucination of the tentacle. Obviously, the priests had long been trying to make work a drug in which an essential chemical was lacking. I, for some reason, was the missing chemical, the catalyzer. That was all. Again he sat thinking, breaking the little twigs. It's a reasonable explanation. But you weren't convinced. No, I wasn't convinced. I saw the girl's face when the tentacle touched her. He arose, stood staring toward the north. Leaf, he asked suddenly, what did you do with the ring? I drew out the little buckskin pouch, opened it, and handed the ring to him. He examined it closely, returned it to me. Why did you keep it? Leif. I don't know. I slipped the ring over my thumb. I didn't give it back to the old priest. He didn't ask for it. Oh, hell. I'll tell you why I kept it. For the same reason, Coleridge's Ancient Mariner had the albatross tied round his neck, so I couldn't forget I'm a murderer. I put the ring back in the buckskin bag and dropped it down my neck. Faintly from the north came a roll of drums. It did not seem to travel with the wind this time. It seemed to travel underground and died out deep beneath us. Kukurui said, "Well, don't let's keep the old gentleman waiting," said Jim cheerfully. He busied himself with the packs, whistling. Suddenly, he turned to me. "Listen, Leif. Bar's theories sound good to me. I'm not saying that if I'd been in your place, I would have accepted them. Maybe you're right. But I'm with Bar. Until events, if when and how they occur, prove him wrong." "Fine," I said heartily, and entirely without sarcasm. "May your optimism endure until we get back to New York. If, when, and how." We shouldered the packs and took up our rifles and started northward. It was not hard going, but it was an almost constant climb. The country sloped upward, sometimes at a breathtaking pitch. The forest, unusually thick and high for the latitude, began to thin. It grew steadily cooler. After we had covered about 15 miles, we entered a region of sparse and stunted trees. 5 miles ahead was a 1,000-feet-high range of bare rocks. Beyond this range was a jumble of mountains 4,000 to 5,000 feet higher, treeless, their peaks covered with snow and ice, and cut by numerous ravines, which stood out glistening white like miniature glaciers. Between us and the nearer range stretched a plain, all grown over with dwarfed thickets of wild roses, blueberries and squawberries, and dressed in the brilliant reds and blues and greens of the brief Alaskan summer. "If we camp at the base of those hills, we'll be out of that wind," said Jim. "It's 5 o'clock. We ought to make it in an hour." We set off. Bursts of willow ptarmigans shot up around us from the berry thickets like brown rockets. Golden plovers and curlews were whistling on all sides. Within rifle shot, a small herd of caribou was feeding, and the little brown cranes were stalking everywhere. No one could starve in that country, and after we had set up camp, we dined very well. There were no sounds that night, or if there were, we slept too deeply to hear them. The next morning we debated our trail. The low range stood directly in our path north. It continued, increasing in height, both east and west. It presented no great difficulties from where we were, at least so far as we could see. We determined to climb it, taking it leisurely. It was more difficult than it had appeared. It took us 2 hours to wind our way to the top. We tramped across the top toward a line of huge boulders that stretched like a wall before us. We squeezed between 2 of these and drew hastily back. We were standing at the edge of a precipice that dropped hundreds of feet sheer to the floor of a singular valley. The jumble of snow and ice-mantled mountains clustered around it. At its far end, perhaps 20 miles away, was a pyramidal-shaped peak. Down its center, from tip to the floor of the valley, ran a glittering white streak, without question a glacier filling a chasm which split the mountain as evenly as though it had been made by a single sword. Stroke. The valley was not wide, not more than 5 miles, I estimated, at its widest point. A long and narrow valley, its far end stoppered by the glacier-cleft giant, its sides the walls of the other mountains, dropping, except here and there, where there had been falls of rock, as precipitously into it as the cliff under us. But it was the floor of the valley itself that riveted our attention. It seemed nothing but a tremendous level field covered with rocky rubble. At the far end, the glacier ran through this rubble for half the length of the valley. There was no trace of vegetation among the littered rocks. There was no hint of green upon the surrounding mountains. Only the bare black cliffs with their ice and snow-filled gashes. It was a valley of desolation. "It's cold here, Leif." Jim shivered. It was cold, a cold of a curious quality, a still and breathless cold. It seemed to press out upon us from the valley, as though to force us away. "It's going to be a job getting down there," I said. "And hard going when we do," said Jim. "Where the hell did all those rocks come from, and what spread them out so flat?" "Probably dropped by that glacier when it shrunk," I said. "It looks like a terminal moraine. In fact, this whole place looks as though it had been scooped out by the ice. Hold on to my feet. Leif, I'll take a look." He lay on his belly and wriggled his body over the edge. In a minute or two I heard him call and pulled him back. "There's a slide about a quarter of a mile over there to the left," he said. "I couldn't tell whether it goes all the way to the top. We'll go see." "Leif, how far down do you think that valley is?" "Oh, a few 100 feet. It's all of 1,000 if it's an inch. The cliff goes down and down. I don't understand what makes the bottom seem so much closer here. It's a queer place, this." We picked up the packs and marched off behind the wall-like rim of boulders. In a little while we came across a big gouge in the top, running far back. Here frost and ice had bitten out the rock alongside. The shattered debris in the middle of the gouge "We'll have to take the packs off to negotiate that," said Jim. "What shall we do? Leave them here while we explore, or drop them along with us as we go?" "Take them with us. There must be an outlet off there at the base of the big mountain." We began the descent. I was scrambling over one of the rocks about a third of the way when I heard his sharp exclamation. Gone was the glacier that had thrust its white tongue in among the rubble. Gone was the rubble. Toward its far end, the valley's floor was covered with scores of pyramidal black stones, each marked down its center with a streak of glistening white. They stood in ranks, spaced regularly, like the dolmens of the Druids. They marched half down the valley. Here and there between them arose wisps of white steam, like smokes of sacrifices. Between them and us, lapping at the black cliffs, was a blue and rippling lake. It filled the lower valley from side to side. It rippled over the edges of the shattered rocks still far below us. Then something about the marshaled ranks of black stones struck me. "Jim, those pyramid-shaped rocks, each and every one of them is a tiny duplicate of the mountain behind them, even to the white streak." As I spoke, the blue lake quivered. It flowed among the black pyramids, half submerging them, quenching the sacrificial smokes. It covered the pyramids. Again it quivered. It was gone. Where the lake had been was once more the rubble-covered floor of the valley. There had been an odd touch of legerdemain about the transformations, like the swift work of a master magician, and it had been magic, of a kind. But I had watched nature perform that magic before. I said. Jim did not answer. He was staring at the valley with a singular expression. "What's the matter with you, Santau?" "Listening to the ancestors again. It's only a mirage." "Yes." I studied the valley's floor. It looked real enough. The theory of a would find that distribution of boulders uncomfortably uneven enough. I would swear. "Why?" he said. "I think the stones are the mirage." "Nonsense." It's one of the conditions that produces mirages, and it has just done it for spoke of Atagahi. Does that mean anything to you? It didn't to It was the medicine lake of the animals and birds. All the Cherokee knew it was there, though few had seen Daybreak, a wide, shallow sheet of ruled the peace. Listen, Indian. It was a place that appeared to be a stony flat, without blade of grass, forbidding. So does this place. But under that illusion was a lake. We saw a lake. It's a queer coincidence, that's all. Perhaps the stony flat of Atagahi was a mirage. He hesitated. Well, if some other things the ancestors mentioned turn up, I'll shift sides and take your version of that Gobi affair. He shook his head, stubbornly. Maybe. But maybe what we see down there now is mirage, too. Maybe both are mirage. And if so, then how deep is the floor? He stood staring silently at the valley. He shivered, and again. Well, whatever it is, let's find out. A quiver ran through the valley floor. Abruptly, it became again. Shadowy shape. Huge black We crept. Huge broken fragments. The further down we went, the more intense became the cold. It had a still and creeping quality that seeped into the marrow. Sometimes we dropped the packs ahead of us, sometimes dragged them after us. And ever more savagely, the cold bit into our bones. By the frequent glimpses of the valley floor, I was more and more assured of its reality. Every mirage I had ever beheld, and in Mongolia I had seen many, had retreated, changed form, or vanished as I drew near. The valley floor did none of these things. It was true that the stones seemed to be squatter as we came closer, but I attributed that to the different angle of vision. We were about 100 feet above the end of the slide when I began to be less sure. The traveling had become peculiarly difficult. The slide had narrowed. At our left, the rock was clean swept, stretching down to the valley as smoothly as though it had been brushed by some titanic broom. Probably an immense fragment had broken loose at this point, shattering into the boulders that lay heaped at its termination. We veered to the right, where there was a ridge of rocks, pushed to the side by that same besom of stone. Down this ridge we picked our way. Because of my greater strength, I was carrying both our rifles, swung by a thong over my left shoulder. Also, I was handling the heavier pack. We came upon an extremely awkward place. The stone upon which I was standing suddenly tipped beneath my weight. It threw me sideways. The pack slipped from my hands, toppled, and fell over on the smooth of rock. Automatically, I threw myself forward, catching at it. The thong holding the two rifles broke. They went slithering after the escaping pack. It was one of those combinations of circumstances that makes one believe in a god of mischance. The thing might have happened anywhere else on our journey without any result whatever, and even at that moment I didn't think it mattered. Well, I said, cheerfully, that saves me carrying them. We can pick them up when we get to the bottom. That is, said Jim, if there is a bottom. I cocked my eye down the slide. The rifles had caught up with the pack, and the three were now moving fast. There they stop, I said. They were almost on the rubble at the end. The hell they do, said Jim. There they go. I rubbed my eyes, and looked again. The pack and the pushing rifles should have been checked by that barrier at the slide's end, but they had not been. They had vanished. Chapter 6. The Shadowed Land. There had been a queer quivering when rifles and pack had touched the upthrust of rock. Then they had seemed to melt into it. I'd say they dropped into the lake, said Jim. There's no lake. They dropped into some break in the rock. Come in. He gripped my shoulder. Wait. Leaf. Go slow. I followed his pointing finger. The barrier of stones had vanished. Where they had been, the slide ran, a smooth tongue of stone, far out into the valley. Come on, I said. We went down, testing every step. With each halt, the nibbled plain became flatter and flatter. The boulders squatted lower and lower. A cloud drifted over the sun. There were no boulders. The valley floor stretched below us, a level slate-gray waste. The slide ended abruptly at the edge of this waste. The rocks ended as abruptly, about 50 feet ahead. They stood at the edge with the queer effect of stones set in place when the edge had been viscous. Nor did the waste appear solid. It, too, gave the impression of viscosity. Through it ran a slight but constant tremor, like waves of heat over a sun-baked road. Yet with every step downward the bitter, still cold, increased until it was scarcely to be borne. There was a narrow passage between the shattered rocks and the cliff at our right. We crept through it. We stood upon an immense flat stone at the very edge of the strange plain. It was neither water nor rock. More than anything, it had the appearance of a thin, opaque liquid glass, or a gas that had been turned semi-liquid. I stretched myself out on the slab and reached out to touch it. I did touch it. There was no resistance. I felt nothing. I let my hand sink slowly in. I saw my hand for a moment as though reflected in a distorting mirror, and then I could not see it at all. But it was pleasantly warm down there, where my hand had disappeared. The chilled blood began to tingle in my numbed fingers. I leaned far over the stone.
I'm thinking my inventory is pretty goddamn
It
full.
felt damned good. Jim dropped beside me and thrust in his arms.
I'm
It's
to head
air,
back to the
he
trader.
said. Feels like it.
I know what I
began,
want to do, though.
and then a sudden realization came to me, the rifles and the pack. If we don't get them, we're out of luck. He said, if Kukuru is... guns aren't good. You think this? I stopped. Memory of the shadowy shape in the land your old priest called it, didn't he? I'd say this fits either description. I lay quiet. No matter what the certainty of a coming ordeal a man may carry in his soul, he can't help a certain shrinking when he knows his foot is at the threshold of it. And now quite clearly, and certainly I knew just that, all the long trail between Kukul Rus Gobi Temple and this place of mirage was wiped out. I was stepping from that focus of Kukul Rus power into this one, where what had been begun in the Gobi must be ended. The old haunting horror began to creep over me. I fought it. I would take up the challenge. Nothing on earth could stop me now from going on, and with that determination, I felt the horror sullenly retreat, leave me. For the first time in years, I was wholly free of it. I'm going to see what's down there. Jim drew up his arms. Hold on to my feet, Leaf, and I'll slip over the edge of the stone. I felt along its edge, and it seems to go on a bit further. I'll go first, I said. After all, it's my party, and a fine chance I'd have to pull you up if you fell over, you human elephant. Here goes. Catch hold. I had just time to grip his ankles as he wriggled over the stone, and his head and shoulders passed from sight. On he went, slowly writhing along the slanting rock until my hands and arms were hidden to the shoulders. He paused, and then from the mysterious opacity in which he had vanished came a roar of crazy laughter. I felt him twist and try to jerk his feet away from me. I pulled him, fighting against me every inch of the way, out upon the stone. He came out roaring that same mad laughter. His face was red, and his eyes were shining drunkenly. He had in fact all the symptoms of a laughing drunk. But the rapidity of his respiration told me what had happened. "Breathe slowly," I shouted in his ear. "Breathe slowly, I tell you." And then, as his laughter continued, and his struggles to tear loose did not abate, I held him down with one arm and closed his nose and mouth with my hand. In a moment or two he relaxed. I released him, and he sat up groggily. "Funniest things," he said, thickly. "Saw funniest faces." He shook his head, took a deep breath or two, and lay back on the stone. "What the hell happened to me?" "Leaf. You had an oxygen burn." "Indian," I said. "A nice cheap jag on air loaded with carbon dioxide. And that explains a lot of things about this place. You came up breathing 3 to the second, which is what carbon dioxide does to you. Works on the respiratory centers of the brain and speeds up respiration. You took in more oxygen than you could use, and you got drunk on it. What did you see before the world became so funny?" "I saw you," he said. "And the sky. It was like looking up out of water." I looked down and around. A little below me was something like a floor of pale green mist. I couldn't see through it. It's warm in there. Good and plenty
I will
warm,
be
and it smells
right
like
back,
trees and
chat.
flowers. That's all I managed to grasp before I went goofy. Oh, yes.
You gonna go use
This
the
rockfall
restroom?
keeps right on going down. Maybe we can get to the bottom of it. If we don't laugh ourselves off, I'm going right out and sit in that mirage up to my neck. My God, Leaf, I'm freezing. I looked at him with concern. His lips were blue, his teeth chattering. The transition from the warmth to the bitter cold was having its effect, and a dangerous one. "All right," I said, rising. "I'll go first. Breathe slowly. Take deep, long breaths as slowly as you can, and breathe out just as slowly. You'll soon get used to it. Come on." I slung the remaining pack over my back, crawfished over the side of the stone, felt solid rock under my feet, and drew myself down within the mirage. It was warm enough, almost as warm as the steam room of a Turkish bath. I looked up and saw the sky above me like a circle of blue, misty at its edges. Then I saw Jim's legs dropping down toward me, his body bent back from them at an impossible angle. I was seeing him, in fact, about as a fish does an angler wading in its pool. His body seemed to telescope, and he was squatting beside me. God, but this feels good. "Don't talk," I told him. "Just sit here and practice that slow breathing. Watch me." We sat there, silently, for all of half an hour. No sound broke the stillness around us. It smelled of the jungle, of fast-growing, vigorous green life, and green life falling as swiftly into decay, and there were elusive, alien fragrances. All I could see was the circle of blue sky above, and perhaps 100 feet below us the pale green mist of which Jim had spoken. It was like a level floor of cloud, impenetrable to the vision. The rock fall entered it, and was lost to sight. I felt no discomfort, but both of us were dripping with sweat. I watched with satisfaction Jim's deep, unhurried breathing. "Having any trouble?" I asked at last. "Not much. Now and then, I have to put the pedal down. But I think I'm getting the trick." "All right," I said. "Soon we'll be moving. I don't believe it will get any worse as we go down. You talk like an old-timer. What's your idea of this place anyway?" "Leaf. Simple enough. Although the combination hasn't a chance in millions to be duplicated. Here is a wide, deep valley entirely hemmed in by precipitous cliffs. It is, in effect, a pit. The mountains enclosing it are seamed with glaciers and ice streams, and there is a constant flow of cold air into this pit, even in summer. There is probably volcanic activity close beneath the valley's floor, boiling springs and the like. It may be a miniature of the valley of 10,000 smokes over to the west. All this produces an excess of carbon dioxide. There is most probably a lush vegetation, which adds to the product. What we are going into is likely to be a little leftover fragment of the Carboniferous age, about 10 million years out of its time. The warm, heavy air fills the pit until it reaches the layer of cold air we've just come from. The mirage is produced where the two meet, by approximately the same causes which produce every mirage. How long it's been this way, God alone knows. Parts of Alaska never had a glacial age. The ice, for some reason or another, didn't cover them. When what is New York was under 1,000 feet of ice, the Yukon Flats were an oasis filled with all sorts of animal and plant life. If this valley existed then, we're due to see some strange survivals. If it's comparatively recent, we'll probably run across some equally interesting adaptations. That's about all, except there must be an outlet of some kind somewhere at about this level. Otherwise the warm air would fill the whole valley to the top, as gas does a tank. Let's be going. I begin to hope we find the guns, said Jim, thoughtfully. As you pointed out, they'd be no good against Gukul Ruat, who, if and where he is, I said. But they'd be handy against his attendant devils. Keep an eye out for them. I mean the guns. We started down the rockfall, toward the floor of green mist. The going was not very difficult. We reached the mist without having seen anything of rifles or packs. The mist looked like a heavy fog. We entered it, and that was precisely what it was. It closed around us, thick and warm. The rocks were reeking wet and slippery, and we had to feel for every foot of the way. Twice I thought our numbers were up. How deep that mist was, I could not tell, perhaps 200 or 300 feet. A condensation brought about by the peculiar atmospheric conditions that produced the mirage. The mist began to lighten. It maintained its curious green tint, but I had the idea that this was due to reflection from below. Suddenly it thinned to nothing. We came out of it upon a breast where the falling rocks had met some obstruction and had piled up into a barrier about thrice my height. We climbed that barrier. We looked upon the valley beneath the mirage. It lay a full 1,000 feet beneath us. It was filled with pale green light like that, in a deep forest glade. That light was both lucent and vaporous, lucent where we stood, but hiding the distance with misty curtains of pallid emerald. To the north, and on each side as far as I could see, and melting into the vaporous emerald curtains, was a vast carpet of trees. Their breath came pulsing up to me, jungle-strong, laden with the unfamiliar fragrances. At left and right, the black cliffs fell sheer to the forest edge. Listen. Jim caught my arm. At first only a faint tapping, then louder and louder. We heard from far away the beating of drums, scores of drums, in a strange staccato rhythm, shrill, mocking, jeering. But they were no drums of Kukul Ruin was nothing of that dreadful trampling of racing feet upon a hollow world. They ceased. As though in answer, and from an entirely different direction, there was a fanfaronade of trumpets, menacing, warlike. If brazen notes could curse, these did. Again the drums broke forth, still mocking, taunting, defiant. Little drums. Jim was whispering. Drums of. He dropped down from the rocks, and I followed. The barrier led to the east, dipping steadily downward. We followed its base. It stood like a great wall between us and the valley, barring our vision. We heard the drums no more. We descended 500 feet at least before the barrier ended. At its end was another rock slide like that, down which the rifles and pack had fallen. We stood studying it. It descended at an angle of about 45 degrees, and while not so smooth as the other, it had few enough footholds. The air had steadily grown warmer. It was not an uncomfortable heat. There was a queer, tingling life about it, an exhalation of the crowding forest or of the valley itself, I thought. It gave me a feeling of rampant, reckless life, a heady exultation. The pack had grown tiresome. If we were to negotiate the slide, and there seemed nothing else to do, I couldn't very well carry it. I unslung it. Letter of introduction, I said, and sent it slithering down the rock. Breathe deep and slow. You poor ass, said Jim, and laughed. His eyes were bright. He looked happy, like a man from whom some burden of fear and doubt has fallen. He looked, in fact, as I had felt when I had taken up that challenge of the unknown not so long before. And I wondered. The slithering pack gave a little leap and dropped completely out of sight. Evidently the slide did not go all the way to the valley floor, or, if so, it continued at a sharper angle at the point of the pack's disappearance. I let myself over cautiously and began to worm down the slide flat on my belly, Jim following. We had negotiated about 3/4 of it when I heard him shout. Then his falling body struck me. I caught him with one hand, but it broke my own precarious hold. We went rolling down the slide. Chapter 7. The Little People. I came to myself to find Jim pumping the breath back into me. I was lying on something soft. I moved my legs gingerly and sat up. I looked around. We were on a bank of moss. In it, rather, for the tops of the moss were a foot or more above my head. It was an exceedingly overgrown moss, I thought, staring at it stupidly. I had never seen moss as big as this. Had I shrunk, or was it really so overgrown? Above me was 100 feet of almost sheer cliff. Said Jim, "Well, we're here. How did we get here?" I asked, dazed. He pointed to the cliff. "We fell down that. We struck a ledge. You did, rather. I was on top. It bumped us right out on this nice big moss mattress. I was still on top. That's why I've been pumping breath back into you for the last 5 minutes. Sorry, Leaf, but if it had been the other way about, you'd certainly have had to proceed on your pilgrimage alone. I haven't your resilience." He laughed. I stood up and looked about us. The bed of giant moss on which we had landed formed a mound between us and the forest. At the base of the cliff was piled the debris of the fall that had made the slide. I looked at these rocks and shivered. If we had struck them, we would have been a jumble of broken bones and mangled flesh. I felt myself over. I was intact. Everything, Indian, I said piously, is always for the best. God, Leaf, you had me worried for a while. He turned abruptly. Look at the forest. The mound of moss was a huge and high oval, hemmed almost to the base of the cliffs by gigantic trees. They were somewhat like the sequoias of California, and quite as high. Grew graceful ferns, tall as palm trees, and curious conifers with trunks thin as bamboos, scaled red and yellow. Over them, hanging from the boles and branches of the trees, were vines and clusters of flowers of every shape and color. There were cressets of orchids and chandeliers of lilies, strange symmetrical trees, the tips of whose leafless branches held up flower cups as though they were candelabra. Chimes of flower bells swayed from boughs, and there were long ropes and garlands of small starry flowers, white and crimson, and in all the blues of the tropic seas. Bees dipped into them. There was a constant flashing of great dragonflies, all in lacquered mail of green and scarlet, and mysterious shadows drifted through the forest, like the shadows of the wings of hovering unseen guardians. It was no forest of carboniferous age, at least none such as I had ever seen reconstructed by science.
I'm gonna kill all of you as soon as I'm done
eating. Out of it came heavy fragrances, nor was it, for all its strangeness, in the least sinister. Jim said. I saw the pack not far away and walked over to retrieve it. The moss was... I wondered how it came to be there. Thought that probably a few of the giant trees had been fallen by the rock fall and waist deep in the spongy growth, to the cliffs. We skirted the cliffs for about a mile. Sometimes the forest pressed so closely that we had trouble clinging to the rock. The trees retreated. We entered a sign of life amid the riotous vegetation. We passed out of the ferns and into a most singular small meadow. It was almost like a clearing. At each side were the ferns. The forest formed a large cup-shaped white flowers which hung from short, reddish, rather repellently It was carpeted which streamed up softly high in the air. A boiling spring. Despairing. Listening. The wailing. Of pity, and it did not cease. We ran toward the cliff. Across the face of the black rock ran a yard. Spaced at regular intervals were niches cut within the cliff, small as cradles. In two of these niches, half within them and half upon the ledge, lay what at first glance seemed two children. They were outstretched upon their backs. Down their sides. They were mature, a little man and a little woman. The woman had twisted her head and was staring at the other people. She did not see us. Her eyes were intent upon him. He lay rigid, his eyes dosed. Upon his breast, over his heart, was a black movement on the cliff above. One of the... Could it have been that which had moved? It hung a foot above the little man's breast, and on its scarlet pistils was a slowly gathering drop, which I took for nectar. It had been the flower whose movement had caught my eye. As I looked, the reddish flower finished down the rock. The flower shook its cup, as though it loosed the gathering drop. And like a snake's head, the flower was thick and fleshy, like a round white mouth. The drop of nectar fell upon my hand, and a fiery agony bit into it, running up my arm like a flame. I hurled the squirming thing into the boiling pool. Close above the little woman was another of the crawling vines. I tore it loose as I had the other. It, too, strove to strike me with its head of flower. I bent over the little man. His eyes were open. He was glaring up at me. Like his skin, his eyes were yellow, tilted, Mongolian. They seemed to have no pupils, and they were not. There was agony in them, and there was bitter hatred. His gaze was almost intolerable. By it, I knew what the pygmy must be suffering. I tore away the staples that fettered him. I lifted the little man and passed him over to Jim. He weighed no more than a baby. I snapped the staples from the slab on which lay the little woman. There was no fear nor hatred in her eyes. They were filled with wonder and unmistakable gratitude. I carried her over and set her beside her man. I looked back, up the face of the black cliff. There was movement all over it, the reddish ropes of the vines writhing, the white flowers swaying, raising and lowering their cups. It was rather hideous. The little man lay quietly, yellow eyes turning from me to Jim and back to me again. The woman spoke in trilling, bird-like syllables. She darted away across the meadow, into the forest. Jim was staring down upon the golden pygmy like a man in a dream. I heard him whisper, "The Yunwi-Sundi, the little people." It was all true then, all true. The little woman came running out of the fern brake. Her hands were full of thick, heavily veined leaves. She darted a look at me, as of apology. She bent over her man. She squeezed some of the leaves over his breast. A milky sap streamed through her fingers and dropped upon the black, corroded spot. It spread over the spot like a film. The little man stiffened and groaned, relaxed and lay still. The little woman took my hand. Where the nectar had touched, the skin had turned black. She squeezed the juice of the leaves upon it. A pang, to which all the torment that had gone before was nothing, ran through hand and arm. Then, almost instantly, there was no pain. I looked at the little man's breast. The black corrosion had disappeared. There was a wound like an old burn, red and normal. I looked at my hand. It was inflamed, but the blackness was no longer there. The little woman bowed before me. The little man arose. He looked at my eyes and ran his gaze along my bulk. I watched suspicion grow, and the return of bitter hate. He spoke to his woman. She answered at some length, pointing to the cliff, to my inflamed hand, and to the ankles and wrists of both of them. The little man beckoned to me. By gesture asked me to bend down to him. I did, and he touched my yellow hair. He ran it through his tiny fingers. He laid his hand on my heart, then laid his head on my heart, listening to its beat. He struck me with his small hand across my mouth. It was no blow. I knew it for a caress. The little man smiled at me and trilled. I could not understand, and shook my head helplessly. He looked up at Jim and trilled another question. Jim tried him in the Cherokee. This time it was the little man who shook his head. He spoke again to his woman. Clearly I caught the word Evali in the bird-like sound. She nodded. Motioning us to follow, they ran across the meadow, toward the further break of fern. How little they were, hardly to my thighs. They were beautifully formed. Their long hair was chestnut brown, fine and silky. Their hair floated behind them like cobwebs. They ran like small deer. We were hard put to keep up with them. They entered the fern brake toward which we had been heading, and here they slowed their pace. On and on we went through the giant ferns. I could see no path, but the golden pygmies knew their way. We came out of the ferns. Before us was a wide sward covered with the flowrets, whose blue carpet ran to the banks of a wide river, to the banks of a strange river, a river all milky white, over whose placid surface hovered swirls of opalescent mist. Through the swirls I caught glimpses of green, level plains upon the white river's further side, and of green scarps. The little man halted. He bent his ear to the ground. He leaped back into the brake, motioning us to follow. In a few minutes we came across a half-ruined watchtower. Its entrance gaped open. The pygmies slipped within it, beckoning. Inside the tower was a crumbling flight of stones leading to its top. The little man and woman danced up them, with us close behind them. There was a small chamber at the tower's top, through the chinks of whose stones the green light streamed. I peered through one of the crevices, down upon the blue sward and the white river. I heard the faint trampling of horses' feet and the low chanting of women. Closer they drew, and closer. A woman came riding down the blue sward. She was astride a great black mare. She wore, like a hood, the head of a white wolf. Its pelt covered her shoulders and back. Over that silvery pelt, her hair fell in two thick braids of flaming red. Her high, round breasts were bare, and beneath them the paws of the white wolf were clasped like a girdle. Her eyes were blue as the cornflower, and set wide apart under a broad, low forehead. Her skin was milky white flushed with soft rose. Her mouth was full-lipped, crimson, and both amorous and cruel. She was a strong woman, tall almost as I. She was like a Valkyrie, and like those messengers of Odin she carried on her saddle before her, held by one arm, a body. But it was no soul of a slain warrior snatched up for flight to Valhalla. It was a girl whose arms were bound to her sides by stout thongs, with head bent hopelessly on her breast. I could not see her face. It was hidden under the veil of her hair. But the hair was russet red, and her skin as fair as that of the woman who held her. Over the wolf-woman's head flew a snow-white falcon, dipping and circling and keeping pace with her as she rode. Behind her rode a half-score other women, young and strong-thewed, pink-skinned and blue-eyed, their hair of copper-red, rust-red, bronzy-red, plaited around their heads or hanging in long braids down their shoulders. They were bare-breasted, kirtled and buskined. They carried long, slender spears and small round targes, and they too were like Valkyries, each of them a shield maiden of the Aesir. As they rode, they sang, softly, muted, a strange chant. The wolf-woman and her captive passed around a bend of the sward and out of sight. The chanting women followed and were hidden. There was a gleam of silver from the white falcon's wing as it circled and dropped. Then it, too, was gone. Chapter 8. Everly. The golden pygmies hissed. Their yellow eyes were molten with hatred. The little man touched my hand, talking in the rapid trilling syllables and pointing over the white river. Clearly he was telling me we must cross it. He stopped, listening. The little woman ran down the broken stairs. The little man twittered angrily, darted to Jim, beat at his legs with his fists as though to arouse him, then shot after snap out of it. Indian, I said, impatiently. They want us to hurry. He shook his head, like a man shaking away the last cobwebs of some dream. We sped down the broken steps. The little man was waiting for us, or at least he had not run away, for, if waiting for us, he was doing so in a most singular manner. He was dancing in a small circle, waving his arms and hands oddly, and trilling a weird melody upon 4 notes, repeated over and over in varying progressions. The woman was nowhere in sight. A wolf howled. It was answered by other wolves farther away in the flowered forest, like a hunting pack whose leader has found the scent. The little woman came racing through the fern brake. The little man stopped dancing. Her hands were filled with small purplish fruits resembling fox grapes. The little man pointed toward the white river, and they set off through the screaming brake of ferns. We followed. We came out of the brake, crossed the blue sward, and stood on the bank of the river. The howl of the wolf sounded again, answered by the others, and closer. The little man leaped upon me, twittering frantically. He twined his legs about my waist and strove to tear my shirt from me. The woman was trilling at Jim, waving in her hands the bunches of purple fruit.
Gonna log
They
out
want us
here
to take
and
off
we'll
our
wait for the
clothes,
server to
said Jim.
restart.
They want us to be quick about it. We stripped, hastily. There was a crevice in the bank into which I pushed the pack. Quickly we rolled up our clothes and boots, and threw a strap around them and slung them over our shoulders. The little woman threw a handful of the purple fruit to her man. She motioned Jim to bend, and as he did so she squeezed the berries over his head and hands, his breasts and thighs and feet. The little man was doing the same for me. The fruit had an oddly pungent odor that made my eyes water. I straightened up and looked out over the white river. The head of a serpent broke through its milky surface, then another and another. Their heads were as large as those of the anaconda, and were scaled in vivid emerald. They were crested by brilliant green spines, which continued along their backs, and were revealed as they swirled and twisted in the white water. Quite definitely, I did not like plunging into that water, but now I thought I knew the purpose of our anointing, and that most certainly the golden pygmies intended us no harm. And just as certainly, I assumed, they knew what they were about. The howling of the wolves came once more, not only much nearer, but from the direction along which had gone the troop of women. The little man dived into the water, motioning me to follow. I obeyed and heard the small splash of the woman and the louder one of Jim. The little man glanced back at me, nodded, and began to swim across like an eel at a speed that I found difficult to. The crested serpents did not molest us. Once I felt the slither of scales across my loins. Once I shook the water from my eyes to find one of them swimming beside me, matching in play my speed, or so it seemed, racing me. The water was warm as the milk it resembled, and curiously buoyant. The river at this point was about 1,000 feet wide. I had covered half of it when I heard a shrill shriek and felt the buffeting of wings about my head. I rowed over, beating up with my hands to drive off whatever it was that had attacked. It was the white falcon of the wolf woman, hovering, dropping, rising again, threshing me with its... I heard a cry from the bank, a bell-like contralto, vibrant, imperious, in archaic Uyghur. Come back, yellow hair. I swung round to see. The falcon ceased its buffetings. Upon the farther bank was the wolf woman upon her great black mare, the captive girl still clasped in her arm. The wolf woman's eyes were like sapphire stars. Her free hand was raised in summons. And all around her, heads lowered, glaring at me with eyes as green as hers were blue, was a pack of snow-white wolves. Come back, she cried again. She was very beautiful, the wolf woman. It would not have been hard to have obeyed, but no, she was not a wolf woman. What was she? Into my mind came a Uyghur word, an ancient word that I had not known I knew. She was the Saloda, the witch woman, and with it came angry resentment of her summons. Who was she, the Saloda, to command me? Me, Dwayanu, who in olden time long forgot, would have had her whipped with scorpions for such insolence. I raised myself high above the white water. Back to your den, Saloda, I shouted. Does Dwayanu come to your call? When I summon you, then see that you... She stared at me, stark amazement in her eyes. The strong arm that held the girl relaxed, so that the captive almost dropped from the mare's high pommel. I struck out across the water to the farther shore. I heard the witch woman whistle. The falcon circling round my head screamed and flew. I heard the white wolves snarling. I heard the thud of the black mare's hoofs racing over the blue sward. I reached the bank and climbed it. Only then did I turn. Witch woman, falcon and white wolves, all of them were gone. Across my wake the emerald-headed, emerald-crested serpents swam and swirled and dived. The golden pygmies had climbed upon the bank. Jim asked, "What did you say to her?" "The witch woman comes to my call, not I to hers," I answered, and wondered as I did so what it was that compelled the words. "Still very much. Dwayanu, aren't you? Leaf, what touched the trigger on you this time?" I don't know. The inexplicable resentment against the woman was still strong, and, because I could not understand it, irritating to a degree. She ordered me to come back, and a little firecracker went off in my brain. Then I seemed to know her for what she is, and that her command was rank insolence. I told her so. She was no more surprised by what I said than I am. It was like someone else speaking. It was like... I hesitated. Well, it was like when I started that cursed ritual and couldn't stop. He nodded, then began to put on his clothes. I followed suit. They were soaking wet. The pygmies watched us wriggle into them with frank amazement. I noticed that the angry red around the wound on the little man's breast had paled, and that while the wound itself was raw, it was not deep, and had already begun to heal. I looked at my own hand. The red had almost disappeared, and only a slight tenderness betrayed where the nectar had touched it. When we had laced our boots, the golden pygmies trotted off, away from the river toward a line of cliffs about a mile ahead. The vaporous green light half hid them, as it had wholly hidden our view to the north when we had first looked over the valley. For half the distance the ground was level and covered with the blue-flowered grass. Then ferns began, steadily growing higher. We came upon a trail little wider than a deer path which threaded into a greater break. Into this we turned. We had eaten nothing since early morning. and I thought regretfully of the pack I had left behind. However, it is my training to eat heartily when I can, and philosophically go without when I must. So I tightened my belt and glanced back at Jim. Hungry? I asked. No. Too busy thinking. Indian. What brought the red-headed beauty back? The wolves. Didn't you hear them howling after her? They found our track and gave her the... I thought so. But it's incredible. Hell. Then she is a witch woman. Not because of that. You're forgetting your Mowgli and the Grey Companions. Wolves aren't hard to train. But she's a witch woman, nevertheless. Don't hold back Dwayanu when you deal with her, Leaf. The little drums again began to beat. At first only a few, then steadily more and more, until there were scores of them. This time the cadences were lilting, gay, tapping out a dancing rhythm that lifted all weariness. They did not seem far away. But now the ferns were high over our heads and impenetrable to the sight, and the narrow path wove in and out among them like a meandering stream. The pygmies hastened their pace. Suddenly the trail came out of the ferns, and the pair halted. In front of us, the ground sloped sharply upward for 300 or 400 feet. The slope, except where the path ran, was covered from bottom to top with a tangle of thick green vines studded along all their lengths with wicked 3-inch thorns, a living chevaux de frise which no living creature would penetrate. At the end of the path was a squat tower of stone, and from this came the glint of spearheads. In the tower, a shrill-voiced drum chattered an unmistakable alarm. Instantly, the lilting drums were silent. The same shrill chatter was taken up and repeated from point to point, diminishing in the far distance. And now I saw that the slope was like an immense circular fortification, curving far out toward the unbroken palisade of the giant ferns, and retreating at our right toward the sheer wall of black cliff, far away. Everywhere upon it was the thicket of thorn. The little man twittered to his woman and walked up the trail toward the tower. He was met by other pygmies streaming out of it. The little woman stayed with us, nodding and smiling and patting our knee. Another drum, or a trio of them, began to beat from the tower. I thought there were 3 because their burden was on 3 different notes, soft, caressing, yet far-carrying. They sang a word, a name, those drums, as plainly as though they had lips, the name I had heard in the trilling of the pygmies. Over and over. The little man beckoned us. We went forward, avoiding with difficulty the thorns. We came to the top of the path beside the small tower. A score of the little men stepped out and barred our way. None was taller than the one I had saved from the white flowers. All had the same golden skin, the same half-animal yellow eyes. Like his, their hair was long and silky, floating almost to their tiny feet. They wore twisted loincloths of what appeared to be cotton. Around their waists were broad girdles of silver, pierced like lacework in intricate designs. Their spears were wicked weapons for all their apparent frailty, long-handled, hafted in some black wood, and with foot-deep points of red metal, and barbed like a muskellunge hook from tip to base. Swung on their backs were black bows with long arrows barbed in similar manner, and in their metal girdles were slender... Lilliputians. Also, there was that about them which gave me no desire to tempt them to use their weapons. They looked at no trace of unfriendliness. They looked at me with little faces that grew hard and fierce. Only when their eyes roved to my yellow hair did I see wonder and doubt like in suspicion. There was an answering roll from beyond, and they were silent. I heard a sweet, low-pitched voice at the other side of the tower, trilling the bird-like syllables of the little people. And then I saw Evelyn.
And that's how you
Have
get away
watched a
from the
willow bough
robots when
swaying
your
and spraying
inventory's
above
full.
some clear sylvan pool, or a slender birch dancing with the wind in a secret woodland and covert, or the flitting green shadows in a deep forest glade, which our dryads half tempted to reveal themselves. I thought of them as she was a dark girl, and a tall girl. Her eyes were brown under long black lashes, the clear brown of the mountain brook in autumn. Her hair was black, the jetty hair that in a certain light has a sheen of darkest blue. Her face was small, her features certainly neither classic nor regular, the brows almost meeting in two level lines above her small, straight nose. Her mouth was large but finely cut and sensitive. Over her broad, low forehead, the blue-black hair was braided like a coronal. Her skin was clear amber, like polished fine amber. It shone under the loose, yet clinging, garment that clothed her, knee-long, silvery, cobweb-fine and transparent. Around her hips was the white loincloth of the little people. Unlike them, her feet were sandaled, but it was the grace of her that made the breath catch in your throat. As you looked at her, the long flowing line from ankle to shoulder, delicate and mobile, as the curve of water flowing over some smooth breast of rock, a liquid grace of line that changed with every movement. It was that, and the life that burned in her like the green flame of the virgin forest, when the kisses of spring are being changed for the warmer caresses of summer. I knew now why the old Greeks had believed in the dryads, the naiads, the nereids, the woman souls of trees, of brooks and waterfalls and fountains, and of the waves. I could not tell how old she was. Hers was the pagan beauty which knows no age. She examined me, my clothes and boots, in manifest perplexity. She glanced at Jim, nodded, as though to say there was nothing in him to be disturbed about, then turned back to me, studying me. The small soldiers ringed her, their spears ready. The little man and his woman had stepped forward. They were both talking at once, pointing to his breast, to my hand, to my yellow hair. The girl laughed, drew the little woman to her, and covered her lips with a hand. The little man went on trill. Jim had been listening with a puzzled intensity whenever the girl had done the talking. He caught my arm. It's Cherokee they're speaking, or something like it. Listen. There was a word, it sounded like Yunwinigiski. It means man-eaters. Literally, they eat people, if that's what it was. And look, he's showing how the vines crawled down the cliffs. The girl began speaking again. I listened intently. The rapid enunciation and the trilling made understanding difficult, but I caught sounds that seemed familiar, and now I heard a combination that I certainly knew. It's some kind of Mongolian tongue, Jim. I got a word just then that means serpent water, in a dozen different dialects. I know. She called the snake a Hanada, and the Cherokees say Inadu, but it's Indian, not Mongolian. It might be both. The Indian dialects are Mongolian. Maybe it's the ancient mother tongue. If we could only get her to speak slower and tune down on the trills, it might be that. The Cherokees called themselves the oldest people, and their language the first speech. He stepped forward, hand upraised. He spoke the word which in the Cherokee means, equally, friend or one who comes with good intentions. He said it several times. Wonder and comprehension crept into the girl's eyes. She repeated it as he had spoken it, then turned to the pygmies, passing the word on to them, and I could distinguish it now plainly within the trills and pipings. The pygmies came closer, staring up at Jim. He said, slowly, we come from outside. We know nothing of this place. We know none within it. Several times he had to repeat this before she caught it. She looked gravely at him, and at me doubtfully, yet as one who would like to believe. She answered but Sri. She pointed to the little man. Has said that in the water he spoke the tongue of evil. He speaks many tongues, said Jim, then to me. Talk to her. Don't stand there like a dummy, admiring her. This girl can think, and we're in a jam. Your looks make no hit with the
Don't
dwarfs.
stand there like a
Leaf,
W.
in spite of what you did. Is it any stranger that I should have spoken that tongue than that I now speak yours? Ivili, I said, and asked the same question in two of the oldest dialects of the Mongolian that I knew. She studied me, thoughtfully. No, she said at last. No. For I, too, know something of it, yet that does not make me evil. And suddenly she smiled, and trilled some command to the guards. They lowered their spears, regarding me with something of the friendly interest they had showed toward Jim. Within the tower, the drums began to roll a cheerful tattoo. As at a signal, the other unseen drums which the shrill alarm had silenced resumed their lilting rhythm. The girl beckoned us. We walked behind her, the little soldiers ringing us. Between a portcullis of thorn and the tower, we passed over the threshold of the land of the little people and of Avali. Chapter 9. The green light that filled the shadowed land was darkening. As the green forest darkens at dusk, the sun must long since have dipped beneath the peaks circling that illusory floor which was the sky of the shadowed land. Yet here the glow faded slowly, as though it were not wholly dependent upon the sun, as though the place had some luminosity of its own. We sat beside the tent of Evely. It was pitched on a rounded knoll not far from the entrance of her lair within the cliff. All along the base of the cliff were the lairs of the little people, tiny openings through which none larger than they could creep into the caves that were their homes, their laboratories, their workshops, their storehouses and granaries, their impregnable fortresses. It had been hours since we had followed her over the plain between the watchtower and her tent. The golden pygmies had swarmed from every side, curious as children, chattering and trilling, questioning Evely, twittering her answers to those on the outskirts of the crowd. Even now there was a ring of them around the base of the knoll, dozens of little men and little women, staring up at us with their yellow eyes, chirping and laughing. In the arms of the women were babies like tiniest dolls, and like larger dolls were the older children who clustered at childlike. Their curiosity was soon satisfied. They went back to their occupations and their play. Others, curiosity not yet quenched, took their places. I watched them dancing upon the smooth grass. They danced in circling measures to the lilting rhythm of their drums. There were other knolls upon the plain, larger and smaller than that on which we were, and all of them as rounded and as symmetrical. Around and over them, the golden pygmies danced to the throb. They had brought us little loaves of bread, and oddly sweet but palatable milk and cheese, and unfamiliar delicious fruits and melons. I was ashamed of the number of platters I had cleaned. The little people had only watched, and laughed, and urged the women to bring me more. Jim said, laughingly, "It's the food of the Umit Sindhi you're eating. Fairy food, Leaf. You can never eat mortal food again." I looked at Evely, and at the wine and amber beauty of her. Well, I could believe Evely had been brought up on something more than mortal food. I studied the plain for the 100th time. The slope on which stood the squat towers was an immense semicircle, the ends of whose arcs met the black cliffs. It must enclose, I thought, some 20 square miles. Beyond the thorned vines were the breaks of the giant fern. Beyond them, on the other side of the river, I could glimpse the great trees. If there were forests on this side, I could not tell, nor what else there might be of living things. There was something to be guarded against. Certainly, else why the fortification, the defenses, whatever else it might be. This guarded land of the golden pygmies was a small paradise, with its stands of grain, its orchards, its vines and berries and its green fields. I thought over what Evely had told us of herself, carefully and slowly tuning down the trilling syllables of the little people into vocables we could understand. It was an ancient tongue she spoke, one whose roots struck far deeper down in the soil of time than any I knew, unless it were the archaic Uyghur itself. Minute by minute, I found myself mastering it with ever greater ease, but not so rapidly as Jim. He had even essayed a few trills, to the pygmies' delight. More than that, however, they had understood him. Each of us could follow Everly's thought better than she could ours. Whence had the little people come into the shadowed land? And where had they learned that ancient tongue? I asked myself that, and answered that, as well ask how it came that the Sumerians, whose great city the Bible calls Ur of the Chaldees, spoke a Mongolian language. They, too, were a dwarfish race, masters of strange sorceries, students of the stars, and no man knows whence they came into Mesopotamia with their science full-blown. Asia is the ancient mother, and to how many races she has given birth and watched blown away in dust. The transformation of the tongue into the bird-like speech of the little people, I thought I understood. Obviously, the smaller the throat, the higher are the sounds produced. Unless by some freak, one never hears a child with a bass voice. The tallest of the little people was no bigger than a 6-year-old child. They could not, perforce, sound gutturals and deeper tones, so they had to substitute other sounds. The natural thing, when you cannot strike a note in a lower octave, is to strike that same note in a higher. And so they had, and in time this had developed into the overlying pattern of trills and pipings, beneath which, however, the essential structure persisted. She remembered, Everly had told us, a great stone house. She thought she remembered a great water. She remembered a land of trees which had become white and cold. There had been a man and a woman. Then there was only the man, and it was all like mist. All she truly remembered was the little people. She had forgotten there had ever been anything else, until we had come. She remembered when she had been no bigger than the little people, and how frightened she was when she began to be bigger than they. The little people, the Aurelaya, it is the closest I can come to the trill, loved her. They did as she told them to do. They had fed and clothed and taught her, especially the mother of Shrai, whose life I had saved from the death flower. Taught her what? She looked at us oddly and only repeated, taught me. Sometimes she danced with the little people and sometimes she danced for them. Again the oddly secretive, half-amused glance. How long ago had she been as small as the little people? She did not know. Long and long ago. Who had named her Everly? She did not know. I studied her, covertly. There was not one thing about her to give a clue to her race. Foundling, I knew, she must have been, the vague man and woman her father and mother. But what had they been? Of what country? No more than could her lips, did her eyes or hair, coloring or... She was more changeling than I, a changeling of the mirage, nurtured on food from Goblin Market. I wondered whether she would change back again into everyday woman if I carried her out of the shadowed land. I felt the ring touch my breast with the touch of... Carry her away. There was Kukuru to meet first, and the witch woman. The green twilight deepened. Great fireflies began to flash lanterns of pale topaz through the flowering trees. A little breeze stole over the fern brakes, laden with the fragrances of the far forest. Everly sighed. You will not leave me, Santo. If he heard her, he did not answer. She turned to me. You will not leave me, Leaf. No, I said, and seemed to hear the drums of Kukuru beating down the lilting timbres of the little people like faraway The green twilight had deepened into darkness, a luminous darkness, as though a full moon were shining behind a cloud-veiled sky. The golden pygmies had stilled their lilting drums. They were passing into their cliff lairs. From the distant towers came the tap-tap-tap of the drums of the guards, whispering to each other across the thorn-covered slopes. The fireflies' lights were like the lanterns of a goblin watch. Great moths floated by on luminous silvery wings. Everly, Jim spoke. The Yunwi Sundi, the little people, how long have they dwelt here? Always, Santau, or so they say. And those others, the red-haired women. We had asked her of those women before, and she had not answered, had tranquilly ignored the matter, but now she replied without hesitation. They are of the Aegir. It was Lur the sorceress who wore the wolfskin. She rules the Aegir with Yodin the high priest and Tibor the laugher, Tibor the smith. He is not so tall as you, Leaf, but he is broader of shoulder and girth, and he is strong. Strong. I will tell you of the Aegir. Before it was as though a hand were clasped over my lips, or was it my heart? But now the hand is gone. The little people say the Aegir came riding here long and long and long ago. Then the Uralaya held the land on each side of the river. There were many of the Aegir, and many, far more than now, many men and women were now mainly women, and few men. They came as though in haste from far away, or so the little people say their fathers told them. They were led by I have no word. It has a name, but that name I will not speak, no, not even within me. Yet it has a shape. I have seen it on the banners that float from the towers of Karak, and it is on the breasts of Lur and Tiber when they... She shivered and was silent. A silver-winged moth dropped upon her hand, lifting and dropping its shining wings. Gently she raised it to her lips, wafted it away. All this, the Aralaya, whom you call the little people, did not then know. The Aegir rested. They began to build Karak, and to cut within the cliff their temple to what had led them here. They built quickly at first, as though they feared pursuit, but when none came, they built more slowly. They would have made my little ones their servants, their slaves. The Auralaya would not have it so. There was war. The little ones lay in wait around Karak, and when the Aegir came forth, they killed them. For the little ones know all the life of the plants, and so they know how to make their spears and arrows slay at once those whom they only touch. At last a truce was made, and not because the little people were being beaten, for they were not, but for another reason. The Aegir were cunning. They laid traps for the little ones and caught a number. Then this they did. They carried them to the temple and sacrificed them to that which had led them here. By sevens they took them to the temple, and one out of each seven they made watch that sacrifice, then released him to carry to the Auralaya the tale of what he had. The first they would not believe, so dreadful was the story of that sacrifice. But then came the second and third and fourth with the same story, and a great dread and loathing and horror fell upon the little people. They made a covenant. They would dwell upon this side of the river. The Aegir should have the other. In return, the Aegir swore by what had led them that never more should one of the little people be given in sacrifice to it. If one were caught in Aegirland, he would be killed, but not by the sacrifice. And if any of the Aegir should flee Karak, seek refuge among the Auralaya, they must kill that fugitive. To all of this, because of that great horror, the little people agreed. Nansur was broken, so none could cross. Nansur, that spanned Nanbu, the White River, was broken. All boats, both of the Aegir and the Auralaya, were destroyed, and it was agreed no more should be built. Then, as further guard, the little people took the Delanusa and set them in Nanbu, so none could cross by its waters. And so it has been, for long and long and long. Dalanusa, Everly. You mean the serpents? Clanusi, the leech, said Jim. The serpents, they are harmless. I think you would not have stopped to talk to Lur had you seen one of the Dalanusa. Leaf, said Everly, half maliciously. I filed that enigma for further reference. Those two we found beneath the death flowers. They had broken the truce. Not broken it. They knew what to expect if found, and were ready to pay. There are plants that grow on the farther side of White Nanbu, and other things the little ones need, and they are not to be found on this side. And so they swim Nanbu to get them. The Dalanusa are their friends, and not often are they caught there. But this day Lur was hunting a runaway who was trying to make her way to Cirque, and she crossed their trail and ran them down, and laid them beneath the death flowers. But what had the girl done? She was one of them. She had been set apart for the sacrifice. Did you not see? She was Taluli, with child, ripening. For her voice trailed into silence. A chill touched me, but, of course, you know nothing of that, she said. Nor will I speak of it, now. If Shri and Sra had found the girl before they, themselves, had been discovered, they would have guided her past the Dalanusa, as they guided you, and here she would have dwelt until the time came that she must pass out of herself. She would have passed in sleep, in peace, without pain, and when she awakened, it would have been far from here, perhaps, with no memory of it, every dot. So it is that the little people who love life send forth she said it tranquilly, with clear eyes, untroubled, and are many sent forth so, not many, since few may pass the Delanusa, yet many try, both men and women, Everly. Can men bear children? What do you mean by that? I asked, roughly enough. There had been something in the question that somehow touched me in the raw. Not now, she answered. Besides, men are few in Karak, as I told you. Of children born, not 1 in 20 is a man-child. Do not ask me why, for I do not know. She arose, stood looking at us dreamily. Enough for tonight. You shall sleep in my tent. On the morrow you shall have one of your own, and the little people will cut you a lair in the cliff next to mine. And you shall look on Karak, standing on broken Nansur, and you shall see Tibur the laugher, since he always comes to Nansur's other side when I am there. You shall see it all, on the morrow, or the morrow after, or on another morrow. What does it matter, since every morrow shall be ours, together? Is it not so? And again Jim made no answer. It is so, Everly, I said. She smiled at us, sleepily. She turned from us and floated toward the darker shadow on the cliff, which was the door to her cave. She merged into the shadow and was gone. Chapter 10. If a man could use all his brain. The drums of the sentinel dwarfs beat on softly, talking to one another along the miles of circling scarp, and suddenly I had a desperate longing for the Gobi. I don't know why, but its barren and burning, wind-swept and sand-swept body was more desirable than any woman's. It was like strong homesickness. I found it hard to shake it off. I spoke at last in sheer desperation.
Shake it off.
You've been acting damned queer, Indian, Tsitsalagi. I told you, I'm all Cherokee. Santoul, it is I, Degataga, who speaks to you now. I had dropped into the Cherokee, he answered. What is it my brother desires to know? What it was the voices of the dead whispered that night we slept beneath the spruces. What it was you knew to be truth by the 3 signs they gave you. I did not hear the voices, brother, yet by the blood right they are my ancestors as they are yours, and I have the right to know their words. He said, is it not better to let the future unroll itself without giving heed to the thin voices of the dead? Who can tell whether the voices of ghosts speak truth? Santau points his arrow in one direction, while his eyes look the other. Once he called me dog slinking behind the heels of the hunter. Since it is plain, he still thinks me that. No, Leif, he broke in, dropping the tribal tongue. I only mean I don't know whether it's truth. I know what Bar would call it. Natural apprehensions put subconsciously in terms of racial superstitions. The voices, we'll call them that, anyway, said great danger lay north. The spirit that was north would destroy them forever and forever if I fell in its hands. They and I would be as though we never had been. There was some enormous difference between ordinary death and this peculiar death that I couldn't understand. But the voices did. I would know by 3 signs that they spoke truth, by a Tagahi, by Usunhi, and by the Yunwi Sundi. I could meet the first 2 and still go back, but if I went on to the 3rd, it would be too late. They begged me not to. This was peculiarly interesting, Leif, not to let them be dissolved. Dissolved, I exclaimed. But that's the same word I used, and it was hours after. Yes, that's why I felt creepy when I heard you. You can't blame me for being a little preoccupied when we came across the stony flat that was like a Tagahe, and more so when we struck the coincidence of the shadowed land, which is pretty much the same as Usunhi, the darkening land. It's why I said if we ran across the 3rd, the Yunwi Sundi. I'd take your interpretation rather than bars. We did strike it. And if you think all those things aren't a good reason for acting damned queer, as you put it, well, what would you think a good one? Jim in the golden chains. Jim with the tentacle of that dark power creeping toward him. My lips were dry and stiff. Why didn't you tell me all that? I'd never have let you go on. I know it. But you'd have come back, wouldn't you, old-timer? I did not answer. He laughed. How could I be sure until I saw all the signs? But they didn't say you would be. Dissolved. I clutched at the straw. They only said there was the danger. That's all. And what would I be doing? Jim, I'd kill you with my own hand before I'd let what I saw happen in the Gobi happen. If you could, he said. And I saw he was sorry he had said it. If I could. What did they say about me? Those damned ancestors. Not a damned thing, he answered, cheerfully. I never said they did. I simply reasoned that if we went on, and I was in danger, so would you be. That's all. Jim, it isn't all. What are you keeping back? He arose and stood over me. All right. They said that even if the spirit didn't get me, I'd never get out. Now you have the whole works. Well, I said, a burden rolling off me. That's not so bad. And as for getting out, that may be as may be. One thing sure, if you stay, so do I. He nodded, absently. I went on to something else that had been puzzling me. The Yunwi Sundi. Jim, what were they? You never told me anything about them that I remember. What's the legend? Oh, the little people. He squatted beside me, chuckling, wide awake from his abstraction. They were in Cherokee land when the Cherokees got there. They were a pygmy race, like those in Africa and Australia today, only they weren't blacks. These small folk fit their description. Of course, the tribes did some embroidering. They had them copper-colored and only 2 feet high. These are golden-skinned and average 3 feet. At that, they may have faded some here and put on height. Otherwise they square with the accounts. Long hair, perfect shape, drums and all. He went on to tell of the little people. They had lived in caves, mostly in the region now Tennessee and Kentucky. They were earth folk, worshippers of life, and as such at times, outrageously rebel-Asian. They were friendly toward the Cherokees, but kept rigorously to themselves and seldom were seen. They frequently aided those who had got lost in the mountains, especially children. If they helped anyone and took him into their caves, they warned him he mustn't tell where the caves were, or he would die. And, ran the legends, if he told, he did die. If anyone ate their food, he had to be very careful when he returned to his tribe, and resume his old diet slowly, or he would also die. The little people were touchy. If anyone followed them in the woods, they cast a spell on him, so that for days he had no sense of location. They were expert wood and metal workers, and if a hunter found in the forest a knife or arrowhead or any kind of trinket, before he picked it up he had to say, "Little people, I want to take this." If he didn't ask, he never killed any more game, and another misfortune came upon him, one which distressed his wife. They were gay, the little people, and they spent half their time in dancing and drumming. They had every kind of drum. Drums that would make trees fall, drums that brought sleep, drums that drove to madness, drums that talked, and thunder drums. The thunder drums sounded just like thunder, and when the little people beat on them soon, there was a real thunderstorm, because they sounded so much like the actuality that it woke up the thunderstorms, and one or more storm was sure to come poking around to gossip with what it supposed. I remembered the roll of thunder that followed the chanting. I wondered whether that had been the little people's defiance to cuckoo. I've a question or two for you, Leif. Go right ahead. Indian. Just how much do you remember of Dwayanu? I didn't answer at once. It was the question I had been dreading ever since I had cried out to the witch woman on the White River's bank. If you're thinking it over, all right. If you're thinking of a way to stall, all wrong. I'm asking for a straight answer. Is it your idea that I'm that ancient Uyghur, reborn? If it is, maybe you have a theory as to where I've been during the thousands of years between this time and now. Oh, So the same idea has been worrying you, has it? No, reincarnation isn't what I had in mind. Although at that, we know so damned little I wouldn't rule it out. But there may be a more reasonable explanation. That's why I ask, what do you remember of Dwayan? I determined to make a clean breast of, all right, Jim, I said. That same question has been riding my mind right behind Kukulu for 3 years, and if I can't find the answer here, I'll go back to the Gobi for it, if I can get out. When I was in that room of the oasis waiting the old priest's call, I remembered perfectly well it had been Dwayanu's. I knew the bed, and I knew the armor and the weapons. I stood looking at one of the metal caps, and I remembered that Dwayanu, or I, had got a terrific clout with a mace when wearing it. I took it down, and there was a dent in it precisely where I remembered it had been struck. I remembered the swords, and recalled that Dwayanu, or I, had the habit of using a heavier one in the left hand than in the right. Well, one of them was much heavier than the other. Also, in a fight, I use my left hand better than I do my right. These memories, or whatever they were, came in flash. For a moment I would be Dwayanu, plus myself, looking with amused interest on old familiar things. And the next moment I would be only myself and wondering, with no amusement, what it all meant. Yes, what ailed? Well, I wasn't entirely frank about the ritual matter, I said, miserably. I told you it was as though another person had taken charge of my mind and gone on with it. That was true, in a way, but God help me. I knew all the time that other person was myself. It was like being two people, and one at the same time. It's hard to make clear. You know how you can be saying one thing and thinking another. Suppose you could be saying one thing and thinking two things at once. It was like that. One part of me was in revolt, horror-stricken, terrified. The other part was none of those things. It knew it had power, and was enjoying exercising that power, and it had control of my will. But both were I, unequivocally, unmistakably. I, hell, man, and if I'd really believed it was somebody, something, besides myself, do you suppose I'd feel the remorse I do? No, it's because I knew it was I. The same part of me that knew the helm and the swords, that I've gone hag-ridden ever since. Anything else? Yes. Dreams. He leaned over and spoke sharply. What dreams? Dreams of battles, dreams of feasts, dream of war against yellow men, and of a battlefield beside a river, and of arrows flying overhead in clouds, of hand-to-hand fights in which I wield a weapon like a huge hammer against big yellow-haired men I know are like myself. Dreams of towered cities through which I pass, and where white, blue-eyed women toss garlands down for my horse to trample. When I wake, the dreams are vague, soon lost. But always I know that while I dreamed them, they were clear, sharp-cut, real. Is that how you knew the witch woman was witch woman? Through those dreams? If so, I don't remember. I only knew that suddenly I recognized her for what she was, or that other self did. He sat for a while in silence. Leaf, he asked, in those dreams do you ever take any part in the service of Kukuru? Have anything at all to do with his worship? I'm sure I don't. I'd remember that, by God. I don't even dream of the temple in the Gobi. He nodded, as though I had confirmed some thought in his own mind, then was quiet for so long that I became jumpy. Well, old medicine man of the Tsalagi, what's the diagnosis? Reincarnation, demonic possession, or just crazy? Leaf, you never had any of those dreams before the Gobi? I did not. Well, I've been trying to think as Bar would, and squaring it with my own grey matter. Here's the result. I think that everything you've told me is the doing of your old priest. He had you under his control when you saw yourself riding to the temple of Kukuru and wouldn't go in. You don't know what else he might have suggested at that time, and have commanded you to forget consciously when you came to yourself. That's a simple matter of hypnotism. But he had another chance at you, when you were asleep that night. How do you know he didn't come in and do some more suggesting? Obviously, he wanted to believe you were Dwayanu. He wanted you to remember. But having had one lesson, he didn't want you to remember what went on with Klukul Ru. That would explain why you dreamed about the pomp and glory and the pleasant things, but not the unpleasant. He was a wise old gentleman. You say that yourself. He knew enough, so you did, but he had tied you well up. Instantly, the post-hypnotic command to the subconscious operated. You couldn't help going on. Although your conscious self was wide awake, fully aware, it had no control over your will. I think that's what Barr would say, and I'd agree with him. Hell, there are drugs that do all that to you. You don't have to go into migrations of the soul, or demons, or any medieval matter to account for it. Yes, I said, hopefully but doubtfully. And how about the witch? Somebody like her in your dreams, but forgotten. I think the explanation is what I've said. If it is, Leif, it worries me. I don't follow you there, I said. No. Well, think this over. If all these things that puzzle you come from suggestions the old priest made, what else did he suggest? Clearly, he knew something of this place. Suppose he foresaw the possibility of your finding it. What would he want you to do when you did find it? Whatever it was, you can bet your chances of getting out that he planted it deep in your subconscious. All right. That being a reasonable deduction, what is it you will do when you come in closer contact with those red-headed ladies we saw, and with the happy few gentlemen who share their paradise? I haven't the slightest idea. Nor have you. And if that isn't something to worry about, tell me what is. Come on, let's go to bed. We went into the tent. We had been in it before with Everly. It had been empty then, except for a pile of soft pelts and silken stuffs at one side. Now there were two such piles. We shed our clothes in the pale green darkness and turned in. 10 o'clock, I said. How many months since morning? At least 6. If you keep me awake, I'll murder you. Untired, so was I. But I lay long, thinking. I was not so convinced by Jin's argument, plausible as it was. Not that I believed I had been lying dormant in some extra-spatial limbo for centuries, nor that I had ever been this ancient Dwayanu. There was a third explanation, although I didn't like it a bit better than that of reincarnation, and it had just as many unpleasant possibilities as that of Jim. Not long ago, an eminent American physician and psychologist had said he had discovered that the average man used only about 1/10 of his brain, and scientists generally agreed he was right. The ablest thinkers, all-round geniuses, such as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo were, might use 1/10 more. Any man who could use all his brain could rule the world, but probably wouldn't want to. In the human skull was a world only 1/5 explored at what was in the terra incognita of the brain, the unexplored 8/10. Well, for one thing, there might be a storehouse of ancestral memories reaching back to those of the hairy, ape-like ancestors who preceded man, reaching beyond them even to those of the flippant creatures who crawled out of the ancient seas to begin their march to men, and further back to their ancestors who had battled and bred in the steaming oceans when the continents were being millions upon millions of years of memories. What a reservoir of knowledge, if man's consciousness could but tap it. There was nothing more unbelievable in this than that the physical memory of the race could be contained in the 2 single cells which start the cycle of birth. In them are all the complexities of the human body, brain and nerves, muscles, bone and blood. In them, too, are those traits we call hereditary, family resemblances not only of face and body but of thought, habits, emotions, reactions to environment. Grandfather's nose, great-grandmother's eyes, great-great-grandfather's irascibility, moodiness, or whatnot. If all this can be carried in those 7 and 40 and 8 and 40 microscopic rods within the birth cells which biologists call the chromosomes, tiny mysterious gods of birth who determine from the beginning what blend of ancestors a boy or girl shall be, why could they not carry, too, the accumulated experiences, the memories of those ancestors? Somewhere maybe the consciousness did now, and then touch and read them. Maybe there were a few people who by some freak had a limited power of tapping their contents. If that were true, it would explain many mysteries. Jim's ghostly voices, for example. My own uncanny ability of picking up languages. Suppose that I had come straight down from this Dwayanu, and that in this unknown world of my brain, my consciousness, that which now was I, could and did reach in and touch those memories that had been Dwayanu, or that those memories stirred and reached my consciousness. When that happened, Dwayanu would awaken and live, and I would be both Dwayanu and Leif Langdon. Might it not be that the old priest had known something of this? By words and rites and by suggestion, even as Jim had said, had reached into that terra incognita and wakened these memories that were Dwayanu. They were strong, those memories. They had not been wholly asleep, else I would not have learned so quickly the Uyghur, nor experienced those strange, reluctant flashes of recognition before yes, Dwayanu was strong, and in some way I knew he was ruthless. I was afraid of Dwayanu, of those memories that once had been Dwayanu. I had no power to arouse them, and I had no power to control them. Twice they had seized my will, had pushed me aside. What if they grew stronger? What if they became all of me? Chapter 11. Drums of the Little People. 6 times the green light of the shadowed land had darkened into the pale dusk that was its night, and I had heard nothing, seen nothing of the witch woman or of any of those who dwelt on the far side of the White River. They had been 6 days and nights of curious interest. We had gone with Everly among the golden pygmies over all their guarded plain, and we had gone at will among them, alone. We had watched them at their work and at their play, listened to their drumming, and looked on in wonder at their dances, dances so intricate, so extraordinary, that they were more like complex choral harmonies than steps and gestures. Sometimes the little people danced in small groups of a dozen or so, and then it was like some simple song. But sometimes they were dancing by the hundreds, interlaced over a score of the smooth-turfed dancing greens, and then it was like symphonies translated into choreography. They danced always to the music of their drums. They had no other music, nor did they need any. The drums of the little people were of many shapes and sizes, in range covering all of 10 octaves, and producing not only the semitones of our own familiar scale, but quarter and eighth tones, and even finer gradations that oddly affect the listener. At least, they did me. They ranged in pitch from the pipe organ's deepest bass to a high staccato soprano. Some, the pygmies, played with thumbs and fingers, and some with palms of their hands, and some with sticks. There were drums that whispered, drums that hummed, drums that laughed, and drums that sang. Dances and drums, but especially the drums, were evocative of strange thoughts, strange pictures. The drums beat at the doors of another world, and now and then opened them wide enough to give a glimpse of fleeting, weirdly beautiful, weirdly disturbing images. There must have been between 4,000 and 5,000 of the little people in the approximately 20 square miles of cultivated, fertile plain enclosed by their wall. How many outside of it? I had no means of knowing. There were a score or more of small colonies, Everly told us. These were like hunting or mining posts from which came the pelts, the metals and other things the horde fashioned to their uses. At Nansur Bridge was a strong warrior post. Some balance of nature, so far as I could learn from her, kept them at about the same constant. They grew quickly into maturity, and their lives were not long. She told us of Cirque, the city of those who had fled from the sacrifice. From her description, an impregnable place, built against the cliffs, walled, boiling springs welling up at the base of its battlements and forming an impassable moat. There was constant warfare between the people of Cirque and the white wolves of Lur, lurking in the encompassing forest, keeping watch to intercept those fleeing to it from Karak. I had the feeling that there was furtive intercourse between Cirque and the golden pygmies, that perhaps the horror of the sacrifice which both shared, and the revolt of those in Cirque against the worshippers of Kukul-Ru was a bond, and that when they could, The little people helped them, and would even join hands with them, were it not for the deep ancient fear of what might follow should they break the compact their forefathers had made with the Aegir. It was a thing Everly said that made me think that if you had turned the other way, Leaf, and if you had escaped the wolves of Lur, you would have come to Cirque. And a great change might have grown from that, for Cirque would have welcomed you, and who knows what might have followed. With you as their leader. She stopped there, nor would she complete the sentence, for all my urging. So I told her there were too many ifs about the matter, and I was content that the dice had fallen as they had. It pleased her. I had one experience not shared by Jim. Its significance I did not then recognize. The little people were, as I have said, worshippers of life. That was their whole creed and faith. Here and there about the plain were small cairns, altars in fact, upon which, cut from wood or stone or fossil ivory, were the ancient symbols of fertility, sometimes singly, sometimes in pairs, and sometimes in a form curiously like that same symbol of the old Egyptians, the looped cross, the crux ansata which Osiris, god of the resurrection, carried in his hand and touched, in the hall of the dead, those souls which had passed all tests and had earned immortality. It happened on the third day. Everly bade me go with her, and alone. We walked along the well-kept path that ran along the base of the cliffs in which the pygmies had their lairs. The tiny golden-eyed women peeped out at us and trilled to their dolls of children as we passed. Groups of elders, both men and women, came dancing toward us and fell in behind us as we went on.
Like old times.
Carried drums of a type I had not yet seen. They did not beat them, nor did they talk. Group by group they dropped in behind us, silently. After a while I noticed that there were no more lairs. At the end of half an hour we turned a bastion of the cliffs. We were at the edge of a small meadow carpeted with moss, fine and soft as the pile of a silken carpet. The meadow was perhaps 500 feet wide and about as many feet deep. Opposite me was another bastion. It was as though a rounded chisel had been thrust down, cutting out a semicircle in the precipice. At the far end of the meadow was what, at first glance, I thought a huge domed building, and then saw was in this rounded rock was an oval entrance, not much larger than an average door. As I stood, wondering, Evie took my hand and led me toward it. We went through it. The domed rock was hollow. It was a temple of the little people. I knew that, of course, as soon as I had crossed the threshold. Its walls of some cool, green stone curved smoothly up. It was not dark within the temple. The rocky dome had been pierced, as though by the needle of a lace-maker, and through hundreds of the frets light streamed. The walls caught it, and dispersed it from thousands of crystalline angles within the stone. The floor was carpeted with the thick, soft moss, and this was faintly luminous. Adding to the strange pellucid light, it must have covered at least 2 acres. Evely drew me forward. In the exact center of the floor was a depression, like an immense bowl. Between it and me stood one of the looped cross symbols, thrice the height of a tall man. It was polished, and glimmered as though cut from some enormous amethystine crystal. I glanced behind me. The pygmies who had followed us were pouring through the oval. They crowded close behind us as Everly again took my hand and led me toward the cross. She pointed, and I peered down into the bowl. I looked upon the kraken. There it lay, sprawled out within the bowl. Black tentacles spread fan-wise from its bloated body, its huge black eyes staring inscrutably up into my... Resurgence of the old horror swept me. I jumped back with an oath. The pygmies were crowding around my knees, staring up at me intently. I knew that my horror was written plain upon my face. They began an excited trilling, nodding to one another, gesticulating. Everly watched them gravely, and then I saw her own face lighten as though with... She smiled at me, and pointed again to the bowl. I forced myself to look, and now I saw that the shape within it had been cunningly carved. The dreadful, inscrutable eyes were of jet-like jewels. Through the end of each of the 50-foot-long tentacles had been driven one of the crux ansatas, pinioning it like a spike. and through the monstrous body had been driven a larger one.
No.
I read the meaning.
H.P.
Life,
Lovecraft.
the enemy of life, rendering it impotent, prisoning it with the secret, ancient and holy
it is part of
symbol
the
that very thing it was
Lovecraft
bent upon
mythos,
destroying.
though it was written
And the
back
great
at the
looped
same
cross
time
above, watching
by a
and guarding
fellow
like the
author
god of
who
life.
liked
I
it
heard a
so
rippling
much he
and
wanted
rustling
to
and rushing
emulate
from the
it and
drums.
add to the
On
mythos.
and on it went in quickly increasing tempo. There was triumph in it. The triumph of onrushing, conquering waves. The triumph of the free rushing
Abraham
wind.
Merritt?
And there was peace and surety of peace in it, like the rippling song of little waterfalls chanting there.
I would have to look
Faith
it up and
that they will go on and on forever. The rippling of little waves
thinking
among the
that's what
sedges
the
of the
guy said
riverbank,
in
and the
the
rustling of the
beginning of it.
rain bringing life to all the green things. Round the
It's like
amethyst
Robert E.
cross
Howard
began to dance,
collaborated on
circling
it.
it slowly to the rippling,
A bunch
the
of other
rustling and the
authors
rushing
have
music of the
added
drums.
to it
And she
over
was the
years.
spirit of that song they sang, and the
That
spirit
kind
of
of
all
thing.
those things of which they sang. 3 times she circled it. She came dancing to me, took my hand once more, and led me away, out through the portal. From behind us, as we passed through, there came a sustained rolling of the little drums, no longer rippling, rustling, rushing, defiant now, triumphant. But of that ceremony, or of its reasons, or of the temple itself, she would speak no word thereafter, question her as I might. And we still had to stand upon Nansur Bridge and look on towered Karak. On the morrow, she would
I don't
say,
even have enough
and
to
when
buy
the morrow
that.
came, again she would say, on the morrow.
I would have to.
When she answered me, she would drop long lashes over the clear brown eyes and glance at me from beneath them, strangely, or touch my hair and say that there were many morrows, and what did it matter on which of them we went, since Nansur would not run away. There was some reluctance I could not fathom, and day by day her sweetness and her beauty wound a web around my heart, until I began to wonder whether it might become a shield against the touch of what I carried
another
on my
200
breast.
slots.
But the little people still had their doubts about me, temple ceremony or none. That was plain enough. Jim, they had taken to their hearts. They twittered and trilled and laughed with him as though he were one of them.
Or we
They were
just
polite
stay with what
and
we
friendly
got
enough to me,
and
but they watched me.
more money.
Jim could take up the tiny doll-like children and play with them. The mothers didn't like me to do that, and showed it very clearly. I received direct confirmation of how they felt about me that I'm going to leave you for 2 or 3 days. Leaf, he told me when we had finished breakfasting. Everly had floated away on some call from her small phone. Going to leave me? I gaped at him in astonishment. What do you mean? Where are you going? He laughed. Going to look at the Tlanusi, what Everly calls the Dalanuasa, the big leeches. The river guards, she told us, the pygmies put on the job when the bridge was broken. She's not spoken about them again, and what are they? Indian. That's what I'm going to find out. They sound like the great leech of Tlanusi. The tribe said it was red with white stripes and as big as a house. The little people don't go that far. They only say they're as big as... Listen, Indian, I'm going along. Oh, no, you're not. I'd like to know why not. Because the little people won't let you. Now listen to me, old-timer. The plain fact is that they're not entirely satisfied about you. They're polite, and they wouldn't hurt Everly's feelings for the world. But they'd much rather be without you. You're telling me nothing new, I said.
Islanders,
no, but here is something new. A party that's been on a hunting trip down the other end of the valley came in yesterday. One of them remembered his grandfather had told him that when the Aegir came riding into this place, they all had yellow hair like yours. Not the red they have now. It's upset them. I thought they'd been watching me pretty damned close the last 24 hours, I said. So that's the reason, is it? That's the reason, Leif. It's upset them. It's also the reason for this expedition to the Tlanusi. They're going to increase the river guard. It involves some sort of ceremony, I gather. They want me to go along. I think it better that I do. Does Everly know all this? Sure she does. And she wouldn't let you go, even if the pygmies would. Jim left with a party of about 100 of the pygmies about noon. I bade him a cheerful goodbye. If it puzzled Everly that I took his departure so calmly, and asked her no questions, she did not show it. But she was very quiet that day, speaking mostly in monosyllables abstractedly. Once or twice I caught her looking at me with a curious wonder in her eyes, and once I had taken her hand, and she had quivered and leaned toward me, and then snatched it away, half angrily. And once, when she had forgotten her moodiness, and had rested against my shoulder, I had fought hard against taking her. The worst of it was that I could find no cogent argument why I shouldn't take her. A voice within my mind was whispering that if I so desired, why should I not? And there were other things besides that whisper which sapped my resistance. It had been
I
a queer
wish I'd
day
known
even for
that.
this queer place. The air was heavy, as though a storm brooded. The heady fragrances from the
I
far
wish I'd
forest
have
were
thought
stronger,
about that.
clinging amorously, confusing. The vaporous veils that hid the distances had thickened. At the north they were almost smoke color, and they marched slowly but steadily. We sat, Everly and I, beside her tent. She broke a long silence. You are sorrowful, Leaf. And why? Not sorrowful, Everly. Just wondering. I, too, am wondering. Is it what you want? How do I know, who know nothing of your mind? She stood up, abruptly. You like to watch the Smiths. Let us go to them. I looked at her, struck by the anger in her voice. She frowned down upon me, brows drawn to a straight line over bright, half-contemptuous eyes. Why are you angry, Everly? What have I done? I am not angry, and you have done nothing. She stamped her foot. I say you have done nothing. Let us watch the Smiths. She walked away. I sprang up and followed her. What was the matter with her? I had done something to irritate her, that was certain. But what? Well, I'd know, sooner or later. And I did like to watch the Smiths. They stood beside their small anvils, beating out the sickled knives, the spear and arrowheads, shaping the earrings and bracelets of gold for their tiny women. Tink-a-tink, tink-a-clink, cling-clang, clink-a-tink, went their little hammers. They stood beside their anvils like gnomes, except that there was no deformity about them. Miniature men they were, perfectly shaped, gleaming golden in the darkening light, long hair coiled about their heads, yellow eyes intent upon their forgings. I forgot Everly and her wrath, watching them as ever, fascinated. Tink-a-tink, cling-clang, clink. The little hammers hung suspended in air. The little Smiths stood frozen. Speeding from the north came the hum of a great gong, a brazen stroke that seemed to break overhead. It was followed by another, and another, and another. A wind wailed over the plain. The air grew darker. The vaporous smoky veils quivered and marched closer. The clangor of the gongs gave way to a strong chanting, the singing of many people. The chanting advanced and retreated, rose and waned as the wind rose and fell in rhythmic pulse. From all the walls, the drums of the guards roared warning. The little Smiths dropped their hammers and raced to the lairs. Over all the plain there was turmoil, movement of the golden pygmies racing to the cliffs and to the circling slope to swell the garrisons there. Through the strong chanting came the beat of other drums. I knew them, the throb of the Uyghur kettle drums, the war drums, and I knew the chant. It was the war song, the battle song of the Uyghurs. Not the Uyghurs, no, not the patched and paltry people I had led from the oasis. War song of the ancient race, the great race, the Aigir. The old race, my people. I knew the song, well did I know it. Often and often had I heard it in the olden days, when I had gone forth to battle by Zarda of the thirsty spears, by Zarda, god of warriors, but it was like drink to a parched throat to hear it again. My blood drummed in my ears. I opened my throat to roar that, Leaf, Leaf, what is the matter? Everly's hands were on my shoulders, shaking me. I glared at her, uncomprehending for a moment. I felt a strange, angry bafflement. Who was this dark girl that checked me on my way to war? And abruptly the obsession left me. It left me trembling, shaken as though by some brief wild tempest of the mind. I put my own hands upon those on my shoulders, drew reality from the touch. I saw that there was amazement in Everly's eyes, and something of fear, and around us was a ring of
Jedi
little people
kitties
staring up at me.
Hang tight,
I
chat.
shook
I
my
will be
head,
right
gasping
back.
for breath. Leaf, what is the matter? Before I could answer, chanting and drums were drowned in a bellow of thunder. Peal upon peal of thunder roared and echoed over the plain, beating back, beating down the sounds from the north, roaring over them, rolling over them, sweeping them back. I stared stupidly around me. All along the cliffs were the golden pygmies, scores of them, beating upon great drums high as their waists. From those drums came the pealing of thunder, claps and shattering strokes of the bolt's swift fall, and the shouting reverberations that follow it. The thunder drums of the little people. On and on roared the drums, yet through their rolling diapason beat ever the battle chant and those other drums, like thrusts of lances, like trampling of horses and of marching men, by Zada. But the old race still was strong. A ring of the little people was dancing around me. Another ring joined them. Beyond them I saw Everly, watching me with wide, astonished eyes, and around her was another ring of the golden pygmies, arrows at readiness, sickled knives in hand. Why was she watching me? Why were the arms of the little people turned against me, and why were they dancing? That was a strange dance. It made you sleepy to look at it. What was this lethargy creeping over me? God. But I was sleepy, so sleepy that my dull ears could hardly hear the thunder drums. So sleepy I could hear nothing else. So sleepy, I knew, dimly, that I had dropped to my knees, then had fallen prone upon the soft turf. Thence I awakened, every sense alert. The drums were throbbing all around me, not the thunder drums, but drums that sang, drums that throbbed and sang to some strange lilting rhythm that set the blood racing through me in tune and in time with its joyousness. The throbbing, singing notes were like tiny,
Let's go
warm,
shoot some
vital
more
blows
robots.
that whipped my blood into. I leaped to my feet. I stood upon a high knoll, round
See
as a
if we can
woman's
get
breast.
to 8
All
mil,
the
and
plain
then
were
we can
lights,
buy a
small
1,000
fires
slot
burning,
bag.
ringing
Or
the little altars of the pygmies. And
what I
around the
should
fires,
do is
the
look
little people were
at
dancing to the throbbing drums. Around the fires and the altars they danced and leaped like little golden flames of life made, animate.
Okay, so
Circling
my
the knoll
Halo
on which I stood
suit
was a triple
is
ring of the dwarfs,
500.
women and men, weaving, twining, swaying. They and the burden of the drums were one. A soft and scented wind was blowing over the
they're
knoll.
all
It hummed as it
500.
streamed by, and its humming was akin to dance and in and out, and round about and out and in and back again. The golden pygmies danced around the knoll, and round and back again they circled the fire-ringed altars. I heard a sweet low voice singing to the cadence, singing the song of the drums, singing the dancing of the little people. Close by was another knoll like that on which I was. Like a pair of woman's high breasts, they stood above the plain. It, too, was circled by the dancing dwarfs. On it sang and danced. Her singing was the soul of drum song and dance. Her dancing was the sublimation of both. She danced upon the knoll, cobweb veils and girdle gone, clothed only in the silken, rippling cloak of her blue-black hair. She beckoned, and she called to me, a high-pitched, sweet call. The fragrant, rushing wind pushed me toward her as I ran down the mound. The dancing pygmies parted to let me through. The throbbing of the drums grew swifter. Their song swept into a higher octave. Everly came dancing down to meet me. She was beside me, her arms round my neck, her lips pressed to mine. The drums beat faster. My pulses matched. The two rings of little yellow living flames of life joined. They became one swirling circle
8 million.
that drove us forward.
That
Round and round and round us they swirled, driving us on and
Another
on
thing
to
I
the
can
pulse
really
of the
do
drums.
with armor.
I ceased to think. Drum throb, drum song, dance song. Yet still I knew that the fragrant wind thrust us on and on, caressing, murmuring, laughing.
All black.
We were beside an oval doorway. The silken, scented tresses of Everly streamed in the wind and kissed me. Beyond and behind us sang the drums, and ever the wind pressed us on. Drums and wind drove us through the portal of the domed rock. They drove us into the temple of the little people. The soft moss glimmered. The amethystine cross gleamed. Everly's arms were around my neck. I held her close. The touch of her lips to mine was like the sweet, secret fire of life.
Sci-fi shit.
It was silent
They
in the temple
might
of the
have
little people.
other
Their
better
drums were
stuff
silent. The glow of the looped cross above
up
the pit of
at
the
their
kraken was
black
dim.
market.
Everly stirred and cried out in her sleep. I touched her lips and she awoke. What is the matter? Everly. Leaf, beloved. I dreamed a white falcon tried to dip its beak into my heart. It was but a dream. Everly. She shuddered. She raised her head and bent over me so that her hair covered our faces. You drove the falcon away, but then a white wolf came and leaped upon me. It was only a dream, Everly, bright flame of my heart. She bent closer to me under the tent of her hair, lips close to mine. You drove the wolf away, and I would have kissed you, but a face came between ours. A face, Everly. She whispered, the face of Lur. She laughed at me. And then you were gone with her, and I was alone. It was a lying dream. That. Sleep, beloved, she sighed. There was a long silence. Then, drowsily, what is it you carry round your neck, Leif? Something from some woman that you treasure. Nothing of woman, Everly. That is truth. She kissed me, and slept. Fool that I was not to have told her then, under the shadow of the ancient symbol. Fool that I was. I did not. Chapter 12. On Nansor Bridge. When we went out of the temple into the morning, there were 100 of the elders, men and women, patiently awaiting our appearance. I thought they were the same who had followed into the domed rock when I had first entered it. The little women clustered around Everly. They had brought wraps and swathed her from head to feet. She walked off among them with never a glance nor a word for me. There was something quite ceremonial about it all. She looked for all the world like a bride being led away by somewhat mature elfin. Bridesmaids. The little men clustered around me. Shri was there. I was glad of that, for whatever the doubts of the others about me, I knew he had none. They bade me go with them, and I obeyed. It was raining, and it was both jungle wet and jungle warm. The wind was blowing in the regular, rhythmic gusts of the night before. The rain seemed less to fall than to condense in great drops from the air about, except when the wind blew, and then the rain drove by in almost level lines. The air was like fragrant wine. I felt like singing and dancing. There was thunder all around, not the drums, but real thunder. I had been wearing only my shirt and my trousers. I had discarded my knee-high boots for sandals. It was only a minute or two before I was soaking wet. We came to a steaming pool, and there we halted. Shri told me to strip and plunge in. The pool was hot and invigorating, and as I splashed around in it, I kept feeling better and better. I reflected that whatever had been in the minds of the little people when they had driven Everly and me into the temple, their fear of me had been exorcised, for the time, at any rate. But I thought I knew what had been in their minds. They suspected that Kukul-Ru had some hold on me, as over the people I resembled. Not much of a hold, maybe, but still it was not to be ignored. Very well, the remedy, since they couldn't kill me without breaking Everly's heart, was to spike me down as they had the kraken, which was Kukul-Ru's symbol. So they had spiked me. I climbed out of the pool, more thoughtful than I had gone into it. They wrapped a loincloth around me, in curious folds and knots. Then they trilled and twittered and laughed, and danced. Shri had my clothes and belt. I didn't want to lose them, so when we started off, I kept close behind him. Soon we stopped, in front of Everly's. After a while, there was a great commotion, singing and beating of drums, and along came Everly with a crowd of the little women dancing around her. They led her to where I was waiting. Then all of them danced away. That was all there was to it. The ceremony if ceremony it was finished. But somehow, I felt very much mad. I looked down at Everly. She looked up at me, demurely. Her hair was no longer free, but braided cunningly around head and ears and neck. The swathings were gone. She wore the little apron of the pygmy matrons and the silvery cobweb veils. She laughed and took my hand, and we went. Next day, late in the afternoon, we heard a fanfare of trumpets that sounded rather close. They blew loud, as though summoning someone. We stepped out into the rain to listen better.
They are
I noted that the
robots.
wind had changed from north to west and was blowing steadily and strongly. By this time, I knew that the acoustics of the land under the mirage were peculiar, and that there was no way of telling just how close the trumpets were. They were on the far side of the riverbank, of course, but how far away the pygmies' guarded slope was from the river, I did not know. There was some excitement. There came a final trumpet. Anger flare up. See here. And then I saw her eyes open wide and stark terror fill them. I heard a whirring over my head. To be afraid of. The white falcon, leaf, it is only a bird. No, lure, scented, nonsense, dark sweetheart. A bird flies where it wills. It was hunting, or it had lost its way in the mists. She shook her head. But, Leaf, I dreamed of a white falcon. I held her tight, and after a while she and that night, her dreams were troubled, and she held me close to her, and cried and murmured in her sleep. The next day, Jim came back. About his me. I needn't have worried. He showed no surprise at all when I laid the cards before him, and then I realized. If you don't get out, it's the best thing for me. If you get out, you'll take Everly with you. Or won't you? That stung me. Listen, Indian, I don't like the way you're talking. I love her, all right. I'll put it another way. Does Dwayne like to Jim and kissed him. He patted her shoulder and hugged her like a big brother. She glanced at me and came to me and drew my head down to her and kissed me too, but not exactly the way she had kissed him. I glanced over her head at Jim. Suddenly, I noticed that he looked tired and haggard. "You're feeling all right, Jim?" "Sure, only a bit weary. I've seen things." "What do you mean?" "Well," he hesitated. "Well, the Tlanusi, the big leeches, for one thing. I'd never have believed it if I hadn't seen them, and if I had seen them before we dived into the river. I'd have picked the wolves as cooing doves in comparison. He told me they had camped at the far end of the plain that night. This place is bigger than we thought, Leaf. It must be, because I've gone more miles than would be possible if it were only as large as it looked before we went through the mirage. Probably the mirage foreshortened it. Confused. The next day they had gone through forest and jungle and canebrake and marsh. They had come at last to a steaming swamp. A raised path ran across it. They had taken that path, and eventually came to another transecting it. Where the two causeways met, there was a wide, circular, and gently rounded mound rising from the swamp. Here the pygmies had halted. They had made fires of fagots and leaves. The fires sent up a dense and scented smoke, which spread slowly out from the mound over the swamp. When the fires were going well, the pygmies began drumming, a queerly syncopated beat. In a few moments he had seen a movement in the swamp. Close by, there was a ring of pygmies between me and the edge, he said, and when I saw the thing that crawled out, I was glad of it. First, there was an upheaval of the mud, and then up came the back of what I thought was an enormous red slug. The slug raised itself and crept out on land. It was a leech, all right, and that was all it was, but it made me more than a bit sick. It was its size that did that. It must have been 7 feet long, and it lay there, blind and palpitating, its mouth gaping, listening to the drums and luxuriating in that scented smoke. Then another and another came out. After a while there were 100 of the things grouped around in a semicircle. Eyeless heads all turned to us, sucking in the smoke, palpitating. Some of the pygmies got up, took burning sticks from the fire, and started off on the intersecting causeway, drumming as they went. The others quenched the fires. The leeches writhed along after the torch-bearers. The other pygmies fell in behind, herding them. I stuck in the rear. We went along until we came to the bank of the river. Those in the lead stopped drumming. They threw their smoking, blazing sticks into the water, and they cast into it handfuls of crushed berries, not the ones Shri and Sa rubbed on us. Red berries. The big leeches went writhing over the bank and into the river, following, I suppose, the smoke and the scent of the berries. Anyway, they went in, each and all of them. We went back and out of the marsh. We camped on its edge. All that night, they talked with the drums. They had talked the night before, and were uneasy, but I took it that it was the same worry they had when we started. They must have known what was going on, but they didn't tell me then. Yesterday morning, though, they were happy and carefree. I knew something must have happened, that they must have got good news in the night. They were so good-natured that they told me why they were. Not just as you have, but the sense was the same. He chuckled. That morning we herded up a couple of 100 more of the Tlanusi and put them where the little people think they'll do the most good. Then we started back, and here I am. Yes, I asked suspiciously. And is that all for tonight? Anyway, he said, I'm sleepy. I'm going to turn in. You go with Everly and leave me strictly alone till tomorrow. I left him to sleep, determined to find out in the morning what he was holding back. I didn't think it was entirely the journey and the leeches that accounted for his haggardness, but in the morning I forgot all about it. In the first place, when I awoke, Everly was missing. I went over to the tent, looking for Jim. He was not there. The little people had long since poured out of the cliffs and were at work. They always worked in the morning. Afternoons and nights they played and drummed and danced. They said Everly and Santou had gone into council with the elders. I went back to them. In a little while, Everly and Jim came up. Everly's face was white, and her eyes were haunted. Also, they were misty with tears. Also, she was madder than hell. Jim was doing his best to be cheerful. What's the matter? I asked. You're due for a little trip, said Jim. You've been wanting to see Nanso Bridge, haven't you? Yes, I said. Well, said Jim, that's where we're going. Better put on your traveling clothes and your boots. If the trail is anything like what I've just gone over, you'll need them. The little people can slip through things, but we're built different. I studied them, puzzled. Of course I'd wanted to see Nonso Bridge, but why should the fact we were to go there make them behave so oddly? I went to Everly and turned her face up to mine. You've been crying, Everly. What's wrong? She shook her head, slipped out of my arms and into the lair. I followed her. She was bending over a coffer, taking yards and yards of veils out of it. I swung her away from it and lifted her until her eyes were level with mine. What's wrong, Everly? A thought struck me. I lowered her to her feet, who suggested going to Nonso Bridge. The little people, the elders, I fought against it. I don't want you to go. They say you must. I must go. The thought grew clearer. Then you need not go, nor Santau. Unless you choose, let them try to keep me from going with you. She stamped a foot furiously. The thought was crystal clear, and I began to feel a bit irritated by the little people. They were thorough to the point of annoyance. I now understood perfectly why I was to go to Nonso Bridge. The pygmies were not certain that their magic, including Everly, had thoroughly taken. Therefore, I was to look upon the home of the enemy and be watched for my reactions. Well, that was fair enough, at that. Maybe the witch woman would be there. Maybe Tiber. Tiber, who desided Everly. Tiber, who had laughed at me. Suddenly I was keen for going to Nonso Bridge. I began to put on my old clothes. As I was tying the high shoes, I glanced over at Everly. She had coiled her hair and covered it with a cap. She had swathed her body from neck to knees in the veils, and she was lacing high sandals that covered her feet and legs as completely as my boots did mine. She smiled faintly at my... I do not like Tiber to look on me. Not now. She said. I bent over her and took her in my arms. She set her lips to mine in a kiss.
Can I tell you the name of the server? Yes. This is Dimensions Afterlife.
About 50% of the pygmies were waiting. We struck diagonally across the plain away
it's
from
not
the
very
cliffs,
busy right now.
heading north toward the river. We went over the slope, past one of the towers, and put feet on a narrow path like that, which we had trod when coming into the land of the little people. It wound through a precisely similar fern break. We went along it single file and, perforce, in silence. We came out of it into a forest of close-growing, coniferous trees, through which the trail wound tortuously. We went through this for an hour or more, without once resting, the pygmies trotting along tirelessly. I looked at my watch. We had been going for 4 hours and had covered, I calculated, about 12 miles. There was no sign of bird or animal life. Everly seemed deep in thought, and Jim had fallen into one of his fits of Indian taciturnity. I didn't feel much like talking. It was a silent journey. Not even the golden pygmies chattered,
server.
as was
I
their
like
habit.
it.
We came to a sparkling spring and drank. One of the dwarfs swung a small cylindrical drum in front of him and began to tap out some message. It was answered at length from far ahead by other tappings. We swung into our way once more. The conifers began to thin. At our left and far below us I began to catch glimpses of the White River and of the dense forest on its opposite bank. The conifers ceased and we came out upon a rocky waste. Just ahead of us was an outthrust of cliff along whose base streamed the White River. The outthrust cut off our view of what lay beyond. Here the pygmies halted and sent another drum message. The answer was startlingly close. Then around the edge of the cliff, halfway up, spear tips glinted. A group of little warriors stood there, scrutinizing us. They signaled, and we marched forward, over the waste.
But that's all right.
There was a broad road up the side of the cliff, wide enough for 6 horses abreast. We climbed it. We came to the top, and I looked on Nonso Bridge and towered Karak. Once, thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago, there had been a small mountain here, rising from the valley floor. Nanbu, the White River, had eaten it away. gigantic bow of black rock, winged over the abyss with the curved flight of an arrow. Its base, on each side, was a mesa, sculptured as Nansur had been from the original mount. The mesa, at whose threshold I stood. It looked less built for a square mile. Towers and turrets, both square and round, sprang up from it. It was walled. There was something about that immense ebon citadel that struck me with the same sense of like that city of DAYZ, which Dante glimpsed in Hades, and its antiquity hung over it like a... Then I saw that Nansur was broken. Between the arch that winged from the side on which we stood and the arch that swept up and out from the side of the black citadel, there was a gap. It was as though a gigantic hammer had been swung down on the soaring bow, shattering it at its center. I thought of Bifrost Bridge, over which the Valkyries rode, bearing the souls of the warriors to Valhalla, and I thought it had been as great a blasphemy to have broken Nansur Bridge as it would have been to have. Around the citadel were other buildings, hundreds of them outside its walls, buildings of grey and brown stone, with gardens. They stretched over acres, and on each side of this city were fertile fields and flowering groves. There was a wide road stretching far, far away to cliffs shrouded in the green veils. I thought I saw the black mouth of a cavern at its end. Karak, whispered Everly, and Nansur Bridge, and oh, Leif, beloved, but my heart is heavy, so heavy. I hardly heard her. I trod on them and put my arm around Everly. We went on, and now I saw why Karak had been built where it was, for on the far side the black citadel commanded both ends of the valley, and when Nansur had been unbroken, it had commanded this approach as well. Suddenly, I felt a feverish eagerness to run out upon Nansur and look down on Karak from the broken end. I was restive at the slowness of the pygmies. I started forward. The garrison came crowding around me, staring up at me, whispering to one another, studying me with their yellow eyes. Drums began to beat. They were answered by trumpets from the citadel. I walked ever more rapidly toward Nansur. The fever of eagerness had become consuming. I wanted to run. I pushed the golden pygmies aside impatiently. Jin's voice came to me, warningly. Leaf. No heed. I went out upon Nansur. Vaguely. And that low parapets guarded its edges, and that the stone was rammed for the tread of horses and the tread of marching men, and that if the white river had shaped it, the hands of men had finished its carving. I reached the broken end. 100 feet below me, the white river raced smoothly. There were serpents, a dull red body, slug-like, monstrous, lifted above the murky current, then another and another. There was a broad plaza between the walls of the dark citadel. It was empty. I felt a curious quivering inside me, a choking in my throat. I forgot Evely. I forgot Jim. And the gates swung open. One on a great black horse, the other on a they raced across the plaza. The black horse was the witch woman, and the other I knew for Tiber the smith, Tiber the laugher. Followers. I had eyes only. He was a head shorter than I, but strength as great or greater than mine spoke from the immense shoulders, the thick body. His red hair was red-bearded. His eyes were violet. The wide, loose mouth was a laughing mouth, but the laughter which had graven those lines on Tiber's huge warhammer. He looked me over from head to foot and back again with narrow, mocking eyes. I hated Tiber before I had seen him. Absorbed, wondering, those who were clustered behind Tiber and the witchwoman were only a blur to me. Tiber leaned forward. He jeered. There was a laugh from the group around me. Speculation in her eyes. Douglas' face and swaggered forward. He called out to me, "Have you grown soft during your wanderings?" Stand fast. His hand dropped to the battle hammer at his side. He hurled it at. The hammer was hurtling through the air at me with the speed of a bullet. Yet it seemed to come slowly. I could even see the thong that held it to Tiber's arm slowly lengthening. Little doors were opening in my brain. The ancient motionless as the ancient master described. But they should have given me a shield, no matter how slowly the great sledge seemed to come. It seemed to me that the head caught it. Its weight was all of 20 pounds. By its metal shaft. High. But did I not know the trick of that? The little doors were opening faster now, and I knew another. I held the battle hammer to Tiber's arm and jerked him to the shout of the pygmies. The witchwoman sliced down a knife and severed the thong. She jerked Tiber back from the verge. Rage swept me. That was not in the play. By the ancient test, it was challenger and challenged alone. I swung the great hammer around my head and around, and hurled it back at Tiber. It whistled as it flew, and the severed thong streamed rigid in its wake. He threw himself aside, but not quickly enough. The sledge struck him on the shoulder, a glancing blow, but it dropped him. And now I laughed across the gulf. The witchwoman leaned forward, incredulity flooding the speculation in her eyes. She was no longer amused. Into nothing like mirth of any kind. Still other doors, tiny doors, opening in my brain. They wouldn't believe I was Dwayano High. Am I Dwayanu? Look on this. Am I Dwayanu? I heard a woman scream. I knew that voice. The memories that had slipped through them darted back before they closed. Why, it was Ively who was screaming, and Jim who was shouting at me. What was the matter with them? Ively was facing me, arms outstretched, and there was stark unbelief and horror and loathing in the brown eyes fastened on me, and rank upon rank, the little people were closing around the pair of them, barring me from them. Their spears and arrows were leveled at me. They were hissing like a horde of golden snakes, their faces distorted with hatred, their eyes fastened on the ring of Kukuru. And now I saw that hatred reflected upon the face of Everly, and the loathing deepened in her eyes. Everly, I cried, and would have leaped toward her, Back went the hands of the pygmies for the throwing cast. The arrows trembled in their bows. Don't move. Leaf, I'm coming. Jim jumped forward. Instantly the pygmies swarmed round and upon him. He swayed and went down under them. Everly, I cried again. I saw the loathing fade and heartbreak come into her face. She called some command. A score of pygmies shot by her, on each side, casting down their bows and spears as they raced toward me. Stupidly, I watched them come. Among them, I saw 3. They struck me like little living battering rams. I was thrust backward. My foot struck air, the pygmies clinging to my legs, harrying me like terriers. I toppled over the edge of Nansur. This is the end of the story. Tell us what you think in the comment section. Please subscribe and ring the notification bell so you'll be the first to know when we release new content.
Okay, that gun is all up in my face. Can't focus anything else. Get out of my way. face with a rock. Well, that's an awful lot of bots. Kind of sucks that they guard bots don't have stuff for you to loot. But it is fun to shoot them. don't know if anything spawns it, but oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I really dislike that. See, second time I've done that. I don't know what key that is, but that is insanely. Polaroid photos. Sad thing about these sci-fi guns is they are so long that the gun rays on these is just crazy. Well, there we go. That solved that problem right there. go fuck yourselves. I found a workaround.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I
I
will.
have brain damage.
How are ya? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Morning to our good friend Will. I'm bleeding, I'm bleeding. Why didn't somebody say you're bleeding? Blood? Reload. Sounds like it's on top of the. Start stacking stuff back up. Huh? Copper's there. Okay, don't know what that was. Some drone flying overhead, I guess. I don't know. Praise wine. So, wino. I'd like some waffles too. Will, make me some waffles. What the fuck? That was creepy, to say the least. Hate it when servers do that shit. I hate to say it, but that's usually one of the heli mods of some kind. And it fucks the system up bad. This has those modded fucking aircraft. And I know that definitely. Yeah. I know the robots mess with shit. The Marubots. How much inventory space can a character have? Well, if you get the big backpack, that's 1,000 slots. I mean, you start out pretty close to maximum inventory. So, I mean, you can decrease your character's inventory space. I hate the gun rays on these fucking sci-fi guns. Sci-fi guns piss me off. I mean, the gun rays on them is fucking ridiculous. Look how small this gun is. I mean, I'm nowhere near that fucking shelf. I'm definitely not anywhere near the fucking burnt items on there. Hi, Jam. Good morning. Yeah, like my shirt is 250 slots, pretty much max. I think the pants are 250 slots. Um, the invisible backpack is 500 slots. You can go up to 700 slots with an invisible backpack, or you can get one of the server backpacks, which aren't invisible but are 1,000 slots. So I don't have nearly 9,000 slots. Wrap Glugga. Their fall damage. I don't know, jump off a tall building for science. Well, I grabbed a whole bunch of guns, but I'm not keeping any of these guns. I'm selling every single one of them. I'm selling every gun that I just picked up. So I'm not keeping. Why did that sound like a fucking dragon? That sounded like a fucking dragon attack. This one, the Abtomat or Ab Abtomar. Yeah, I think it's the dragon mod. Last night I could have swore I saw a dragon flying around on the server, so I don't know if that's an actual thing on here. Um, I'm pretty sure these guns right here are tier 2. Um, and the coloring on them it's just skin. I don't know what that is. Is that a car or is that fuck is that? Two guns above this one? Is that the one that you're talking about? Right here? Or that one? Or that one? Those. I don't I don't know. I have a couple of tier 3 guns. They're really not that much greater. But then again, I didn't have those when I took on the dragons and shit at the safe store. So I think their tier range is set up a little bit different on this server. I think it's the amount of ammo that's available, kind of thing. I don't know if you can actually buy ammo on this server. So, because at the trader they have um the ammo loaders. So you just buy the mags and you just fill the mags and run around with fully loaded mags. The Angel Reloader thing. Find one with 7 stars as part of its name. It should be the strongest since it's from MWP 10 pack. I'll take your word for it. I do have a couple of tier 3 guns. They don't really seem to be that much better, but they sound really cool when you shoot them. And I haven't gone after, like I said, I haven't gone after any dragons or anything like that. So, and I haven't seen any other safe stores yet. But then again, I don't have a car or a vehicle. So, I don't know. Yeah, and I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know if that's a car or something. It was flying around. Maybe. See if I can see what I can take out of these spots here. Take the heads. Take the heads. Oh, okay. Well, taking all the body parts. Said I do have a couple of tier 3 guns, so I'm gonna have this one, the F4th. That the F4R3L Alliance gun, which is pretty dope. But I mean, it's as long as the fucking day. You know what? I don't know. They probably have that shit, but it's probably up at Black Market. I haven't been up that far. I'm second day on here, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure it has that shit on here. It's all part of their fucking... It's all part of Maru's stuff. Check my DMs after stream. Okay. Sending me pervy fucking pictures of yourself or what? Robo Bunny is a monster, not armor. I have no idea. I have no idea if they've implemented that or anything like that. I have no idea. Dump truck butts? I mean, they have butts the size of a dump truck? Or do they poop on you? If they poop on you, that's kind of gross. Oh, they just got big fat booties. Oh, was that like a one-shot kill? Point blank? Right in the eye? I don't know why I hit the breath hold. You don't have to hold my breath on here. Fat bottom girls make the rockin' world go round. A meme in your Discord several weeks ago. I know, Glug. Got it. Memes are usually always funny. Unless it's something super gross. I want some Cheetos cheesy poof. Auto run, running back to Green Mountain. Totally me, though. Ooh. Critter Cove. I have to look at that. Do I have oh, the meme with all the the guy with all the wires. Yeah. I don't know if that's really a meme. That's more of a, like, almost like a comic strip kind of thing. Crappy thing is, all I have is 4 hotbar keys. Yeah, I seen that. That made me laugh when I read that. Like, yeah, that's kind of me. Yeah, it goes back to last night's conversation about being wireless shit. Yeah, wireless, everything goes dead all at the same time, and you're like, what the fuck? Fuck this shit. Where's my wired headset? Where's my wired keyboard and mouse?
My face with some sort of I suddenly awoke coughing, choking and struggling to breathe to strong winds and rain lashing my face, with some sort of fragrant metallic taste suffocating my mouth. I squinted through my stinging eyes and tried to inhale through the constant bombardment of water. I shivered and found my senses enough to push of the wet rock I was laying on with my frozen hands to see a dark environment. The sound of a rough seas crashed against the rocks and swept up onto the pier and land, almost submerging them. The night was dark and only illuminated by a sweeping glow, allowing me to see the faint outline of the pier and land
that should
before me.
be supposed to be a
Towards the edge
strong
of the
gun.
pier,
But
and
look
everlasting
how
darkness
long
could only be seen.
fucking guns are, dude.
I dragged my slow, cold body closer onto the land.
Now you got to imagine there's another half that gun
For some
length
reason, I felt safer to
invisible
move
on
away
the
from the
front
dark
of
sea
that.
and onto firm, solid ground.
Yeah, it's in my
However,
Discord.
Where even was I?
I think it's under
My head
pics and
throbbed and
memes.
spiraled as a flash of me in the shower was my
Or
last memory.
memes and pics or
But the
something like
constant
that.
whipping of water and wind thrust me back into my instincts rather than logic. Quickly scanning around the immediate area, I found the source of the glow, although it was a piercing light when looking directly at it. A lighthouse towered above me on what I was guessing was the coastline, but was hard to see the base.
It's pretty funny.
Because of a thick fog
It's like a little
surrounding me.
comic strip
What a
kind of
terrible
thing.
storm. The lights of the lighthouse were on as the warm glow from the windows gleamed through the fog. Black fog? Where am I? Where am I? Thoughts passed through my head as I tried to pull myself to my feet. My body was hard and rigid, frozen to the blood. Conveniently, I was wearing a raincoat and wellies as if I worked on a fishing boat. How was I wearing this? Cuddling my own body, and noticing that the raincoat was no good at this point as all of what I was wearing was wet through. I squelched and stumbled forward as I tried to make my way to the lighthouse. I slid across the smooth stone of the lighthouse until I found the door, and the warm glow of the innards spread onto my face as I peered through the round window. The storm continued to beat down, but I was slightly sheltered by the lighthouse. I hammered with my frozen hand against the door, scared that my hand would shatter like ice. "Hello!" I screamed through the window on the door. I shouted louder, thinking the storm was drowning me out. "Hello, anyone? Can I please come in?" I shouted while continuing to bang. I returned my hand to my armpit to find no warmth. I glanced through the misty window. I needed to get in. I was so cold. Where am I? I tried the door handle, thinking I'd apologize to whoever later, as I was just seeking warmth. I rattled it, and the door clunked and loosened. Hope was revitalized in me from the small victory as the door creaked open and was then promptly ripped out of my hand as the strong gales flung the door open. I practically fell into the lighthouse, noticing the warmth like fire scalding every inch of my skin. My blood boiled and my heart raced from the sudden shock of change to my environment. But I jumped up and grabbed the door, and with all of my strength slammed and pushed the door shut. Silence. Immediate silence. Slowly, as if I was waking up for the second time again, the dull, muffled sound rattled against the walls of the lighthouse. The waves echoed further away, almost comforting. My body warmed, but I was still dripping wet. I turned to look inside the room, wiping my face from the floppy, wet hair to see the bottom floor of the lighthouse. Empty. Well, not empty. Empty. The room was filled with bits and bobs, creating a warm, welcoming lounge. Kitchen. But it was devoid of life. I was going to search, but I could tell from the glance or the feeling that no one was here. A warm fire crackled and burned in the fireplace. The kettle was hot and steamy in the kitchenette. Comfortable sofas and chairs rested on a soft carpet, but the room was mostly covered in books. Different sizes and tattered papers littered the nearby table, along with more random books. Where am I? I stripped my wet clothes, which I didn't recognize, and dried off a little by the toasty fire. I could have been overstepping my boundaries, but I also put on the nearby shirt and jeans resting on the chair closest the fire. I wasn't exactly going to explore the lighthouse in the nutty. I explored the lighthouse quickly, but nothing particularly special, other than the emptiness, and the fact I was even here. There was a bathroom in the room next to the lounge, and the floor above was a bedroom. Above that, it was just storage and access to the top of the lighthouse, but with the current storm, I didn't fancy going back out there quite yet. The lights were on in all of the lighthouse, which meant there was power at least,
200 slots,
and it looked as if there was someone here.
It's an invisible
Things all
bag,
left
200
half done, in
slots.
particular,
I
the
can move
recently
up to
boiled
500
kettle.
slots, or I
Did they
can
go
go up
outside?
to 700
I
slots.
returned to the lounge, feeling
with
the warm
invisible
tingle
bags,
reach the furthest
or I can
points
go
of my
1,000
body.
slots.
I felt much better
But then you'd be
inside,
able to
which
see
gave me
my
time to
back.
think about what happened. The storm continued to rage on outside.
Pants and
the windows
my
rattled like pouring
jacket
gravel,
are 150
and the murmured
slots.
wind's howl reverberated through the lighthouse.
But you'll notice they don't have
I
much in
moved
the
my
way
attention
of
to the dining
anything
table,
shrunken
with an open
down.
book adjacent to the single dining room
Most
chair.
of everything is
It looked like an
full
old
size.
leather-bound book, and even had a pen and quill to the right of it. The pages were stained and crinkled, and looked as if it should be on exhibit in a museum. Passing my hand across the open page to feel a sandy, coarse texture, I noticed 3 blocks of writing with the ink to the right, from the top to the middle of the page. I couldn't read it.
I have 3 of those.
It was written in a language I couldn't recognize, using a completely different alphabet to what I knew. I turned the page to find more of the same writing and some small doodles of creatures. Maybe. I noticed the writing on other parchments spread around the room. I couldn't exactly read any of it, but I found a couple pages with mostly sketches and doodles. Something to look at, I guess. It was mostly of different vegetation and animals that seemed altogether unfamiliar. Before I knew it, the comforting warmth of the lighthouse sent me off to sleep right here at the dining table. Where am I? I awoke much later, noticing the silence outside. It was still dark outside, but the sound of the storm had gone. I couldn't tell how much time had passed, but the fire had reduced to just embers.
Yeah,
No
see,
one was still here.
these are pretty common
I
guns.
made my way
I'm gonna say
outside to
they're
have a little check after
not
putting on my
really
now
that
dry raincoat.
strong.
I pulled the door
I mean, that
open,
looks
noticing
cool.
it to be much heavier than I realized, and peeked outside. The sea was calm, and the soothing sounds of small waves sweeping up the stone faces and under the pier were presented before me. It echoed slightly as well. It was still very dark, and scanning beyond the pier, it was still like a void. Was it still foggy or cloudy? There were no stars in the distance toward the sea. I was now stood outside looking toward the spot I woke up before. I left the door open in fear it might not open again. Raising an immense amount of confidence, I decided to have a little search around the lighthouse. What intrigued me was a faint glow which trickled around the edge of the lighthouse, possibly even brighter. I slowly strolled around the lighthouse, still a little unsteady on my feet, while my hand grazed the rough wall so it would never be too far from me. When I arrived far enough around the lighthouse and the small garage that was to the side of it, my eyes glistened with incomprehensible confusion and wonder. What was I looking at? A soundless orchestra of light and color from a light show of stars, flaming suns, darting asteroids, spiraling galaxies all twinkling and dancing before me in a multitude of color. A universe? How did I miss this when I arrived? Was the fog and weather so distracting I didn't see it? Asteroids flew through the cosmos, crashing into planets. Suns radiated light in every direction to the surrounding planets. The galaxies calmly spun as a chaos of light and color, merging with other galaxies, while stars died and imploded, destroying all around. Every detail of the universe could be seen before me like a theater of the cosmos. I walked closer to what I could see, and what's more, I could see the edge, looking from left to right, to up to down. My mind struggled to comprehend the sight. It wasn't a picture, but I could see every detail from an edge's perspective as it curved around. I could see the full rocky island I was on, and as one side was a universe, the other was completely empty void except the lighthouse and the random sea. Where am I? I shuffled to the edge of island, mesmerized by the complexity and detail of the universe I could see. It stretched as far as my vision stretched. Reaching the edge, I uncontrollably raised my hand out and tried to touch, only to be presented with an invisible barrier that rippled to the touch, but was quite hard. Thinking about it, this was a blessing that there was a barrier, because how would I breathe? But then how was I even breathing now? What was I experiencing? After I managed to take my eyes away from the screensaver that was before me, I explored the tiny island. Other than rocks, there was only the lighthouse that continued to shine into the void and the pier that pointed out into the void. There was no light beyond, just an endless darkness accompanied by a sea. How was there even rain before? I came to the shoreline of the island and stared at the dark water. Dipping my handle below the shallow waves, the water was actually black in color as my hand disappeared and felt almost soapy. It may not have been
Doesn't let
water.
you sell the.
It also smelled
flash,
metallic with a hint of
kinda
wood.
Sucks.
Not the usual salty sea smell I was expecting. Where am I? I returned to the lighthouse after my brief adventure. I figured it was the safest place to be, but didn't have the foggiest idea on what to do next. I simply relit the fire and paced around the room, made myself a hot cup of tea, presumably tea, and just went into a lost daydream. I decided to scan the books and papers to look for a hint of anything, even though I couldn't read anything. Luckily, in a few of the documents, the author was an artist and had done sketches and doodles of their surroundings. I recognized the island and the vast universe next to it. I also began to see patterns in the big old book on the table. It was starting to look like some sort of diary. Also, going back far enough, I noticed that the alphabet changed and the handwriting. It was completely different in form, suggesting more than one person stayed here. Was it always one person? The thing that cast the most dread in me, though, was the dark, shadowy person-like figure with uncolored circles for eyes that both authors had sketched on various occasions, and only differing in style slightly each time. One drawing had the dark figure tower over the lighthouse, where another looked as if it was an attempt of a scale image in comparison to the lighthouse. Something they saw in the void, perhaps? I stayed in the lighthouse for whatever amount of time passed. I had no reference of time here since it remained constantly dark. I slept when I was tired, and I tried to read the books when I was awake. This was my routine. I felt safer in the lighthouse, and the cabinets in the kitchen were stocked with food, so I didn't have to worry about starving at this immediate effect. I looked into methods of keeping time as well. I thought about counting the number of fires I got through or something, but I didn't think I'd keep count, or what was the actual point.
The Dark Cosmos brings you The Dark Cosmos. This classic sci-fi tale was first published in the May 1952 issue of Galaxy Science Fiction magazine. Dr. Tandler's latest invention, a device that makes objects vanish, promises to revolutionize the world. But as items and people start disappearing without a trace, the line between genius and madness blurs. With society on edge and Tandler's life unraveling, the true power and peril of the Vanisher unfold. Can Dr. Tandler control the creation he unleashed, or will it consume everything in its path? Dear cosmonauts, let's begin our sci-fi journey with tonight's narrator, Ben Tucker.
Chapter 1 of The Vanisher by Michael Shara. The two girls stayed to see the picture a second time, and when they got out of the movie it was after midnight and raining and they couldn't get a cab. Louise bought a paper and put it over her head and ran off, laughing in the direction of Albany Street. Ivy folded her kerchief and turned up Livingstone. She did not run. There was nothing wrong with rain or with getting wet, and she enjoyed the coolness. She plunged her hands deeply into her coat pockets and did not bother to walk quickly at all. The night was very dark, made darker by the rain, which was heavy and full. But Ivy was unconcerned. She was a small-town girl, country-bred, with 3 huge brothers who knew every man in the county. She had grown up with a strong belief in the natural goodness of things, of people, and although she was young and slim and extremely pretty, she had no worry now of walking home in the dark. This was her hometown. She had lived here all her life. She passed by huge bushes and under the great clutching branches of trees without thinking at all of the things which could and did lurk behind them. She turned up Elmwood Road, with her mind at rest, filled with skirts and dances and taffy pulls. And her faith in people, as it turned out, was justified. For the long arm that reached out of the bushes, the darkness, and plucked her with a rush into a deep black silence, was an arm of flesh and an arm of bone, but it was very far from human. The door opened at the top of the ramp, and the colonel peered cautiously inside. "Nobody here but us chickens," he said, sputtering in the rain, and the guard dropped the muzzle of the machine pistol and saluted. The colonel stomped in onto the concrete floor, grumbling. He was followed by an enormous lieutenant, an immense, looming, cliff-shouldered man well over 6 feet tall. The lieutenant had to duck coming through the door, cast a downward salute to the startled guard. The colonel moved out from under the lieutenant's dripping overhang, pointed a lean, wet finger down the hall. "He here?" Yes, sir," said the guard, eyeing the monstrous lieutenant with respect. The colonel wiped his face with a dry handkerchief, took off his hat, and smoothed down his sparse white hair. Then he strode off down the concrete hall, motioning for the lieutenant to follow. Together they came to a bolted steel door. The colonel opened it without knocking, ushered the lieutenant inside. The room they entered was wide and rich, oak-paneled in great contrast to the whitewashed concrete of the halls outside. In the center of the room was a mahogany desk, at which a small, sad, cigar-smoking man sat absorbedly drawing donuts on a white-lined pad. The colonel saluted. The man at the desk, whose name was Dundon, looked up at the big lieutenant and chomped on his cigar. "Is this our man?" "Yes, sir. Lieutenant Hilton. He knows." "Sure is a big bugger," Dundon said, rising. The lieutenant regarded him calmly. "He knows every phase of the operation, sir," the colonel said. Of course. Sit down, boy, Dundon said briefly, waving his cigar. The lieutenant sat. What's a few extra pounds? They need 'em, by God. He put the cigar in his mouth and clamped his hands behind him, walked around to the front of the desk, and sat down on the edge of it. When's takeoff, sir? The colonel asked. Dundon looked at his watch. Less than an hour. Does he know? The colonel whistled. That's soon. No, he doesn't know anything. The lieutenant had taken off his hat, showing himself to be much younger and blonder than he had first appeared to Dundon. He sat watching both men without any particular expression. Well, we'd better get on with it, Dundon said, and reached out a hand toward the colonel without looking at him. Do you have the lieutenant's records? The colonel reached quickly into his inside coat pocket, drew out a long folded envelope which he laid in Dundon's hand. The small man hefted it, looked briefly inside. Well, he said curtly, gotta save time. If we have to brief him and get ready, I can't go through all this. What's the story? Before the colonel could say anything, Dundon looked at the lieutenant with a wide, amiable, thoroughly unexpected smile. Don't mind us, son. No time for manners. Have a cigar. The lieutenant politely refused. The colonel took off his coat and began to dry himself out, talking as he moved. Well, as far as I can recall, here's the poop. His name is Augustus Webster Hilton, 2nd Lieutenant R.A. out of Fort Benning. He's 6'6.5", weighs 240 some odd pounds. Age 25, nickname Webb. AGCT score of 145. Dundon's eyes lifted. He's got a head on him, the colonel agreed. Army record superior to excellent. Present assignment instructing in orbits and trajectory-based training. Qualities of organization leadership very high. Excellent officer material. A slight fleeting frown crossed Dundon's face. Defects, the colonel said.
Broken.
Several minor. No
How
major.
are you?
Minor include a tendency to irk his superiors by failure to consult, by failure to keep his opinions to himself. Nothing unusual for the age, of course. Other defects are his size. The lieutenant sat without moving through all this. And his blood type. He's got some rare kind of thing for which plasma's almost never available. That keeps him from frontline duty. The colonel stopped, began slowly to light a cigarette. Dundon looked at him oddly. Nothing else? The colonel shook his head. Dundon was suddenly flushed. Wait a minute, son, he said to the lieutenant, and then he took the colonel by the arm and led him briskly into a corner. What the hell is this? He hissed angrily, lowly into the colonel's ear. This boy looks like one hell of a good officer. What? The colonel held his finger to his lips, gestured cautiously. I couldn't tell you in front of him, Chief. Couldn't tell me what? Listen, I'm not going to kill a young kid like... It's security. The major defect is security. Dundon quieted. What did he do? Nothing he did. Chief, you won't like this, but it makes a big difference.
1,500 round
security
pistol.
Is, they checked this boy all the way back to the cradle. Found out things about him he doesn't know himself. His history checked out all right. No trouble anywhere except for his father. According to the records, he doesn't have any. Dundon cocked an eyebrow. The lieutenant, unhearing, sat without looking at them. His mother claims to have married a man named Bruce Hilton in Chicago in 1930. There's no record of the marriage. Also, none of her friends ever met him. She went away from her hometown, Evanston, and stayed for a year and came back with a baby, a wedding ring, and a very sad tale of a husband who died. There's no record of the death of any Bruce Hilton. She made up the name, obviously, her maiden name, Finnerty. Dundon stared. So, what the hell? He began, but the colonel cut him off. So, nobody knows, just the boy's mother and security. But security has a special tab for cases like this. They figure like this. Suppose the kid gets into a sensitive job or gets to rank pretty high and someone finds out about his
$8 million
lack of
in
parents.
that 1,000 slot bag because we can definitely
It could mean
fill it.
blackmail. It could mean security risk. Or it could mean rumors among officers' wives and a lot of nonsense like that. I know it doesn't sound like a thing you should hang a guy on, but, well, you know security. They never take a chance. This kid will get to be a captain, maybe a major, maybe even an LC, but he has no future in the Army. Dundon was looking down studiously at his shoes.
Bags, backpacks.
So, that's what you wanted, the colonel pursued. Somebody competent but expendable, right? Dundon looked up, his gray eyes filled with disgust, and then he realized that the colonel could not help it.
Oh,
not like this
and
either.
this bag
Patted him on the arm.
has
Hell of a
lots
reason
of
to kill a kid,
weapon
he said
slots
softly,
on it. So
and turned back to the lieutenant, the man to be killed, who was sitting calmly in his chair and wondering when the brass was going to get
definitely
to the point.
worth picking up.
Dundon came back and sat down, and now, with great kindness, told the lieutenant the story. And so it was that Webb Hilton went out into space and saw the uncovered stars and met the naked man and became the first man in history to die more than once. You know, of course, said Dundon, that the satellite has been completed and is in orbit. The first crew went up on 9th of September. Construction was finished on 20th September, and the full crew was aboard within 12 hours. The whole thing went off without a hitch. There wasn't one thing we hadn't anticipated. We sent the green light to the president and sat back to wait for the Russians to find out what was up. He grinned momentarily at his joke. The station was in orbit for a week, he went on, and we were in constant radio contact. Furthermore, we had it under radio and telescopic observation, either one or the other or both, 24 hours a day from points all over the Earth. Some of that I guess you know. The purpose is mainly to supplement the station's own radar. We don't want anything going near that station without our knowing about it real quick. And we know damn well, he said more slowly, his puzzlement beginning to show in his voice, that nothing went near that station. Webb still waited, not following at all. Dundon sat up on the edge of his desk, beginning to fidget now as he talked. His stubby fingers were running continually through his thin gray hair and tightening his tie and tugging at his buttons and toying with the desktop. He had been under a great strain for a long time, and it was obvious. On 28th September, he said evenly. No, get this. On 28th September, in the middle of the afternoon, we lost radio contact with the station. It cut off in the middle of a weather observation, just like that. There was no background sounds at all, no noise or confusion, just silence. We waited, figuring, of course, that...
Don't know if there's a well here?
We didn't hear a thing. After a few minutes, we began to get worried. They didn't come in on the emergency radio either. Radar reported the satellite was still in regular orbit. Nothing looked wrong, but we couldn't contact her. After a couple of hours, we began to get panicky. We figured a small meteor had hit her. A big one would have knocked her out of orbit, but a small one might have penetrated through and knocked out both radios
Another
without
restart
altering
in
trajectory
2
to any
minutes.
noticeable extent. We figured that must have been it, because by this time 5 hours had passed and we hadn't heard a word. So then we managed to get visual as soon as it got dark and the satellite orbited to position. We had a prearranged system of light signaling to be used in case both radios failed. In the telescopes, we could even see the reflectors sitting right out on the hub, completed and untouched.
A couple
But we
of
waited
minutes,
all night
and
and
then
never got a thing.
minutes after that, we'll try logging back
It
in.
couldn't have been a meteor.
I'm gonna go use the
Dundon began to
restroom.
pace back
Hang
and forth,
tight.
and both Webb and the colonel followed him, absorbed. The station is shaped like a donut, with solid bulkheads all around. How could one meteor go all the way around the damn thing, kill everybody in it, knock out 2 separate radios, and still not disturb the orbit? It would take a swarm, obviously, even if you forget about the orbit. But there would have to be holes, and we had a close-up view of that station, as close as the house across the street, and there wasn't a hole to be seen. Well, that night we sent up a rocket. Nothing big enough to show on radar had approached the station or left it, so the only other solution was sabotage. One or more of the men we sent up had to be enemy agents, and they were obviously in control of the station. We had to make damn sure we got them out real quick. If necessary, we were set to blow up the station. And then it got worse. Dundon stopped, came over and sat down on the desk in front of Webb, looking straight at him, watching his reaction. Webb was frozen in his chair. The rocket, said Dundon slowly, never came back. It's still up there, floating along a few yards from the station. We can see it clearly. Too clearly, damn it. And the interesting part is this. Nobody got out of the rocket. Nobody went into the satellite. The rocket went up and maneuvered itself into orbit alongside the satellite, and there it sits. We haven't been able to contact it by radio either. Chapter 2. There was an icy sting lancing her arm, and then a million furry brushes began rubbing in her body. In a moment, Ivy was totally paralyzed. Black shapes, dripping and lean, picked her up gently, conducted her through the low-hanging trees toward another place where a black square loomed. The hands were impersonal, but never in her life had she been touched like this. She was absolutely terrified. A door was opened. She was laid upon a dark, hard floor. In a moment the floor began to move, and she realized through her terror that she was in a truck. But they left her alone. She lay for a long while upon the floor, unable to think. She could not possibly understand this, the who or the why, because she had not dreamed about it, or ever considered it. She was a girl of great natural sweetness, born of strict, respected parents, and a strict, respectable life. What was happening now was so far from reality that she could not believe it. She lay on the floor of the truck trying to close her eyes, but the paralysis was too great and she couldn't. The truck drove on through the raining night, bumping, grinding, carrying her inevitably toward the worst day of terror she had ever known. There was no question of sabotage. The men who went up, swore security, were as clean as the driven snow, and in his own mind Dundon agreed. It was remotely conceivable that one man might just possibly slip through the incredibly complex security check, but this was much too thorough a job. It would require too many men in too many places. Dundon's next step was clear. Under the president's signature, he had called for the Air Force file on flying saucers. He was disgusted to find that the Air Force knew no more than it had published, which was not very much. The file did, however, reach the tentative conclusion that further investigation might well prove fruitful. Dundon was overcome. He seized a pen and wrote on the report, in great, red, angry letters, the indelible words, "You bet your sweet—" But even further investigation, Dundon realized when he had cooled to a touchable temperature, would probably not help. You could scan the skies with telescopes until you wore your eyeballs down to the bone. But even if you saw, what could you do? He had a grave conviction that whoever went up to the satellite would not come down. There was no way of knowing what was up there or why, and it was a little more than possible that there was a lethal something about space itself which would never let man off the face of the earth. Not ever, for the rest of time. But somebody had to go.
All right.
There was nothing else to do. You could not build another satellite or send up another fully manned rocket, not until you found out what was wrong up there. There was always the chance that the failures were purely mechanical. Maybe, whoever was sent up would get back down. And so a man was sent. He had to be a man with a thorough knowledge of the satellite, with an alert and adaptable mind, and at the same time a man whose failure to return would be of no great loss to anyone. Such a man was Webb Hilton. "Never leave your suit," Dundon said urgently. "Not for a damn minute. You'll have a large supply of oxygen, enough to see you there and back. Keep your eyes open and report whatever you see. We'll have a line attached to your suit running back through the rocket and broadcasting to us. We'll be in contact with you all the way." And then he became embarrassed, as a man will in a position where he is sending someone else into a very dirty thing, and all he can do himself is nothing. So he said good luck, and that was that. The ship lifted shortly after midnight. Webb rode up encased in his suit, along with the volunteer pilot who was the rocket's only crew. He did not speak to Dundon on the way up. He could not have spoken if he had tried, but he endured the tremendous acceleration with the patient joy of a man who is about to do some very fast living. No more classes and trajectory for him. No more teaching an endless chain of men no younger than himself to rise up above him and go out into space. He was an impatient man. He had always been an impatient man. So he rode out into the blackness with no qualms at all. But he was no fool. The qualms began very soon. They began with the sudden end of the acceleration. The pilot, Joe Falk, spoke over the intercom to see if he was all right. He said he was. This was the signal for Dundon from Earth to cut in. They spoke back and forth, not saying very much, with cold shivers running through them, while Falk maneuvered into position. From his seat below the pilot, Webb could see nothing but wires, tubing, and a heavy stanchion. He waited. Eventually, Falk said, "Okay, Webb, in orbit. She's all yours." Webb took a deep breath. Dundon was speaking in his ear. "Now, watch yourself and tell me everything you see. Open the door and let's go." Webb freed himself from his straps, floated cautiously hand over hand to the hatch. Falk was right behind him. He spun the hatch and opened it, went through the airlock to the outer door, stepped out into space. In the great blazing sea in which he found himself, he paused for a second, immobile. The stars were brilliant beyond belief. He had forgotten that they would be of different colors, not just dull shades as seen from Earth. And the fiery reds, the yellows, the cool blues, and the blazing oranges stunned him. He held tight to the airlock, absorbing it all while Falk came out behind him. God, Webb breathed.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Dundon was immediately shouting. Nothing, Webb said quickly. I was just looking at the stars. Dundon muttered something dark and profane.
To hell with the stars. Maybe that's what will get you. Man, watch the things that are close.
Okay, Webb said with embarrassment, coming to himself and pulling his eyes away. But this was a sight he could not absorb all at once. He felt shaken for several minutes, and unutterably alone. Off to his right, half hidden by the bow of the ship, he saw the satellite. The huge gray ring was revolving slowly, rolling silently along above the great green plate of the Earth. Beyond it, dimly, he could see the floating black form of the first rocket. The entire scene was weird, unbelievable, and incredibly beautiful. He waited again while Dundon fumed from below, letting the sense of where he was sink into him. Falk did the same. At last, to Dundon's great relief, they were able to move. They manned the small taxi pod, shoved off carefully in the direction of the satellite. Falk brought them with a gingerly caution to the turret of the hub. They had to stop a few feet away because the turret was revolving, and to try to land the pod while the turret was in motion was useless.
Slots.
Jump, said Dundon. Webb gulped. Although he had no sense of gravity, he could not help but feel the absolute emptiness all around him and beneath him. Between him and the Earth, straight down, there was 1,000 miles of nothing. But he rode in the taxi and braced himself, and jumped. He shot across space and crashed head-on into the turret, came very close to cracking his helmet against the gray steel. He swore feebly, but sincerely and with great fright, and clutched for a hold. He had greatly overestimated the power he needed to cross a space in which there was no gravity at all. But he found a hold at last on a vein of the reflector and hung on grimly, desperately, for several moments.
1900 and
Dundon asked how he was.
in slots.
Delightful, Webb muttered. Absolutely delightful. Then he looked around for Falk. The taxi had been kicked quite some distance away. Falk, white-faced through his helmet, was bringing her slowly back in. Easy when you jump, Joe, Webb called. I like to went through this thing. Falk grunted. He slipped a rope on the pod and leaped for the turret. Even warned he came in too hard, and Webb had to grab at him wildly with one hand. But now the hard part was done, and they were aboard. Webb looked around for the airlock. Webb went in alone. There was no need for both of them inside, so Falk waited by the airlock and fed him the radio line. As he spun the wheel which opened the lock and looked down the long tube into the darkness, he began to feel for the first time the perspiration soaking him. He took one last look at the whirling stars and then stepped inside the turret. In the turret there was no gravity, but as he climbed down the landing net toward the rim of the revolving donut, centrifugal force caught into him and gave him weight. It was immensely reassuring. He had a small sealed light at his belt, which enabled him to see his way around, and at the base of the turret he came to the main door into the satellite. He stood on the net and regarded the door silently. Now, if there really was some sabotaging gent on board this thing, right behind this door now would be where he would be. He would have heard the boots clump on the steel. There was no doubt about that. And he would not be hampered by a spacesuit. Thoughtfully, Webb considered the fact that he had no weapon. No weapon but his size. Up to now, this moment, that had always been enough. But he had no illusions about what would happen if there really was somebody alive in there. Still, Dundon would know, and that was his job, after all, to let Dundon know. Well? Said Dundon anxiously. Half a mo, Webb said. He laid his helmet against the door and listened. Nothing. If he was inside, he wasn't moving, which was the smart thing to do. Okay, Webb said. Cross your fingers. He opened the door. A great bright light shone out of the opening. For a brief moment he was startled until he realized that it was only the normal electric light of the room, intensified by the black cloud around him. Cautiously, with his hand flash held like a club, he stepped into the room. There was nobody behind the door.
What's up? What's up?
Dundon called. Nothing, Webb said. Listen, don't keep getting in my hair. I'll tell you what happens as I go along. I'm in the receiving room. Nobody here, but the lights are on. The room was bare, metal-floored, lined with lockers. 2 of the lockers were open, and from where he stood, Webb could see clothing hanging from pegs. There was nothing unusual about the room. Webb described it to Dundon, walked across the floor to the next door. "Don't take your helmet off," Dundon roared. "You bet your sweet life," Webb grinned. "I have to leave the doors open a little to let the radio line pass through. The pressure's going down pretty quick." "Oh," said Dundon, and then after a while he said, "Let's hope there's nobody alive in there." "If he is," Webb said, "he's somebody we don't need. There's nothing wrong with the reflector. He could have light signaled any time he wanted to." Dundon was silent. Webb pushed open the door to the next room, which would be the radio shack, and waited. Then he peeked inside. There was no one here either. "Empty," Webb said. "Stop for a minute," Dundon said. "Put your helmet against the wall." "I already did," Webb said, but he did it again. "Do you hear anything?" "Nope. Quiet as a grave." "Keep listening as you go along." Good idea, and then he thought of another good idea. He called out to Joe Falk. "Yeah?" "I just wanted to know if you were still out there." "I don't leave without one hell of a yell," Falk chuckled. "And you don't leave without me either." Webb faced the next door, the tension mounting. He could not get over the feeling that there had to be somebody aboard. At least there had to be bodies, certainly, because nothing had left the satellite. 47 men had come up here. The bodies were probably all pretty close together. He stopped thinking about that because it only made it difficult to keep on looking. He opened the next door, and there was nobody there either. He began to have an awful suspicion. He went cautiously, stealthily, from room to room, made a full round of the donut. He never saw anybody. In some rooms there was a number of shoes on the floor, and clothes were strewn around haphazardly the way men will do when they are living close together. Here was a pipe lying, for no apparent reason, in the middle of the floor. Here was a chessboard laid out on a table with a game half completed. Everywhere there was a general sense of confusion, as if these men had suddenly dropped what they were doing and run away. The further he walked, the more he saw, the more fantastic it became. In one room he found 4 pairs of shoes sitting on the floor, 4 complete suits of clothes dropped over them exactly as if... "Dundon!" he cried, as if the men in the clothes had ceased to exist. Chapter 3. Sometime during the night, the door of the truck opened and another body was laid beside Ivy on the floor. Until then, Ivy had believed that whatever was going to happen at the end of this ride would be reserved for her, and she thought she knew what that happening would be. With the addition of this new body, however, which was also a girl, Ivy was not so sure. She was completely paralyzed and she could not move a finger. Beside her, the other girl did not move either. But she, this other one, was also young and pretty, and Ivy began to think through her terror. Rape, to Ivy's mind, was the most likely possibility. She fled from the thought. That she was being abducted for other, more permanent reasons was also possible, but she had no idea what they could be. Kidnapping for ransom money was out of the question. Her parents were not wealthy, and she herself had only about $33 in the bank. The only other thing she could think of was that she was being abducted into white slavery. She made a futile attempt to scream. 2 more bodies, both young girls, joined her in the truck before morning. White slavery began to look horribly believable. At last the morning came and the truck stopped and the doors at the rear were thrown open. Ivy was the first to be lifted out. She found herself being carried up the side of a heavily wooded hill toward a long, low house half hidden in the pines. She had a chance to look at the man who carried her, and at the other men who were gathered at the back of the truck, and one thing struck her immediately. All of the men were old, and they all looked strangely alike. They were quite small and round-shouldered, every one of them, with large peculiar eyes and thickly lined faces. There was about them an almost brotherly resemblance, particularly about the nose, which was invariably tiny, thin, and sharp, like a small beak. The eerie regularity of their features was unnerving. She began to realize that there was something here which was more than just abduction. She was carried into a long house, and once again she was laid on a floor in darkness. She could not see anyone else, but she could feel the presence of bodies, row on row of other bodies. Back in the truck, she had tried to cry, but it hadn't worked. She tried again now. After a while, she felt the paralysis beginning to wear off. Webb was now very tired, and he sat down. He had gone through the whole station, and there was nobody aboard. 47 men, all gone. Dundon had said nothing had approached this station or left it, but the 47 men had, and that was for sure. And he knew that if he bothered to check the other rocket, the lonesome rocket that had come up first, there would be nobody in it either. Webb? Yep. Did you check the spacesuits? Yep, Webb said warily. And I counted them. They're all here. All in the lockers, never been touched. How about the escape pod? That's here too, but they couldn't have got away in that anyway. Radar would have seen it. Dundon was silent. In the background, Webb could hear an argument going on. Some of the really high brass were with Dundon now, listening in. Well, Webb said to himself gravely, but with a trace of cheer breaking through, the rest is their problem. I've done my job. I think right now I'd better go home. He called to Falk to let him know that he was coming and began to retrace his steps, reeling in his radio wire. Falk didn't acknowledge his call, so he called again. Joe, he said happily, I'm a-coming. Let's clear out of here. Falk didn't answer. Joe? Webb said. Nothing. Joe? He stopped dead in his tracks. Dundon? He said thickly. There was nothing from Dundon either. He was completely alone. In the face of emptiness, surrounded by nothing, as alone as any man will ever be, Webb waited. He heard nothing, saw nothing. Within his suit, the thumping of his heart was an endless chain of bombs. He decided he had to get out. He was all the way up the turret before his mind cleared and the unrushing wave of claustrophobia fell away, and he realized what had happened. Falk hadn't answered, but then neither had Dundon. Well, hell, he said aloud, sweating. So the radio got disconnected. The whole thing had gone blank. Now, if it was just Falk who hadn't answered. Weakly, he leaned against the airlock, breathing with huge gulps. A plug was out in the rocket, or down at the base, or a tube was blown, and for this reason he had very nearly made a fool of himself. For all he knew, they could hear him. He began to talk anyway, questioning, liking the sound of his voice and the really absolute silence. He stepped out of the turret, looking for Falk. He had had a rough day, and it was time to go home. To his great relief, he saw Falk standing a few feet away on the turret's side, his magnetized soles gripping the metal, and his head looking out toward the stars. He was not hanging on to anything. He seemed to be totally unconcerned, and his arms were lifted strangely. Webb whistled. Now there, he said to himself, is a man with nerve. He slipped hand over hand down the turret to get to Falk and the taxi. Falk didn't move as he approached. Falk just kept looking at the stars. Come on, boy, Webb said aloud. Let's get moving. He came up and laid his helmet against Falk's, so they could talk to each other. But he didn't say anything. Directly in front of his eyes was the plate of Falk's helmet, and inside the helmet was nothing. Webb withdrew. The empty suit before him swayed slightly as he brushed it. This is ridiculous, Webb said. I'm going nuts. Around him moved the whirling stars. I'm screwy as a jaybird, Webb said. The arrival of Conklin and Proul was neither coincidental nor particularly fortunate. Indescribable something. A trail which lasted for He was equipped with a ship of the Central Repair Command, one of the most diversely powerful mechanisms ever produced by a living mind. Structure, differing only in their purple color, belonged to Conklin and Proul. They had swept in a wide arc around the crescent-lit limb of the moon, and halted at a discreet distance to survey the terrain before going in. Telescopes of an impossible resolving power picked out first the station, then the rockets, and eventually Webb Hilton. The aliens would commit. They knew at a glance. But at the sight of it, Conklin was startled. "A space station," he cried. The empty suit of Falk, the arms of which had begun to float out helplessly like a beggar, Conklin regarded it. They put up a space station right in the midst of being plundered, poor devils. They must have walked right into it. It was Conklin's turn to be sober. "There's been killing." "Undoubtedly," Proul growled with disgust. "The factors could not allow these people to be in space. They would see too much. Note the empty suit." It was at this point that Webb stepped out of the turret and saw Falk. Conklin watched curiously. "A factor?" "No. One of the people of this planet. Note the primitive equipage." Pause. "This is extraordinary." "You mean because he's alive?" "Of course. The others are dead. Why is this one still alive?" Conklin was the younger one, cocky and in many ways indolent, but he had by far the quicker mind. "He is alive," Conklin said swiftly, "because he is a galactic. Let us go down." The second set of eyes that was observing the satellite did not see Webb come out of the turret. The brain behind those eyes was rejoicing as it approached the satellite. The plundering was very nearly done. All that remained now was a brief investigation and then destruction of this station, and the bone and blood and magnificent flesh of these people would remain in free supply below, unwarned and unaware. The alien landed on the skin of the donut, switched off his gravity pack, and walked cheerfully around toward the turret. And at the turret, of course, Webb Hilton was still sitting, slowly regaining his mind. It was at that moment occurring to Webb that if there was a logical explanation for all this, it would not be found up here, or by him, and he was just then considering the quickest way down to Earth, via rocket or escape pod in the station. He had not quite made up his mind when he saw the alien. It is difficult to say which of them was the most surprised. The alien had been under the impression that anything human that had been on the satellite no longer existed. Indeed, there was no possible way that anything human could exist on the satellite. So therefore, Webb Hilton was not human. The alien was shocked. But for Webb, who had recently undergone some extraordinary events, this was by far the most fantastic of all, for the alien was an adaptation, an artificial oxygen-producing mechanism in his chest, together with silicone-adapted skin and a number of similarly ingenious devices, enabled the alien to walk freely in space, which he did clad only in a short white cloth and a gravity pack. And what Webb saw come walking toward him over the surface of the station, in open space, with the moon and the stars for a background, was a naked man. The alien wore no spacesuit. The door behind him was open. Webb fell back into the turret. When a great many impossible things have happened to a man within a very short time, there comes a jumping-off place. The man jumps outside himself and continues to survive by examining the whole thing from outside, with a sort of awed detachment. It was this way with Webb. "I am nuts," he kept saying to himself, insistently, as he rolled down the landing net and came up with a thump against the door below. But he did not feel nuts. His mind had been numbed and dulled at the edges, but for some reason now outside it, he was thinking very clearly. For the disappearance of everybody, there was no explanation, but for the appearance of the naked man, there had to be. The suspicion which he had first heard back at the base over many a beer was truth to him now, because he had to believe his eyes or go mad, and there was only one thing the naked man could be: an alien. A thing from another world, as the movies put it. A thing with cunning and science. A thing that had destroyed Falk. "Now think," he said to himself carefully, bolting the door behind him. "You are no match for them. You don't know how many of them are out there, or what they have. Maybe this is the first time they know you are alive, and somehow they missed you when they got Falk. So get out! Get out!" He raced through the station, heading out for the escape pod. He had to get down to Earth. With what coherence he could muster, he had to tell somebody about this, although it did not yet make any sense. But it would have to. The naked man had been a man, yes, but he had white, round marble eyes and a knife-like inhuman nose. If they were on Earth, his kind could be found. Webb lowered himself into the escape pod, strapped himself down, and pressed the button. The pod shot down from the station, down and away, and a great orange flame spread out from its bow. It lost speed quickly, steadily, as the rockets pushed it back. After a while, the flames died out. The pod began to fall. Chapter 4. Just as Ivy could feel the ability to move returning, the old men came for her. She realized with despair that they knew quite well how long the paralysis would last. They helped her to her feet and walked her out of the building. Their hands were dry and raspy and surprisingly strong. Outside, it was late in the morning and the sun was high. She was on the side of a mountain looking down into a peaceful valley. They led her around the low building into a shaded area farther up the mountain where she saw several more buildings, much smaller than the first. The first, she thought, was a clearinghouse. "How do you feel?" said the man on her left, grinning. "Do you feel very good?" He stressed the good for a reason she did not understand. Apparently the word meant something to him. His grin was wide and his teeth showed remarkably white and firm. The other old man was grinning too. "I'm hungry," she said. She did not ask these men why she was here. She thought she knew, and if she didn't, she would find out soon enough. "Very soon," the first man said, "if you are good enough." Now again, she did not know what he meant, but this was more obvious. The way he spoke, his grin fading, was particularly horrible. Before she had a chance to say anything more, she was ushered into one of the small buildings beneath the trees. She found herself in a room with several terrified girls, and two more of the old men. These looked even older and were much more businesslike. Examined. She stared at him, revolted as his dry, rough hand ran down her arm. Then she saw something in the building with her. Three had come out. It fell quickly and steeply until it bounced off the atmosphere. Once in the air, the stubbly wings took hold and the pod began to glide. Webb rode all the way down in a silent, rushing, horrible blackness. He had plenty of time to consider the fact that the pod had never been used before. It had never even been tested. Well, he thought philosophically, if it did not work, he would undoubtedly never feel the end. That did not help at all. He waited, falling. Not long before the pod hit, he began to hear the air scream past, and he braced himself. The braking rockets cut loose for the last time. There was one great rending crash, a series of enormous pops like corks being pulled on the biggest bottles in the world, and a really awful, shattering, bone-mangling impact. And then the pod was down. In the last moment, Webb had closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw light streaming in through a large crack above him. "It's all busted up," he told himself dazedly. "Better get out." He unbuckled his straps and poked himself fearfully. The hammock had held well enough, but it had been designed for a much smaller man. When the pod hit, he had sort of flowed over the edges of the hammock. There were long, numb lines all over his body. But the pod might just possibly decide to burn. He crawled out painfully, but as quickly as possible. Outside, it was mid-afternoon. A desert afternoon. The sun was high and white-hot, blinding. He closed his eyes, trying to accustom himself to the glare. He thanked both God and the engineers that the pod had apparently come down where it was supposed to come down, in the great empty area in Arizona. Radar would have followed him down, therefore rescue trucks were already on their way. They would cross the rough terrain in a couple of hours. The helicopter should be here even sooner. He breathed deeply and a bit more easily, beginning to feel much better. It occurred to him at last that he still had on his spacesuit. He took off the helmet, regretted it almost instantly. The air-scorched skin of the pod by his side was glowing a bright cherry red, radiating slow, thick waves of boiling air. Webb walked quickly away in the sand. The October sun was hot, but the pod was even worse. He looked around in the desert, beginning now to feel very tired, looking for a place to shelter himself, to rest until the relief came. He walked off over the nearest rocky hill, searched among the huge boulders. Distances were deceptive. He had walked quite a way before he found two gray slabs which leaned together and formed a dark opening beneath. He made sure that he could see enough of the desert to know when the relief trucks came. Then he crawled inside. He had just settled himself to wait, his eyes closing, when the pod blew up. The sound came at him like a thundering wall. He whirled to face the desert. Where the pod had been rose an enormous, greasy, ball-topped cloud. The explosion was overwhelming. The whole land shook as the concussion rolled over him. The sky and the air were black around him. After a while, the dirt and the rocks began to rain down in a heavy brown splatter, and he huddled in the rocks. Atomic. They were after him. He started to rise, agonized and tensed, thinking about the aliens and about radioactivity. But before he reached his feet, his mind took hold of him and he stopped. There was nowhere to go. If he stepped out into the open, he would be seen at once, seen from practically any distance. He looked up into the sky past the tall black column of smoke. Nothing. He sat. Maybe they hadn't followed him down. They might not have had time for that. Friction was friction. They could travel through the air no faster than he could. So, probably what they had done was send some kind of missile after him. It could not have come down much faster than the pod. It would have burned up, so what it had done was give him just enough time to get out. He thanked God that he had. He leaned weakly against a rock. After a moment, he crawled as deeply as he could into the darkness. There was still no place to go. The aliens might be very close, and he could take no chance on missing the relief trucks. He was becoming rapidly very tired. If he did not want to have to walk all the way out of the desert, he would have to stay right here. Boy, he said to himself painfully, wearily, you got big trouble. He sat down to brood, too tired to remind himself that he had volunteered for this business. In a few moments, he was deeply asleep. When he awoke, it was dark and quite cool, and the stars were out. He was instantly alert, peering off into the blackness, listening for the rescue trucks. He crawled out from the rocks and stood up, peered off into the night. There was no moon, but often what would have been the east would be the first bluish glow of the rising sun. That told him at least how long he had slept, and he kicked himself. It was somewhere between 4 and 5 in the morning. The truck would have been here long ago. He walked away from the rocks, looking for a high point on which to stand. They wouldn't have gone away, damn it. They'd have enough sense to stay and look around. Although if they had thought he had been in the pod... Holy smoke, he said with a sad despair. I've got to walk home. He hadn't eaten for a day and a half. He hadn't had anything to drink either, or even a cigarette. He was beginning to feel it. He made his way up through the rocks to a high, flat bulge, stretched himself up, and peered out hopefully. The trucks rose up about a mile away. 3 black hulks, vague and square and unmoving. Webb shouted out hoarsely with relief and delight. He stumbled back down the rocks in the darkness, reached the soft sand, and began to run like a sprinter. They had waited, bless them. The sound of a human voice would be, at this moment, magnificent. He could taste the hot coffee as he ran, the steaming hot coffee and the rolls. They were probably all around him, searching. He shouted. Nobody answered. It was becoming light. The ground was still dark. The silhouettes He crouched tensely, feeling for a gun that wasn't there. Nothing moved in the blackness around him. The trucks were all black and empty. After a moment, the first truck had crashed head-on into a flat rock wall. The second lay on its side in a steep ditch to the right of the road. The third lay right behind it. The only one that was apparently untouched was the half-track. It was standing alone halfway up a sand hill to the south, its nose pointed up at a sharp angle. All of the trucks were empty, but in the half-light he couldn't be sure. He walked up by no means easy to take. On the fatigue caps, 220 socks. The men had disappeared rapidly while the trucks were still moving. The thing had stalled, probably running off. He was going quickly away in no particular direction when he remembered food. He stopped the half-track and looked in the back. Towing apparatus to take the pod back. He groaned. The second truck had burned. It was still hot. The third was intact. He found some pleasantly warm. With the coffee in him, he felt much better. Get out of here, Dad. But where? Which was neither directly toward home nor directly away, nor by any means toward the nearest town. So just run. But first, cigarettes. He rifled the first pair of pants he found, then another. The second had belonged to an officer. In a moment of sudden clarity, realizing the uselessness in town of the oath, he did not think about the man that had been in them. He was coming fully awake now, beginning to drove off over the sand at an even 18 miles an hour. There he goes. Technology, these poor souls would have reasonably comfortable conveyances. And faster, Conklin said. The factors will be back. Where are they now? North. They reason, obviously, that he has slipped through on the ground. They're taking no chance on the bomb having missed, which is characteristically thorough. From the north, beginning to ring the desert. There is no hurry, then. If the factors think he is a galactic, they will be very discreet, very cautious. Conklin turned from the eyepiece, his handsome face lighted with interest. Listen, now there's a thing we'll have to discuss. Could this man be a galactic? Fully? No, of course not. Proul sniffed. A galactic run from a factor? But he undoubtedly has galactic blood, said Conklin cheerfully. Else, how do you explain his escape from the satellite? True, said Proul seriously. But that is not particularly extraordinary. He has galactic blood, so do hundreds of humanoid peoples on hundreds of worlds. As long as we allow tourists to visit any world they choose, whether it's aware of us or not, we will continue to find people with traces of galactic blood. This is a failing of human nature, which I expressly, but Conklin was grinning widely. You mean his father? Or mother, Proul said dourly. Either party might well have been at fault. It is not difficult to conjecture. A tourist drops in on this planet, notes the, male or female, as the case may be, to have a certain measure of attraction, and the normal processes ensue. Most likely, of course, the tourist was his father. A galactic mother would have done whatever it is that, well, of course. Proul, who was something of a moralist, became somewhat flustered. Conklin, who was young and handsome and no moralist at all, grinned lecherously. Well, by Cosmos, this is really cute. I'll bet he doesn't even know. In all probability, since the laws decree silence, it is not likely that even his mother knew. Conklin looked back at the half-track chortling. Well, really, we have to look after him. Blood brother, I think the phrase goes. Proul drew himself up with great dignity. Agent Conklin, we must look after them all. There must be no more killing. First the satellite, then the trucks, then the helicopter. Was there a helicopter? Yes, I was too late to save it, although I did remove the small factor ship that destroyed it. Conklin brooded. Well, now, really, it's about time we did something, don't you think? Proul said. Conklin nodded.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's only one thing we can do.
Use the Earthman. I had expected that.
What other course is there? They think he's a galactic. They'll try to get him in any way possible to stop a patrol ship from arriving on the scene. And we, already here, have no way of knowing where on this planet they are, where they've cached their spoils. Hence, we must follow the Earthman.
Well, after all, it is his planet, Proul said. His women, Conklin corrected. Late in the afternoon, the half-track struck a road. It climbed up onto it, and Webb pressed full speed to 30. He had considered hiding the half-track somewhere during the day and going on at night, but there was really no place to hide, and the aliens would probably double back and find the half-track missing and come looking for it very soon, and they could probably see in the dark anyway. So he got out of the desert as quickly as he could. In all, 3 separate scouting crews found him in the first 4 hours. They died silently above him, without him being even slightly aware of their existence. He had plenty of time to think. The big mystery, of course, was why in hell he hadn't disappeared along with everybody else. The damn thing certainly wanted to kill him, or why had they followed the pod down? Well, somehow they had missed him, and he had been so doggone lucky up till now that he was beginning to feel invulnerable. He considered the whole business from beginning to end, trying to figure out what they were and why they wanted nobody in the satellite. They wanted no Earthmen in space. Then why didn't they just blow the thing up? Maybe they were worried about starting a war. Maybe. Yes. They wanted nobody up there because anybody up there could see what they were doing, would give an alarm. But a full-scale war would be the worst thing that could happen because they were undoubtedly somewhere in space right now and they would be caught in war. After that much thinking, he was through. In the end, of course, there was no way of knowing, but whatever it was certainly pretty bad. Bad enough to kill him, which was all the bad he needed. He pushed the half-track at full speed down the road. In the next town, he stole a car. He lived close enough. Not far He approached the car as its owner, a small, beefy man with a greasy shirt, was just getting out. He took the keys away from the man and took the car. At the first town he came to, parked the car quickly, headed for the nearest phone booth, and tried to call Dundee. He couldn't get through. Neither Dundee nor the Colonel were available. There was no one else there who knew who he was or what he was doing, and he could take no time to explain. The Colonel would probably swore thoroughly that all he could do was and ask for the message to be left that he had called. It was He walked out of the booth, realizing that he must forget about the car outside. Seconds in one place, he felt a deep nervousness beginning. He searched through the people around him, expecting any moment the coming of noses. But the people here were all apparently human. Although, you couldn't know. Easy to disguise eyes with contact lenses. He left a store, found a hotel room. He could not seek safety with the police. They would all disappear. Chapter 5. The food they gave her was thick red meat, half-cooked. They sat down beside her, 3 of the old men, together in a small bare hut. None of them ate. They watched her, grinning, speaking lowly and incoherently among themselves. She felt like a blue-ribbon heifer, best of breed. She found out that she couldn't eat very much. "Food," an old man said with concern, pointing at her plate. He apparently knew less English than the rest. "Food," he repeated insistently, making the motions of eating. "No," Ivy said. She rose up suddenly and shook her head. "I don't want any." If they wanted her to eat, maybe she'd better not eat. Maybe there was something in the food. They looked her over thoroughly as she stood before them, grinning horribly. They were not too concerned that she did not eat. Later, if necessary, they would come back with vials and needles. The 3 men rose. One of them motioned the others to leave. They bowed and walked out, looking back over their shoulders to grin. She faced the old man across the low wooden table. It is perhaps time that you learn why you are here, the old man said quietly. His English was perfect. His face was detached, unsmiling. She waited. You are to be used for breeding, the old man said. She stared, not understanding. I will be brief, he said, still quietly, his eyes white and steady. The sooner you realize the nature of our purpose, the sooner you will be content. There is no virtue in resistance. We can keep you under paralysis indefinitely. He smiled slightly.
Distance is
for the full
futile.
9 months, if necessary. Do you understand? She began to back slowly away. The old man continued to smile. It is possible that you have already guessed that we are not human. If not, I tell you so now. Our race has its origins in a system of which you have undoubtedly never heard. But that is no matter. Our races are compatible genetically. In the end, you will breed. He paused, watching her with a calm amusement. Ivy could not move. Our race is very old. Much, much older than yours. It is also, in a sense, biologically old. In effect, the race is dying. It has been dying. Virile, by use of the obvious method. It is for this reason that we are here. We need new blood, young blood. We must interbreed. He walked slowly and calmly around the edge of the table. You have been chosen to bear our children. This is no particular honor, I know, but I will repeat that you cannot possibly succeed in resisting. Be practical. Perform your function. If you are tractable, you will be given much. If you are stubborn, you will be paralyzed. You will not, under any circumstances, be killed or allowed to die. You will have company. We have collected many of your race, both male and female, with the males. He turned and strode to the door. He paused with his hand on the knob. His smile grew wide, his teeth showed. I think it is best that you... Ivy still could not move. Was in all this a dreamlike... The old man opened the door. 2 men who had been waiting came quickly in, clutched her, injected her. In a moment she lay on the floor, the drug hanging heavily on her wildly... The first old man stood over her, pulling out a small notebook. I think I will breed with you myself. He bent down and touched her. The white eyes grew dark at the edges. I think I will breed you tomorrow, he said. The scout ship of the Galactics hung in a hole in space several feet in the air above Main Street. The bending mechanism was on, light rays were diverted around it. It was invisible, unapproachable, although it emitted enough light so that it itself could see. Conklin and Poole, who were for a while similarly almost non-existent, floated down from the ship and walked away curiously in the middle of the street. They adjusted themselves to solidity in the alley behind Webb's hotel. The power necessary to maintain the bender was enormous, and had to come from portable power sources, and they decided that it would be best to save power for emergencies. Poole searched for a moment through a small voluted lens. He found Webb.
What's he doing?
Nothing.
Ingenious man. Is he armed?
No.
We cannot permit him to be killed.
Well, he is apparently very strong.
There are times when that helps.
Still, we had better record him.
Wait, he's coming down.
It was time to do something. Webb did not know what, but he had to do something. There was a phone in the shabby little foyer, but he passed it by. It had occurred to him that Dundon would be no help at all. He stepped out into the street. He had a strong, fleeting impulse to tell somebody, anybody, just for the companionship of another human being. Immediately, the thought passed. I've just come down from a space satellite, he would say, where I encountered 47 disappearing men and a naked man in open space. He looked around for the nearest drugstore. It was quite dark in the streets, and he was not too conspicuous in the tight army clothes. A field jacket will fit an elephant, but he could not help feel like a neon sign. But a gun. He needed a gun, and a quick way out of here. Hell, where could you get a gun? From the police. He looked around seriously and purposefully, but no blue coat was near. He walked into the drugstore. At the counter there were 5 people, all with their backs turned. The counterman was a young boy with a fat nose. Webb slipped into the phone booth, deciding on an impulse to call Dundon anyway. It was possible that he would die soon, and there ought to be someone who knew about the naked man. In his pockets were a $50 and 3 pennies. No other change. He swore. At that moment he looked up out of the booth, saw a small, dry man walk stiffly into the store. He froze. There was something. The man looked round, saw him. The man was old. His face was expressionless. His eyes were all right, were dark and usual, but his nose was alien. There was no doubt about that. To any other human it would look merely odd, but to Webb it was alien. Knife-like and alien. They stood facing each other across the few feet of store. Webb reached again for the gun he did not have. Quickly, but with a gliding smoothness and no hurry at all, the alien turned away. He sat down on a stool at the fountain. Webb stood for several seconds in the booth, watching. He tried to think, but there was no time. Others would be gathering outside. He fought the impulse to run. After a long moment, he opened the door of the booth and walked out into the store. The alien did not turn. The huge glass window of the store was unblocked. Webb could see dozens of shoppers pass by in the night. In the crowd, there would be old men. To go out now was foolish. He walked over to the fountain and sat down 2 seats away from the alien. There was a fat, soda-eating woman between them. He ordered coffee. No way out. They were not likely to come in, but there was no way out. Through the back door would be useless. Darker, less people. He looked down toward the alien. The little man was sitting quietly, the glass untouched before him. The nose was sharp in profile. Webb made up his mind quickly, in the only way possible. His strength, his size, was his only asset. He would have to use it. He paid for his coffee, picked up his change, then stood up and looked for the light switch. There were 4 long fluorescent tubes above him. No chance to break them all. He saw the light switch against the back wall, then took a deep breath. He walked up quickly behind the alien. The little man did not move. "You," Webb said. The alien face swung toward him. "Get up," Webb said. The dry face whitened, but the expression did not change, and the old man did not say anything. "I asked you to get up," Webb said gently. His right hand hung low. Webb clamped down on the alien's frail shoulder and jerked him to his feet. When the alien opened his mouth, Webb hit him low. The man doubled. Webb picked him up and heaved him the full length of the store in the direction of the light switch. He leaped after the hurtling body, through the switch. In the sudden blessed blackness he found the alien's head on the floor, crashed it down twice with a great nerveless strength. Frantically, savagely, while the fat lady screamed and the few other people bellowed toward the door, he searched the alien's pockets. There was nothing resembling a gun. What he found he jammed quickly into his own pocket, then whirled and waited, crouching. Outside were shouts, and a crowd was forming. When there were enough people outside, he stood up and ran for the door. He weighed 240 pounds. He came through the door like a freight express, ripped into the crowd with all the power of his enormous body. He went through and over, came out the other side, let out his speed, and began to run. A light orange flame touched a brick wall near him, glowed briefly on a car, on a post, on a sign above him. He swerved. There was an alley, dark and open. He ran into it, over the fence at the other end, and through a backyard. The flame followed in soft bursting balls. He was in another alley with open light in front of him when the flame caught up with him. It took him just under the right shoulder blade, burned a hole clean through him in the space of a second. He died on his feet, still running. The recording was made in the drugstore from an alley a few feet away. It was made just in time for the Galactics to turn their talents to other things. Altogether, they had observed 7 factors in the crowd and gathered in front of the store. Conklin had already obliterated the 4 who lay in wait in the darkness at the rear, and the 3 at the hotel. It was not difficult. There was no single being in the entire galaxy with the massed, polarized power of a galactic repairman. They found Webb's body in the alley. It was of no use anymore to anybody and was inconvenient, so they dissolved it. When Webb awoke, there was a light, gentle clicking in his mind that he did not follow at all. He lay listening to it for a long while, gathering himself, creeping out of a thick numbness. And then he sat bolt upright. He was on a train. The clicking was the sound of wheels against rails. He stared at the room around him, at the open window and the flat green fields rolling by beyond it. For a moment he was extremely dizzy. He lowered his head and waited. After a while his head cleared and he could stand up. He walked unsteadily to the window and looked out, saw nothing but fields and quick swishing poles. He turned back to the bunk on which he had been lying. He was alone in the compartment. A train? How in God's name did he get on a train? The last thing he remembered was a numbing crouch, a heart-bursting need for action. Slowly at first, then with great clarity he remembered being on the floor of the drugstore, waiting for the crowd to gather so he could make a dash for the door. But he could not remember moving. He could not remember anything but crouching. And then, nothing. His memory ended like a burned-out match. And there were no bruises or lumps on his head. He felt it carefully to make sure. The only pain he felt anywhere in his body was a dull, leftover aching in his side. That had come from the landing in the pod. Well, somehow, obviously, he had been knocked out. But the train. Damn it, hadn't they been trying to kill him? It made no sense. Never in his life had his mind just up and gone blank.
I
But he
am
had not been
Mari.
hit. He had been paralyzed somehow and taken out of the drugstore, and he put his hand in his pocket. For the
How
first
are
time
ya?
it occurred to him that he was wearing different clothes. He sat down abruptly, looked down at himself with increasing amazement. The army clothes were gone. In their place was a stiff white shirt and brown tweed pants, and a loosely knotted red plaid tie. His eyes leaped to the door of the compartment. A matching tweed coat, obviously new, hung from a wire coat hanger. Am I me? He asked himself. He was utterly lost. Across from the bunk there was a small washroom and a mirror. He went over and looked at himself. He had not seen himself in a white shirt for a long time, and for a moment it was odd, but then it was his own face. There was no change, and he needed a shave. He went back and sat down on the bed. The minutes ticked by, and when he had sat long enough without thinking of anything at all, he caught a firm grip on himself and tried to go back over the whole thing. It was none of it real, and he immediately rejected it. He had not gone up in a satellite at all, or driven a half-track out of a desert, and there was no naked man. Yes, he had. He damn well had. He was Lieutenant Augustus Webster Hilton, and all of this had happened. He focused again on where he was. A train, alone. Bound for where? He moved suddenly, with a baffled, growing anger. One thing, at least, he could find out. He stood up and put on the jacket. He was on his way out to find a porter when he felt the bulge in his pocket. Instantly, he remembered the things he had taken from the dead alien. They had been transferred to the pocket of his new clothes. The courtesy of it struck him as incredible. He spread the things out on the bed. There was a set of keys, ordinary keys. There was a metallic disc about the size of a quarter, engraved with meaningless
Up
figures.
too late or
A
early,
coin?
depending
A
on
lucky
how you
piece?
look at it.
Probably
Yeah,
a coin. There
it
was a handkerchief,
happens.
soiled,
Well, kick
and a
back
small
and
box
listen
of
to the
pasty white
story
tablets.
and
He
drift
put
off
them down
back
immediately.
into sleep.
The important thing was a card, a calling card, on the face of which, simply printed, were the words, Albert Bosco, M.D., 213 Wingate Road, Chicago, Illinois. The card was white paper, nothing unusual, but he stared at it with mixed amazement and disbelief. It occurred to him for a rather horrible second that the man he had killed might conceivably not have been an alien. But no. He recalled the nose clearly. The nose was alien. The man was alien. And where he had gotten the card and what use he had for it had probably died with him. And then, of course, there was no reason why an alien named Albert Bosco could not be a doctor. But that was all he had gotten from the alien's pockets. It was curiously ordinary, an unexciting mess of nothing. There was no trace here of anything not human. But it did give him one thing, his destination. And whoever had put him on the train knew that too. The first porter he found let slip luckily that his name had been given as Mr. Pringle. Where they got that one, or how they got him on the train, Webb was never to know. And yes, sir, why, certainly,
Does
sir,
one of
said
the
the porter,
aliens
looking at him
really
oddly,
likes Pringles?
as he had every right to look. This here train now sure does stop at Chicago. When he left the train at Chicago, it was after midnight. Damn it, he said to himself bitterly. I got to do everything at night. He had planned to dodge around the station a bit before leaving, but there was no crowd. The place was wide and bare, stony, with a few night travelers dozing on benches. None of them, he could see, had sharp noses. But now he was not sure whether they were after him or not, because who in God's name had put him on the train? He brooded for a while in a small coffee shop, but it got more and more complicated. Since the aliens had not killed him, and in fact obviously meant for him to go to Chicago and look up this man Bosco, there was no way to understand the bombing of the pod, or the empty trucks, or anything. Were there two kinds of aliens, the good guys and the bad guys? That was possible. His mind opened up. If you accept the presence of one alien, you might just as well accept dozens. And that was quite a thought. As a matter of fact, how many aliens were there, really? The whole darn world could be shot through with aliens. Skinny ones, fat ones, straight ones, bent ones. Maybe all the odd-looking people he knew were aliens. Maybe Dundon was an alien. He looked around furtively. In a coffee shop late at night, and not a very clean coffee shop, it is remarkable how thoroughly inhuman people can look. He left the shop. Well, he had no way of knowing what was up, who was good or who was bad. But a lot of men had died, and until he knew why, and who did it, and how, and could protect himself, he was going to trust nobody. He was going to walk deserted streets in the middle of the night looking for Bosco. He hailed a cab for the Statler Hotel. To his relief, he found that there was a Statler in Chicago. He was given a room for which he could not possibly pay if he stayed here for any length of time, and he thought once more of Dundon. He would have to call Dundon. He would explain the last few hours as some kind of amnesia, during which he had gotten out of the drugstore safely, bought some new clothes, read the alien's card, and boarded a train for Chicago, all without knowing it. Although that was the most logical explanation, there was an odd feeling in his mind, and he did not believe it. But he decided to tell Dundon that anyway. It was while he was making the call that the factors found him again. Chapter 6. Toward morning, reality began to close in upon Ivy with a cold, numbing flow. She sat examining the things around her, the wall, the table, the ceiling. As the morning came on, a soft breeze crept into the sky. She went to the plastic window and stood watching the dawn. This thing was going to happen. The impossibility was fading now as the sun rose, and the huts across the way stepped out of darkness. That horrible thing, that dry, wrinkled thing. She was too much afraid and revolted to cry. What followed now was an animal fear, an animal desperation, and for the first time she felt an urgent, vital energy gathering within her. She had to get out. She had to get away. This thing was unbelievable and could not happen at all, not ever, because she would not let it happen. She moved back from the window and began to pace her cage. And the anger was replaced by a dissolving helplessness. She had no plan. She searched, thought desperately, pleaded with herself, but she had no plan. When they came, all she could do would be fight, which would not be enough, and the thing would happen. Eventually, because carrying this load in her mind was too great, she tried at last to accept it. If she could just endure, she would have to shut off her mind, like a radio is shut off, and live inside herself in silence. She knew that would not work either. By mid-morning, it became obvious that the man was in no hurry or was busy. He did not come after breakfast, and she waited out the morning. She was just beginning to hope when two of the older men, the guards, came into the hut. It was evidently a formal thing, this breeding. They took her clothes, gave her a single pale yellow garment which reached not quite to her knees. She put it on. The two old men were dressed differently today, in soft pastel robes which were flowing and ridiculous around their spindly legs. She gathered that today there would be a celebration. One of the old men gave her the needle as she stood dressing, before she had a chance to struggle. She was laid for the last time upon the floor to wait for the evening. And then, to her great amazement, a calm possession took over her. All the schoolgirl fear and disgust and revulsion fell away for a moment, and she examined the situation critically. What the hell? She said to herself, startled but at the same time pleased at the feeling of strength in her. What was this, after all? This was sex, really, so what? It was going to happen? Well, let it happen. It happened to other women, and it had not killed them. Now it was going to happen to her, and she would certainly live through it. And since none of it was her fault, there was merely a physical thing that took place, like in the old days when girls were married against their will. So she guessed she could bear it. She was shocked at herself. But she felt her sanity, which had slowly begun to slip away, return with a rush. Her youth did not return with it. She would have preferred to have her initiation take place in some other manner, certainly, with someone more suitable, and she knew that afterwards she might regret it all very much. But she had a whole afternoon to pass lying flat on her back and thinking, and she had passed the afternoon in growing up quickly as countless women had done before her, helpless and alone, captured and waxed by barbarian soldiers. I said, this is Hilton, by God! Me, Webb, Lieutenant Hilton! It was a little while, understandably, before Dundon got a hold of the idea of the aliens. And then, also with great understanding, Webb decided not to tell him the full story. Not over the phone. In person, it would be bad enough, but over the phone, it was too great an effort. And anyway, he was not really sure that he was himself. He told Dundon where he was. Chicago? 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 That's right, Chief, Chicago. You got it. I'm in the Statler Hotel. Incidentally, I need quite a buck to pay my way out. And if you will come here right away, I will tell you what's up. Dundon was still asking him about Chicago. At the Statler, Webb insisted. Under my own name. Bring money, and bring an escort. Watch out for old men with sharp noses. What? We've been invaded. Yes, by little old men with sharp... Look, Chief, never mind. Come out here, and I'll tell you the whole thing. With that, he hung up. At the thought of how Dundon must look, he grew cheerful for the first time since the whole business had begun. For a risingly happy moment, he began to feel for once like his old gay carefree self. I'm going to wait, he said happily to himself, until the whole damn army gets here. I am not going to move a foot. I will sleep and eat until the cows come home. I will load up on scotch, and I will lock my door because, by heck, I deserve it. Because he had had little experience with hotel rooms, especially rooms of such a lavish nature, he did not think of room service. He strode through the door, gaily whistling. When the orange flash cut, Conklin and Proul joined the race. This is... He doesn't feel a thing. And then he said, I found the it's not difficult. The wavelength, of course. Yes, but they had no idea he was coming to this place. They certainly did. They expected him at the center of operations, which this town must obviously be, sooner or later. When their men did not return from the desert or the town, they must have grown apprehensive. Well, anyway, we don't need this poor fellow anymore. Why don't we let him go and mop up ourselves? Conklin grinned righteously. I'm a great believer in letting these people help themselves, he said. It seems more sporting that way. He's doing fine so far. I think we ought to leave him in just to see how far he can go. Really, he does deserve it in the end. I suppose, but we almost didn't finish. It was a sobering thought. We'll have to follow him more closely, Conklin said, beginning the work of assembly. But after all, we're very near going home. He broke off in mid-sentence as a tall, unusually symmetrical young woman walked leggily around the corner of the hall. Conklin was invisible behind the warp shield, but although she could not see him, he could clearly see her, and his eyebrows rose happily. He began. It begins to come home to me now why this planet is so well visited. First, this Earthman's father, then the factors. Proul cut him off. Conklin was a first-rate repairman, but he was also a first-rate lecher, a trait he had carried to several harrowing extremes on other humanoid worlds, to Proul's almost Quakerian sorrow. Proul soberly pressed him back to work to the messy job of assembling Webb Hilton from the molecular recording. And when Conklin's head was down and busy, Proul's eyes quickly followed the pneumatic young lady as she walked down the carpeted hall. And now Webb was walking down a street in the black night, walking slowly without purpose or direction or intelligence. He was aware of walking for quite some while, numbly, vacantly, as if he was rising from a long dark tunnel before he reached the end and came suddenly alive. He stopped in the center of the sidewalk. It had happened again. Bewildered, he looked around him. There was nothing about the street, about the long, low rows of squat black houses, which was familiar. He had no reason of his own to come here. He was not even sure he was still in Chicago. He put his hand to his forehead and rubbed his eyes. A feeling of great emptiness, of being utterly alone in an impossible world, swept through him. This time his memory went as far as the call to Dundon, no farther. He began to walk from the room, and it was as if he had walked off a cliff into nothing, into a cloud, and he had emerged from the other side still walking, only now he was walking on an unknown street. What happened in between was not in his mind. After a moment he did not try to remember, because there was not even an association. In that area his mind was totally empty. He gathered himself quickly. There was a great drive inside him, which all the years up to now had not really touched. But now he was beginning to feel himself move. He was confused. He was alone. But he was also becoming deeply angry. He was going to find out what had happened, was happening, and he would do it if it meant searching to the end of his life. He walked quickly to the nearest corner. The street he was on was Wingate Street, which was, he recalled instantly, the address of Albert Bosco. So he had been directed here. The blank in his mind was not amnesia. Someone had guided his movements to Wingate Street, had picked him up out of the hotel like you pick up a toy train that has gone off the track. His anger rose. He would follow that trail, all right, and when he reached the end, he began to look for the doctor's house. It was a high, narrow building near the end of the block. There was no light in any of the windows. He strode up to the front door without hesitation, forcefully punched the bell. Lights came on upstairs. Something came clumping down the hall toward the door, opened it. Bosco was an old man in a shining bathrobe. In the light of the hall, his alien nose was keen and obvious. "Emergency," said Webb quickly. "Are you the doctor?" He stepped inside the door before the old man, startled, could answer. He stood poised upon a thick carpet, listening for sounds from other parts of the house. The house was silent.
"I am Dr. Bosco," the old man said weakly, nervously. "What is it you want? Who sent you to me?"
"I need your help," Webb said. He thought, this one doesn't know me. "Can you come?"
But, I do not leave this house. I cannot go out. You will have to find someone else."
He reached past Webb to open the door again. Webb decided to make his move. The arm reached by him. He closed his hand upon the wrist. The alien froze, stared with enormous horror straight up into his eyes. The wrist in Webb's grip was remarkably gaunt and brittle. With a quick downward motion, he could break it, and both of them knew it. The old man started to back away, moaned once with a bubbling hum, and collapsed. Webb bent down to look at the man. He wasn't dead, but he was out cold, scared damn near to death. Webb was amused, grinned once very swiftly. If this was a sample, these aliens weren't much. He picked up the old man, light and wispy as a bundle of leaves, and carried him under one arm into the big living room, which opened off of the hall. He thought better of turning on the light, slumped the old man on a couch, and sat down beside him. A street bulb outside the house threw a white soft glow of light into the room. That was enough to see by for his purposes. He moved over on the couch to a position from which he could see the door. Before the old man moved, Webb had time to think, to form a plan. The first thing that moved in Webb's mind was a wonder of why in heck the old man should have fainted. And then it occurred to him that this thing here was alien. Anyway, no matter what else he was, it was pretty sure that he lived a long while. And so the collapse. Weapon for Webb. He smiled in the darkness, cruelly, as the alien stirred. He would find out from this man whatever he wanted to know. Awake at last. In a state of really pitiful terror. He had known from the beginning that Webb was not a galactic. A galactic never would have approached him in person. The thought helped him to survive. But even then, this Earthman was a barbarian, an unaccountable man with no scruples against killing, and Webb was perfectly right about the fear of death. the alien talked. For a while he babbled, but then it began to make sense. He told about the coming extinction of his race and the plan for interbreeding which would save it. He had been on Earth, he said, for several years, choosing specimens for test purposes. The tests had proved positive, and the first step of selection was almost completed. He had been stationed as a real doctor with a real practice, so that he would have the opportunity of giving preliminary physical examinations and passing on the names of potentially acceptable candidates. And there were many doctors like him spread all over the world. Since the United States was by far the Earth's healthiest country of any size, most of the selecting had been done right here. "But what did you do with the men in the satellite?" Webb asked, doing his best to follow but fast losing ground. "How did you know?" And then the alien almost collapsed again. He had heard, undoubtedly, of the one man that had escaped from the satellite. But that had been a galactic. "Why did you do that? Kill all those men? And how?" Webb shook him. The alien yelped feebly, then babbled it out.
"The satellite was in a very dangerous position. You could see all our intercontinental travel, the ships we have going and coming daily. It would undoubtedly warn the planet of what it saw, but we could not simply destroy it. Blame for that might conceivably be placed on your enemies, and you are such unstable people. That is, there was no need for a general war. We could not risk that, being ourselves just as vulnerable to atomic attack as any life, so we removed the men on the satellite."
"How, damn it, how?" When he swore, the alien jumped.
Through devices which you, if you do not already know, you cannot be... Oh, yes, I will tell.
The old man searched desperately for an explanation.
Your body has... Every body is held together by electrical forces, by million upon millions of tiny electrical currents. The atoms of any body are kept in a position by an attraction between them. Now, if that attraction is nullified, the atoms will drift apart, disperse. The atoms will no longer exist in any form. That was what happened to the men in the satellite. They were turned off.
Webb sat perfectly still for a long moment. Then he said swiftly, viciously, "But why didn't it get me?" The alien writhed on the couch.
Your blood must be different. We thought you were a galactic. Your body chemistry is unusual. Your charge is different.
Once again, Webb sat in silence, trying to follow that. Galactic and different blood. But he wrenched his mind away. The sun would be up soon, and he would have to be out of here quickly. He would need to know where their main base was. Then it was the Army's turn. Although, what could the Army do? He got the location out of the old man. It was surprisingly near to Chicago. And the time of the first takeoff, the first shipment, would be that night. He rose to leave, then he turned back to the old man. He debated it for a moment, but saw nothing else possible. The old man knew who he was and where he was going and what he knew. He could not leave the old man to warn the others. The old man knew that too, looked up at him, and saved him the trouble. He died just before Webb's great hands reached him. Chapter 7. Within the next hour he had a gun, taken from an amiable but unfortunate young cop, who had the courtesy to stop and give him a match on a dark back street. He was sincerely sorry for that, knowing what would happen to the cop, but he was also acutely aware that he needed the gun a hell of a lot more than the cop did, even if this was Chicago. Later on, when the sun was up, he reconsidered. It occurred to him that where he was going, noise would be no virtue, not if he was going in alone, so he bought himself a knife. Bowie, with a double-edged tip. Anyway, he had been schooled in knives in jump school, and he knew how to use one even better than a wild .45. The thing to do now was get within reach. A cab took him to the bus terminal. It was a beautiful morning, brisk and clear and cold, and on the way he picked up 3 factors. At discrete intervals they followed him into the terminal. He did not notice them. They ringed him at a distance, following a set plan of destruction, prepared to close in. Since there had been no time for another recording, Conklin and Proul had no choice. The 3 factors died at once, in their tracks in separate parts of the waiting room. It was a short while before the slumping men were noticed, and the uproar began. By that time, Webb was outside boarding a bus, and he went on his way knowing nothing at all of the factors, nor of the unfortunate incident that immediately befell the Galactics. He rode the bus for 2 hours. As he got nearer and nearer to his destination, his resolve began to slip away. He was utterly alone, and these enemies were alien. What in the heck could he accomplish? The bus pulled into a town called Alford just before noon. He stepped down into the quiet street. There were no aliens around, none that he could tell. He decided that there was probably no sense in waiting for the dark. He did not know his way, and the layout would be important, so he decided to go up into the hills right away. It was a long walk. He stayed with the woods. The ground became steeper. He began to climb. Catastrophe, which neither Conklin nor Proul had anticipated, occurred as the result of a power failure. Continued operation of the machine known as the Bender, together with the enormous power drain of the anti-gravity webs they used to float back and forth, had sapped the power of their suits down below danger level. The one last burst, which destroyed the three factors, reduced that power completely. Both Conklin and Proul became immediately visible. They caused quite a stir. Dressed as they were in white satin-like suits with glass bowl helmets on their heads and a large backpack sprouting antennae in all directions, they were an instantaneous focus of interest in the bus. They were greatly annoyed and also embarrassed. The crowd gathered.
I thought we recharged the suit.
They began to walk forward. It had never happened to them, and they were apprehensive. They eyed the crowd warily as they walked. The crowd eyed them back and followed. They went, two undeniably weird. One wide-eyed little boy ran up to Proul, grabbed at his sleeve with taffy-smeared fingers. He chirped loudly to his parents to
Here comes one in a uniform,
said Conklin, beginning to perspire. Police?
Yes.
I suggest we run. They broke into a trot. The crowd around them had grown rapidly and began to trot with them, wondering where the show would take place. The policemen ran too. They let out their speed. Now a whole newsstands. Two more blue-coated officials joined in the chase, converging and blowing whistles. Several more were coming up in front of them when they finally reached the ship. They stopped in the center of the wide street. Traffic screeched to a halt on all sides.
Are you sure it's here?
Conklin looked around uneasily, then spied the faint hazy circle of the opening, several feet in the air above them. He pushed at his anti-gravity knob, felt himself lightening but not lifting. He swore. The crowd was reaching them. Small boys and men lurched to a stop around them. They're waiting for us to do something, Proul hissed.
Quick, before the police get here. Jump!
Proul looked up helplessly at the hazy circle.
How?
He began, but Conklin pushed him aside, assuming a broad stance in the center of the crowd. He thrust his arms outward dramatically as if for silence. Just then the first cop broke through and into the center of the circle, and began to speak virtuously, angrily, in the manner of cops, but the people around him were staring at Conklin and waiting expectantly.
Well,
said Conklin, speaking cheerfully in Galactic, it's been fun. He threw the anti-gravity to full power, waited till he could feel that the lift would no longer increase. It was not enough to get him off the ground, but now he weighed next to nothing. He crouched, then leaped for the haze above. He shot up like a rocket, went through the circle, and disappeared. A moment later, Proul followed him. As he sailed up through the haze, the ship became immediately visible above. He reached out and caught on to a rung of the ladder below Conklin. Thankfully, warily, not bothering to look down at the stunned, open-mouthed crowd which he could see below him, but which could no longer see him, He followed Conklin up into the ship. Conklin did not wait at the airlock. He ran quickly away. Proul, puffing, paused to look down at last on the crowd below. Their ascent had been a success. The crowd was beginning to applaud. Proul closed the airlock and the invisible, untouchable ship lifted. He went to join Conklin. The big Galactic was bent over the controls, guiding the ship not upward, as Proul had thought, but horizontally down the length of the wide street. "Eh?" said Proul. "Got to get a live factor," Conklin said anxiously, his eyes glued to the view screen. "We've lost the Earthman. He could be anywhere now, and we can't help him. He may be headed for the Factor's main base. If so, he will be killed. We've got to get to the base first." Proul pursed his lips. "If he dies on our account just because of your foolish idea to use him." "I know," Conklin cut in. "So we need a Factor to tell us where the base is. They're probably all over this city. I even think I saw one in the crowd." He stopped. "That's another thing," he said unhappily. "If there were Factors in the crowd, they'll know a galactic ship is here." Proul grunted, peered down at the left side of the screen. "Look, isn't that one?" He indicated a small, furtive-looking man who was walking swiftly away from the area they had just left. Conklin adjusted for a close view. "Yep." He moved to the instrument panel, worked carefully at a traversing mechanism. "Get down to the airlock. We'll suck him up." "He'll die of fright," Proul predicted. "They always do." Conklin shrugged. We have to try. Maybe this will be a strong one." "Let's hope so." Proul readied himself at the open airlock. Conklin threw a switch. There was a deep, subtle hum, and a magnetic beam dosed down on the man below. He flipped straight up toward the ship like a hooked minnow. But he was not one of the stronger Factors. He was dead before he reached the door. In the late afternoon, when the wind had died and the day was quiet, the door opened. The same two men, she had begun to be able to tell them apart, came in, and this time bowed. Ivy yawned, rose up on an elbow, and blinked her eyes. The two men, surprised, stared at her. "All right, what is it?" Ivy said as briskly as she could, trying to force down the sudden fear. "Stop that damn bowing. A sillier bunch of skinny idiots I never saw. Come in. You're dying out, all right, that's obvious." The two men looked at each other. Then one of them recaptured his grin. "It is time for your breeding," he said lecherously. Ivy yawned again, started to rise. "Okay, I'll be with you in a minute. I hope it doesn't take too long. I've lost a lot of sleep." She managed to stand up calmly with composure. The only thing she could think of to do now was to regard this whole thing lightly, and to make an occasional remark about the rather obvious defects of her captors. There was no sense in collapsing. The two men, puzzled, followed her with their eyes as she fluffed up her hair. "No need of that," one of them said quickly. "You will be prepared by others." Ivy let her hair fall. "Okay, Oscar, whatever you say." In a very unladylike manner, she yawned again, scratched herself. She grinned at them both. "I don't mean to be nasty, fellas, but why don't you pull up a chair for a minute? Old guys like you shouldn't be running around all day." The near one growled. The other one restrained him, smiled thinly. "We have no need of rest," he said slowly. "We possess a certain vitality." His smile broadened. "As you shall presently see for yourself." Ivy did not look at him, walked suddenly past him and out the door. They made a motion to grab her, but held back as she stopped. She stood in the afternoon sun and stretched lazily. "To your left," the man behind her said. She waited for a moment, and then she walked. She strode upon bare ground, upon soft grass, unable to be flippant now, looking stiffly ahead toward a flat gray building. The door was open, and she could see the far wall, which was richly hung in colors of strange deep red. Very old and white gown. Became big. He stood up and looked at the door at the far end of the room. "There," he said without interest, turning away. She took a deep breath and walked forward. It was a long way up, and Webb went most of the way at a crouch, the knife and the gun both ready at his belt. He had taken off his coat and tie. It was chilly. 4 miles away, just a half mile off the highway. Really steep. Right going up, beginning to wonder and he could be stealing his way ever so slowly in total impotence. Literally. The thing was undoubtedly a trap, and knowing it, he cleared the first box. It's not a long way, even crouching, and he could in the dark shadows of the bushes around him, nothing moved. He went up the next hill. When he reached the top, he was beginning to perspire. He sat down for a moment to think. Now that he was close and the moment of contact was so near he could almost touch it, his mind began to fall. It was time to make a plan. His target was the ship, yes, but he would have to proceed on the assumption that they knew he was coming. They would have some kind of warning system and a variety of weapons, but for the time being he held the ace. He grinned cheerlessly to himself and headed for the next rise. On the other side of this one, there was a long flat space, scrub-bushed and empty. And then the last hill, the steep one, began. He went forward across the open space in broad daylight. He felt like he was walking into the mouth of a primed cannon. In effect, he was. It was in among a clump of pines, silent and green, that the thing fell to the ground near him. He froze, momentarily panic-stricken, his hand to his belt. The fallen thing lay on the ground a few inches from his right hand, stiff and unmoving, dark among the leaves. He relaxed slightly. It was only a bird, a dead bird. He stared at it for a long while, motionless. Out of the trees above him, a dead bird had fallen. Coincidence? Or were they now turning on the power? He lay flat on the ground. They knew where he was, and they did not like it. They had fired on him. He did not know whether the thing that killed the bird had missed him or whether it had hit him too, and his incredible immunity had protected him. Perhaps they had already fired on him with the other gun, the one from the satellite. He did not know that either. But in front of him lay the dead bird. And now, if he tripped another electronic eye, they would probably come out in person. All for the best. He peered intently through the trees up the hill, searching for some sign of buildings. If he could get to the edge of a clearing, could see, he would stand a better chance, but there was nothing but bushes, the bare brown shafts of trees. Now that they knew where he was deeply thankful that he had had the sense to bring the gun. He moved forward on his hands and knees, watching, listening, praying that he didn't trip another eye. The bushes crackled around him. The wind. Damn it. He stopped and listened, heard his heart beating in his throat. He decided he could crawl just as well with one hand, so he took out the gun. It was at that moment that he saw the first factor, an instant silhouette through the trees ahead, moving silently toward him. They were coming. He dropped to his stomach, crawled with a cold, silent slide into the nearest bush clump. Although they probably knew to the foot where he was, he had to lie still. In a brief, brutal flash of reproach and disgust, he realized what an idiot he had been to come out here alone. But there was no helping that now. He moved down behind a fallen log, laid the barrel of the .45 on the trunk, and sighted through the leaves. Now he could hear them. They were small but sloppy. Maybe they didn't care. That didn't figure. But by now they had undoubtedly understood his immunity, were coming to kill him in the bloody ways of Earth. He had no way of knowing that the factors had been terrified to realize that a galactic was approaching, but immensely relieved to see that the galactic was afoot. To the factors, Webb was one of two things, a hybrid or a stranded galactic. For no agent would ever approach on foot, not in his right mind. Short of a force field, no armor known will stop a high-velocity missile, and a galactic on foot could not have that. The killing of a galactic was a rare thing, a delectable thing. 7 factors converged on Webb. He let them come in very close, noting their position before he fired. When the nearest in the last second, he saw that they were circling the wrong spot. They had not expected his sideward movement. He fired. The heavy police bullet caught the factor in the head. He died where he lay instantly. There were swift, rising, horribly frightened screams from the bushes around him. Webb rolled back from the log, crawled around to the other side of the tree. The god-awful things were whimpering. He peered furtively around the tree, looking for another shot while the shooting was good, wondering how in hell they'd ever gotten the nerve to come in after him. And then he looked at the body of the alien he'd killed, saw the small brown bomb in his hand, and knew. They had never intended to get in close. They probably hadn't even expected him to be armed. He grinned viciously, turning his head the while to look for a way out. In that instant, he saw another alien move. He fired. The shot went home. There were more screams. Good God, he said, almost aloud, shocked. He did not fire again. The fear of the things was revolting. He wanted to get out. He started to move, but they located him. The first bomb hit on the other side of the tree, blue with a white blinding flash, a thin, screaming, ripping explosion. The tree saved him. He fell flat, tried to crawl away. 2 more bombs let go on the other side of the tree, spattered among bushes and leaves, cut the tree in half.
Golden egg?
The tree fell in the direction of another bomb. The top of it was blown away. In frantic desperation, the factors were giving it everything they had. There was a tense moment of silence. Webb started to rise. He had to get away. He fired again and again into the woods around him, rose and started to run, hoping that the shooting would keep the aliens flat, that some of them at least had died of fear and that he could outrun them. He made it as far as another fallen log before the next bomb let go, giving him a great crunching shove in his back. He fell face down over the log. "Oh, hell," he said painfully. "Oh, hell, oh, hell, oh, hell." A bomb fell near him, and another, and he turned to rise and fire back just once more, swearing, his flesh rising to greet the one last killing explosion, and damn it all, he was going to die. A huge fist hit him squarely between the eyes. He fell over backwards. And there was dark, blessed silence. The doors opened automatically when Proul pushed the right button. 312 young girls and 214 young men, all of them the cream of Earth's children and most of them mother naked, peered out cautiously, furtively, into the gathering dusk. One made a move, then another. A rather brazen young woman, nude, walked right out into the center of the camp. And then they all emerged, wide-eyed and taut, looking for the factors. "All gone," said Conklin, waving his hands expressively. But since his suit was recharged and working, nobody saw him. They did not see the factors either. They began to gather and talk with each other, some dangerously close to shock, some excitedly none the worse for wear. Most of the women were recovered so far as to return to modesty, began to search for covering. This did not please Conklin at all. He was tempted to push the button again and close all the doors, thereby making all clothing unavailable, but, after a thoughtful look at Proul, he let it go. It had been an extraordinary sight, a delectable sight, and his opinion of the virtues of Earth was skyrocketing. Right then and there, Conklin decided the spot for his next vacation. And now at last, as they watched, the men and the girls began to leave. It was growing dark and quite cold, and they could not stay here. One by one, in varying degrees of undress, they strode off down the mountain. The sensation they created in Alfred was nothing next to the sensation they created the next day in newspapers the world over. Conklin watched them go with mixed torture and delight. Proul brought him back to the next order of business. "The Earthman," he said gloomily. "The man from the satellite. Where is he?" Said Conklin, sobering. "Where is he indeed?" Proul pointed a lean finger at the near woods. "There were explosions going on over there when we flew down, I suppose." He fixed his eyes reproachfully on Conklin. Conklin shrugged. "The man came all the way up here. Really. You know, you have to admire these people in more ways than one. Came the great battered figure of Webb Hilton. He was scarred and bloody, one eye was closed, and he walked with a heavy limp, but he was walking. Proul smiled happily. "We must have just got here in time. The factors were probably bombing him when they disappeared." Fellow an explanation. Hey, you there. Conklin and Proul surrounded him, babbling away cheerfully, set him down, and gave him first aid. In an astonishingly short time, he was feeling well again, and the Galactics did their best to bring him up to date on what had occurred, being careful to praise his undeniable courage in the face of such odds. They admitted to using him as decoy, but told him nothing about the recording business. They saw no reason to tell this boy that he had, during the course of recent events, died twice. No telling how he would react. Although really, since he was atom for atom identical with the original Webb Hilton, what difference did it make? "And so we finally found a factor with some strength of will. Had to inject the man as he came aboard. then came out here and eliminated the rest of them. Webb stared dazedly around at the empty buildings. All gone? Completely, Conklin grinned. We used the same device on them that they used on your people. We thought it only fitting. Quite a weapon. Used to be one of the most dangerous weapons in this part of the universe until we found immunity. You could wipe out whole planets without a single leaf being harmed. Yes, said Proul, but the job is ended. Thank you, my friend. You've been of great help anytime you need us. Conklin? What? Said Conklin, straightening. You mean leave him here? Well, really, Proul, that's hardly... And then his whole face brightened. He clapped Webb heavily on the back. Why, Proul, this boy's a galactic. After all he's done for us, the least we can do is take him back with us. Proul jumped. To headquarters, at least, and introduce him around. Why, the boy has a heritage. You can see that from the way he held up his end. Oh, yes, we'll have to take him back. Webb looked up blearily, beginning to understand. Back where? But Conklin reached down and took him by the arm and began leading him toward the ship. He explained as painlessly as he could the fact of Webb's galactic parentage. He did not say that it was Webb's father, which for biological reasons it had to be, but only that some ancestor somewhere along the line had been extraterrestrial. And while Webb was downing that and Proul was protesting, Conklin spoke gaily on. You'll need time, my boy, won't you? Before you come along with us. You'll need time, eh? I have to see Dundon. Of course, Conklin chuckled. Take all the time you want. Take weeks. Take months. And in the meantime, he grinned toward Proul, to whom just now a great light was dawning. In the meantime, Proul and I will wander the byroads of your lovely planet. Eh, Proul? A vacation. And in a mood of genial lechery, for Earthman, Galactic, Factor, this one thing is constant, the three men climbed into the ship, and then the sky. Ivy Jean Thompson, to complete the story in the coldest of truth, never set eyes on Webb Hilton in her life. And if she had, it would have made little difference, for the fact of the matter is that Ivy Jean Thompson had had quite enough of men. Any kind of man. The disappearance of the Factors had occurred coincidentally at the last possible moment for the saving of Ivy's virtue. It was understandably an unnerving experience. She opened her eyes to find nobody there. She left the camp firmly convinced that there should never be anybody there. She retired to a small town in North Jersey, where she became a particularly grouchy librarian spinster, the last of all the casualties in the case of the Blood Brother. End of Chapter 7, and End of The Vanisher by Michael Shara.
You idiot. Get off that hay bale, butthead. Or not. Is that all of them? Killing robot. Robot.
The section of 4 is going to do more of a... That's how it's saved as on my computer. So I live in Ohio, and for the past 3 summers, I've been a camp counselor at a camp that's pretty deep in the woods in Hocking Hills region of southern Ohio. Referring to is Clear Creek Valley, which is one of the most biodiverse areas in the entire world. I'm not even kidding, it's more biodiverse than some rainforests. The nearest town is a place called Rock.
Welcome to Abyssal Murmurs. Lately, I've been trying to send you stories every day, but I feel like a large number of people who have signed up almost never come back to listen to the stories. I don't know where that is. I hope to receive comments and suggestions. And if you find the video good, please give me a like to give me more motivation. Those who have not yet subscribed, don't forget to click the subscribe button and press notification bell to wait for
Don't push the E button.
Now let's get into the story. Story 1. I lived on a farm ranch with my grandparents. My parents couldn't afford to rent an apartment, so they let me stay. Painting of Jesus staring at me while I slept. Weird things didn't start actually happening until my second week of living there. I got home from my job working at a small corner store in town, and by then, it was dark out. While unlocking the front door, I could hear footsteps out in the crowd.
I am
shadows as if sneaking around. I could have confronted them, but that might have ended in trouble, so I went back inside to wake my grandpa. He went outside screaming like a madman with his rifle in hand. It was something along the lines of, "If I ever catch you here on my farm, I'll blow your brains out." That seemed like more than enough to He seemed to notice me. He stomped to his closet, pulled out his rifle, and stomped over to the front door with me right behind him. This time, he opened the door. Something immediately grabbed a hold of his leg, causing him to trip. I jumped onto the hostel, taking him down easily. Grandpa managed to get pointing it at the guy. I called the sheriff, while Grandpa had the guy at gunpoint. I suddenly heard his scream while on the phone. It was my grandpa. I dropped the phone almost with tears in my eyes, fearing the worst had happened. I got to the stoop, and Grandpa was on the ground with his hand on his nose.
I'm
He was
guessing
bleeding.
this is
Someone else had come along,
tier
shoved him to the ground, and punched him in the
something.
nose before taking
I
him.
don't know. It shoots
I really
shotgun
shot
rounds?
to those
Oh,
sickos with a
man.
gun. Who punches an elderly man in the face? In the end, the sheriff arrived for nothing, and my grandpa installed a camera system aimed towards the crops. Story 2. Last month, I got home late one night after hanging out with my sister, brother-in-law, and a few of their friends. I walked up to the stoop and saw my mom left a note on the door, telling me to take out the garbage cans to the front. I made a point of being really quiet, since mostly everyone was asleep by that time. When I got to the side of our house by the garbage cans, I could hear voices coming from our backyard. I took a peek over the top of the fence. There were 2 people standing by our patio table. I was freaked out. You could understand why. I had to run inside to tell my mom. My dad doesn't live with us. Otherwise, I would have gotten him. We only made it out her bedroom door when we noticed the 2 people from the backyard coming up the steps. I shoved my mom to the window, basically forcing her to jump out onto the tiny ledge below. I somehow got her to do so, and while hopping out myself, the 2 intruders entered the room. I only caught the briefest glimpse of them before hopping down to the ledge myself, and then down to the grass. Me and my mom booked it to the neighbor's house. 2 weeks later, when we had just started to move past the incident, the sound of the phone ringing at 3 a.m. woke me. It kept ringing non-stop. It didn't go to voicemail. My mom got up after, like the 10 to ring. We looked at each other and let it be. The phone rang for another good 10 minutes straight, until my mom finally yanked the phone cord out of the modem. We slept with it off that night. I was sure it had something to do with the break-in. 2 weird things like that don't happen so close together without them being linked somehow. The next day, my mom got a text message on her phone. It said, "Why didn't you pick up?" This was only a week ago, and we're still shitting ourselves, worrying when the next incident might happen. Story 3. A 14-year-old girl was asleep in her room on a school night when she apparently woke and remembered that she had homework due the next day that she didn't even start. She flicked her light on and began to work on it. The clock read exactly 1:15 a.m. Over the sound of pencil lead pushing onto the paper, there were faint noises coming from inside the walls. She stopped writing, and the sounds became more clear. It was as if something was being pushed from inside the walls. There was a storage space right next to her bed, with a big square door that comes off the wall to enter. The girl started screaming for her mom, and the noises suddenly became exaggerated. as if something were running in there. The door to the wall popped off, and a figure emerged. The girl's mother and father could hear the screams even through 3 closed doors. When the girl's father came to the room, he found a tall and overweight white man covering the girl's mouth with his hand. The fight was over in a matter of seconds, with a few good punches to the man's gut. 2 pairs of the girl's underwear were found in the man's pocket before he was arrested. Story 4.
Creeper,
Me and my wife
creeper.
were spending the night together in Cedar
They're all
Beach.
just
Unfortunately, the place closes at 9:30, and the place was miles from basically anywhere. So we were pretty much stuck with nothing to do at the beach at 9:30 at night. So we just took a walk through the wet sand until 10. For the first half of the walk, we didn't see a single person on the whole beach. Then we turned around to head back. About 20 feet into us, walking back in the direction we came, we both picked up on something. There were more than 2 pairs of footprints in the sand. Ours were more washed away by then, but there were 2 other sets of footprints that weren't
easy
there
to
before.
tell when somebody's too lazy to read it
They
themselves.
seemed to set off up away from the wet sand where there would be no more footprints. You may think it was just another couple taking a late-night stroll, but we hadn't seen anyone for the good mile or 2 we walked, so we were spooked. I used the flashlight app on my iPhone to scan around the nearby dunes. I even went as far as calling out, asking if somebody was there. I told my wife to wait there while I headed over to the garbage bills. It seemed like the only place somebody could be hiding. It was clear. I shined the light further down, revealing a tunnel that probably led to a parking lot. I moved closer until I could actually see a little into the tunnel, and as soon as I could, I shut the light off. There were 2 things in there. I don't even know if I should call them humans, because from what I saw, they looked like hunched, naked creatures huddled in there. They had skin to match that of a medium dark-skinned Caucasian, but with much more flaky, wrinkly skin. I didn't mutter a word. I just stumped through the sand to my wife, pulling her with me as we ran back in the direction of the car. We made it back to the car in about 5 minutes, completely out of breath. We got in the car, and I finally explained what I saw to my wife. She looked at me like I was crazy, and she still does. But can you blame her? I'm sure you're not even taking this seriously. I reported my sighting to the proper authorities the following day, and have been coming back to the beach at night once a week to try and find the creatures once more. Story 5. I work as a night janitor at the local high school. I would 95% of the time be the only one working the night shift, because there wasn't really a need for more than one. I always start with the downstairs classrooms and work my way up to the upstairs classrooms. The cafeteria, gym, auditorium, nurse's office. Those were all responsibilities of the morning and afternoon guys. So, since I was always alone, I would commonly have a bunch of radios sitting around the hallways playing loud music like I did this one night. The upstairs of the school was shaped like a U rather than an O, so to go around to the other side, there was only one way. I was mopping the floor in one of the social studies classrooms when I noticed, from all the way across the other side of the school, the lights to one of the classrooms turned on. I don't mean it was left on. I always shut the lights to every room I
his way over to this classroom. Right then, the option to run seemed best, and so I did. I ran down the stairs and out the back door of the school, not giving a second damn about anything but me and my life. Security cameras revealed that sometime in the night, the man emerged from the basement of the school and began wandering around. Getting a closer look at his face, I could see just how disturbed it made me feel. He was not a pleasant-looking man. The creepiest thing, though, was the camera revealed him going back down into the basement and never coming out. He was never found down there, though, which makes me question if there's some hidden rooms or exits down there. Lately, doing this job has never been more terrifying. Story 6. I used to work as a house cleaner when I was a 17-year-old guy trying to save up for college. The person I worked for the longest was a man named Jeffrey. I only spoke with him once, when I met him, and a few times in between, when he came home early from his job. That was it. I couldn't tell you if he seemed normal or not. He had a very serious rule, though, not to go into his basement. He even left a big sign on the door. Curiosity ate away at me, but I did my best not to sneak any peeks. So one day, while I was dusting the furniture in his room, I just got a little snoopy and started going through his drawers. Don't ask me why. In his bigger drawers, there was just a bunch of clothing. I started going through the smaller drawers and found things like cameras, batteries, photo albums, and various knickknacks. Same thing in the middle drawer, but in the bottom one, I found a small wooden box sitting perfectly in the corner. It needed a key to open it, but I had actually taken notice to a small key that had been hanging on his keyring in the kitchen. It looked like it could fit in this lock. When I tried it, surely enough, the key twisted in the socket and opened the lock. What I found was disturbing. There was a pile of black and white photos. The first ones were just pictures of the house. But then eventually, I was in every single photo, in every single room of the house, including the bathroom. The most disturbing picture was a colored one that stood out from the rest. It was taken from outside one of the windows aimed to me when I was in the kitchen. I put the pictures back in the box, except for a select few to use as possible evidence for something that I feared might happen. I locked it back up and put it in the drawer. I left everything else in the bedroom as is. I was about to leave the house and never return when I passed the basement door. Now that I wasn't coming back, I figured I should check out the basement so that the curiosity wouldn't forever eat away at me. I stepped inside and flicked the lights on. The air down there smelled really bad, like rotting animals. There were weird posters on the walls, a lot of erotic ones. I was shocked to even see some with boys and girls that looked under 18. There were 2 doors leading to either rooms or closets. I didn't go into them, but the horrid smell was the worst by those 2 doors. I finally realized there was a buzzing sound whenever I moved. I noticed in the corner there was a ceiling camera pointing right at me, but after noticing it, it seemed to stop moving completely. That was my cue to get out of that house. I drove home to safety. Jeffrey tried calling me one time after this. I didn't pick up. He didn't leave a message. I'm glad I never gave him my address. Story 7. I was getting off from work at a stop and shop after doing the midnight shift when me and the only other guy working at the time went to our cars. A black pickup truck pulled up next to us. There was a man and woman inside. They looked like dirty hillbilly rednecks. The guy had a mustache and a beard, with a cap on and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. The woman had dirty-looking hair. Then again, her whole face looked dirty. When they stopped in front of us, blocking our path, the guy sitting inside asked us if we have any spare change for gas. My coworker dug through his pockets and dropped 2 quarters in the man's hand. I handed him $1 in hopes that he would just drive off. The guy looked at the money in his hand, then looked back at us. "I'm going to need more than that," he said. We apologized and told him that that's all we had. "Bullshit," he said. I could see my coworker was getting just as nervous as I was. The woman in the passenger seat had a devilish-looking smile on her face. I walked around their car and speed-walked to my car, as did my coworker. I could see the man was spinning his pickup truck around. I turned the car on and immediately put it in drive and sped out of the parking lot. They seemed to be following me at first, but I eventually lost them. I pulled into a gas station and texted my coworker to make sure he was all right. He texted back saying he was fine. I wish it ended there, but a pair of headlights entered the gas station. It was the pickup truck. I got back in my car.
He tried to block me by pulling up in front of me.
The woman in the car pulled a gun and started to lower the window. I yanked it in reverse right out of the parking lot. My back window cracked as it was hit by a bullet. I somehow managed to lose them once more and make it home alive. I found 2 more bullet marks on my car. It's so scary to think how close I was to dying. And for what? Unfortunately, there are so many messed up people in this world. Story 8. Me and Andrew, my half-sister's cousin, were 18 years old at the time. We decided to go exploring in the abandoned asylum in our town. It was way past dark. There were no cars on the road, so it was probably after midnight. Andrew drove. We both brought our video cameras in hopes to catch some interesting footage. YouTube was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, and exploring abandoned places was a pretty big thing for YouTube videos back then, so we thought it would be cool. We had to crawl under a hole in the fence that someone else had cut. We both brought along flashlights, of course. We got in through one of the broken windows. There were a few planks on the floor by the window that had once been planked up against the window to prevent anyone from entering. We began our search, both flashlights on, along with Andrew's camera, which had night vision capabilities. There was nothing but broken glass and graffiti everywhere. There were a few cracks and holes in the wood floors that led to blackness below. We didn't dare shine our lights down there. We both shared a few laughs, but I was creeped out as hell in there, and I knew he was too. The place was huge. We ended up in a small room with a dental chair and other equipment. It was strangely unsettling. The most unsettling room upstairs, however, was the bathroom. When we were in there, we heard a constant dripping sound coming from one of the stalls. When we tried to open it, it was locked. The opening at the bottom was far too small to crawl through, so we just left that room in a hurry, very creeped out. Behind one door, we found a stairway leading upstairs or downstairs. We wanted the video to be as scary as possible, so of course, like 2 teenage guys would. There was a new set of hallways, much more creepy now that we were underground. There was a bulletin board on the wall with a bunch of old photos and news articles on it. Me and Andrew were checking that out when a metallic thud came from down the hall. We shined our lights over in that direction, just in time to see what we were sure was a forehead moving from the hallway into one of the rooms. Andrew started screaming as we ran back in the direction we came. Now, I would have just thought it was a homeless person or something. But as we were stomping up the stairs, a single flight below us, we could hear steps following us. At this point, I was screaming too. The feeling of being in the back was horrifying. I felt that at any moment, I would be grabbed from behind and dragged down the stairs. but we made it back to the main hall and down to the window that we entered from. We made it outside and could hear through the window the door to the stairway opening from down the hall. We got to Andrew's car as fast as we could and drove off, never looking back. Story 9. We were a young couple that had just moved into a new house. We had a bedroom on the first floor. The house had an upstairs, a middle floor, and a den, no basement. At night, we started hearing strange noises coming from below us. I checked under the bed. Nothing was there. The sounds seemed to be coming from beneath the floor, but the house didn't have a basement, so it didn't make sense. We started to notice things were different in the morning, like certain doors were opened that we were sure had been shut the previous night. My wife's closet door always seemed to be open. We made sure to shut all the windows one night, just to make sure it wasn't some kind of drift. The doors were all open the next morning. We had decided that it had gone far enough. The next night, we both stayed up, listening and waiting. The noises coming from below were louder than ever. Sounds like things being pushed around, moaning. I headed down to the den and put my ear against the wall, listening for where the sound may be coming from. It was coming from inside the wall I was up against, a little lower down, below the den. I went back to my wife. I told her we had to stay up for as long as possible and see what happens. We stayed up until around 2. My wife started to drift off. I guess I had shortly after. I woke to my wife shaking me, silently crying to herself. She pointed at her closet, which had been open. There was some kind of hidden door propped open in her closet. It led down into the floor. I hopped out of bed and shined a light down there. It was a ladder leading far down to some hidden room. I had my wife lock the door and call the police while I took my machete with me down into the secret room. When I got to the bottom, I found a light switch. The room had a table and chair, a small cot in the corner, and a bunch of toys scattered across the room. A scream came from upstairs. It was my wife. Somebody was trying to break down the door. I climbed up the ladder the best I could while holding the machete. By the time I got up there, they had already kicked in part of the door. They stuck their head through a hole in the door and looked at me. It was a dirty-looking man. I saw craze in his red eyes. He must have seen my machete because he ran straight out the front door. I don't know what the room is for. Maybe some kind of old bomb shelter or something. But I don't know who the hell that man was, how the hell he got down there, and how long he's been down there. Story 10. I was 27 years old, moving out to live with my girlfriend in an apartment. It wasn't the fanciest place ever, as we weren't the wealthiest couple ever, but it was fine for us. The first night in, we already hated the neighbor. There was yelling and thumping going on all night. It was like they didn't sleep all night. My girlfriend wanted me to go over. I told her if it continued the next night, I would go over. We didn't hear anything of them throughout the day while setting up furniture. But when night came, and we were trying to get some sleep, the freakish yelling and banging resumed, sometimes even bangs on the wall. I decided to draw the line and confront them. I knocked on the door, and a middle-aged albino woman answered the door. Her voice was raspy, as if she'd been smoking cigarettes for the past 40 years. I politely asked her to quiet down. She told me to back off and mind my own business before slamming the door in my face. The noises and yelling only got louder after this. My wife said we should report them. I went to the front desk the following day, bringing up the couple that lives in that apartment. The doorman looked puzzled. He told me that only a woman named Kathy lived there. husband passed away 5 years ago. She was written down as only being one person in that room, so she was breaking a rule of the apartment building. The doorman went to go check out the room. The woman let him search the apartment. He came back to tell me that she was all alone in there, which seemed so odd. He did, however, ask her to keep it down. I thanked him and went back to the room. It seemed it had worked, as there weren't any sounds that night. I woke to see somebody standing by our bed. "Anna?" I whispered. My wife turned next to me. She was in the bed. The familiar raspy voice at the end of the bed said we shouldn't have reported her. I screamed and fumbled for the light switch. My wife started screaming even louder. By the time I turned on the lamp, she was gone. I slipped on my shoes and ran out into the halls of my room, looking for her. Her apartment door was open, but she wasn't in there. Where could she have gone so fast? Nothing was heard of Kathy for a whole week. Before one night, there were 4 loud knocks on our walls. Not thumps like the previous noises. These were actual knocks meant to get our attention. We moved out a day later. Thank you for always supporting the channel and welcoming its videos. Wishing you good health and remember to subscribe to the channel to achieve 1,000 subscriptions.
Got a shotgun. 220 round shotgun. I wish I could cut it off and make a snub nose shotgun out of it. That would be cool. we'll give it a try. See how it works. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool as shit, man. Hell to the yeah. Right. That's gonna be it for me. We are just at the 9 hour mark. I'm gonna call it a day right there. I'm going to send everybody over to Tags. He's a pretty funny guy. I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. Till Thursday, love y'all. Thank you for hanging out and chilling with me on the Sunday night / Monday morning. Whatever time zone you're in, have a great day, and I will see you all very soon. Might be able to chuck an extra day in this week. We'll see what happens. But till then, love y'all. Thank you for the raids, the donos, the subs, the resubs, the raids, all of it. Thank you for making this. It was a very good week this week. So, till Thursday, I love y'all. I'll see you later. And remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have some fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.